fees, DVDs delivered to your door, and eventually streaming movies straight into your living room. That idea? It didn't just disrupt Blockbuster, it destroyed it. This is the jaw-dropping story of how Netflix rewrote the rules of entertainment, survived fierce competition, and became a global streaming powerhouse. Welcome to Breakthrough Biz. At first, it was tough. Streaming wasn't a thing yet, and people were still heading to Blockbuster stores for their movie nights. But Netflix had something revolutionary: no late fees and the convenience of home delivery. In 2000, Netflix approached Blockbuster with a proposal to sell their company for $50 million. And guess what? Blockbuster laughed them out of the room. That decision would go down as one of the biggest missed opportunities in business history. While Blockbuster stuck to their brick-and-mortar model, Netflix leaned into technology. They introduced a subscription service, letting customers rent unlimited DVDs for a monthly fee. No late fees, no stress. It was a game changer. In 2007, Netflix made a bold move that would reshape the industry forever. They launched a streaming platform. It wasn't perfect at first, limited titles, buffering issues, but it laid the foundation for what would become the future of entertainment. Netflix wasn't alone for long. Competitors like Hulu and Amazon Prime began popping up, but Netflix had an edge: original content. In 2013, Netflix premiered its first original series, House of Cards. It was a gamble. Could a streaming service produce content as good as Hollywood? The answer was a resounding yes. Shows like Stranger Things and The Crown followed, cementing Netflix's status as not just a streaming platform, but a global content creator. By investing billions in original content, Netflix built a library of must-watch shows and movies that turned casual subscribers into loyal fans. Netflix didn't stop there. They expanded internationally, breaking into markets like Europe, Asia, and South America. They localized their content, producing hits like Money Heist from Spain and Squid Game from South Korea, proving that great stories transcend borders. But success wasn't without challenges. Netflix faced fierce competition from Disney+, HBO Max, and others. Its stock took a hit during tough economic times, and the company had to rethink its strategy, introducing ad-supported plans and cracking down on password sharing. Despite the setbacks, Netflix remained resilient. So, what can we learn from Netflix? First, never stop innovating. Netflix transformed from a DVD rental service to a global streaming giant because they embraced change. Second, take risks. Whether it's original content or bold business moves, success requires stepping into the unknown. And finally, adapt. Netflix's story is a masterclass in evolving with the times. Netflix started with a simple idea and turned it into an empire by daring to do things differently. What's your favorite Netflix show? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more inspiring business stories. See you in the next episode. Imagine walking into a store, any store, and everything you need is available at prices lower than anywhere else. Now, imagine that store is so big, so powerful, it's found in nearly every corner of the globe. Sounds impossible, right? But that's exactly what Sam Walton did in 1962. He didn't just build a store, he built an empire. This is the story of Walmart, and how one man's vision took him from a small-town shopkeeper to the CEO of the largest retailer in the world. 1962, Rogers, Arkansas. Sam Walton opens the first Walmart store with a single goal: give people more for their money. Walton wasn't a retail genius overnight. He was a determined businessman with a knack for understanding what customers wanted. By selling products at low prices with great customer service, he quickly began to build a loyal following. From day one, Walton focused on one thing: cutting unnecessary costs. This meant less overhead, more savings for the customer, and the beginning of a retail revolution. By the 1980s, Walmart was everywhere. But it wasn't just the expansion that set Walmart apart. It was how they did it. While other retailers were sticking to traditional methods, Walton made a bold move. He embraced technology. In the early 80s, Walmart became one of the first companies to use barcodes and sophisticated inventory management systems. These technologies allowed the company to track products in real time, making sure shelves were stocked when customers needed them. This innovation allowed Walmart to lower costs even more, passing the savings directly to the customer. It wasn't just about having the cheapest products, it was about making shopping easier and more convenient. As the company grew, so did its vision. By the 1990s, Walmart had become a global phenomenon. It wasn't just about America anymore. Walmart expanded into countries like Canada, Mexico, and China, taking its everyday low prices message worldwide. The key to their success? Walton's ability to adapt the business model to local needs while maintaining the core principle: affordable prices for everyone. However, not everyone was a fan of Walmart's success. Critics pointed to its impact on small businesses, its labor practices, and its environmental footprint. But Walton's determination to do things his way never wavered. Even in the face of criticism, Walmart remained focused on its mission. The company implemented programs like Live Better U, offering affordable college tuition for employees. And it launched sustainability initiatives, committing to renewable energy and reducing waste. Fast forward to today, and Walmart isn't just a physical store. It's a tech-driven behemoth. With a booming e-commerce business and innovative delivery options, Walmart is fighting for dominance in the digital age. They've embraced automation, AI, and robotics to improve efficiency and keep up with competitors like Amazon. In fact, Walmart has used its massive supply chain to give customers a seamless shopping experience, whether in-store or online. Today, Walmart is more than just a store. It's an integral part of people's lives around the world. Sam Walton's legacy isn't just about building a business. It's about creating a company that's dedicated to serving customers. His mission to offer low prices always lives on in every aisle. Sam Walton's story proves that with a little vision, some hard work, and a commitment to your customers, you can go from a small-town shop to changing the way the world shops. If you enjoyed this story of how Walmart went from a small discount store to a retail giant, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more inspiring business success stories. Let me know in the comments which brand's journey you'd like to hear about next. Thanks for watching. Imagine a platform that once changed the way the world communicated. A space where revolutions were born, memes flourished, and global conversations thrived. That was Twitter. Fast forward to today, and it's a very different story. What caused the collapse of one of the most influential social media platforms of our time? This is the dramatic story of Twitter's downfall. It all began when Elon Musk, the world's richest man, decided to buy Twitter for a staggering $44 billion in late 2022. At first, it seemed like a bold move by a visionary. Musk had big plans to turn Twitter into X, an all-in-one platform where people could chat, shop, bank, and more. But the cracks started showing before the ink on the deal was even dry. Musk tried to back out of the deal, citing concerns about spam accounts. But Twitter wasn't letting go without a fight. After a legal battle, Musk closed the acquisition, and what followed was nothing short of chaotic. Elon Musk took control of Twitter and immediately started making waves. Within weeks, he fired nearly half the company's workforce, including teams dedicated to content moderation, engineering, and trust and safety. The result? A flood of hate speech and misinformation that left users uneasy and advertisers running for the hills. Advertisers, who made up nearly 90% of Twitter's revenue, pulled out in droves. Big names like Apple, General Motors, and Coca-Cola paused their campaigns, fearing the platform's declining standards. Then came one of Musk's most controversial moves, Twitter Blue. For just $8 a month, anyone could buy a verification badge. But what was meant to generate revenue instead caused chaos. Picture this: a verified Pepsi account tweeting that they now prefer Coke, or fake politicians announcing policies that never existed. It was pandemonium. And for a platform built on credibility, this was a massive blow. The fallout was swift. Users ridiculed the system, and advertisers lost trust. Twitter's reputation took another hit, and so did its bottom line. Then came the moment that shocked the world. Musk killed Twitter as we knew it. The iconic blue bird was replaced with a stark, minimalist X, signaling the birth of Musk's long-dreamed everything app. But for many loyal users, this was the final straw. Alternatives like Threads and Blue Sky capitalized on the chaos, welcoming millions of fleeing users. Suddenly, Twitter, or should I say X, was no longer the place to be. By mid-2023, Musk admitted that Twitter's ad revenue had dropped by more than 50%. Daily active users were also in freefall, with analysts warning that the platform's survival was at stake. Experts argue that Musk's erratic leadership, controversial decisions, and alienation of both users and advertisers are to blame. His vision for X as an everything app remains unrealized, and the platform's future hangs by a thread. Twitter's story is a cautionary tale about leadership, trust, and change. It shows us that even the most influential platforms can falter when they lose sight of what made them successful in the first place: their users. So will X rise from the ashes or disappear entirely? That's a story only time will tell. But one thing is certain: Twitter's downfall will be remembered as one of the most dramatic in tech history. What do you think? Did Elon Musk's vision destroy Twitter, or is this just the beginning of something bigger? Let me know in the comments. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more stories of triumph and turmoil in the business world. I'll see you in the next episode. Picture this: a tiny garage in Seattle, a single desk, an old computer, and a man with a crazy idea. He's not thinking small, he's dreaming about changing how the entire world shops. That man, Jeff Bezos. That dream, Amazon. But here's the twist: Amazon didn't just grow because it sold stuff. It grew because it cracked the code of marketing like no one else. Welcome back to Breakthrough Biz. Today, we're revealing the secrets behind Amazon's rise to dominance and the marketing strategies that made it unstoppable. Let me ask you something. What's the one thing Amazon cares about more than anything else? It's not sales, it's not profits, it's you. Jeff Bezos built Amazon on a single, unshakable principle: customer obsession. Not customer satisfaction, obsession. He knew that if he made customers happy, everything else would fall into place. This is why Amazon isn't just a store, it's an experience. From the moment you search for a product to the second it arrives at your door, everything is designed to make you say, "Wow." And that's the first marketing lesson. Happy customers are the best marketing. 2005. Amazon Prime was launched, and the world would never shop the same way again. For just $79 a year, customers got free 2-day shipping, streaming content, and more. Sounds simple, right? But Prime wasn't just a service. It was a hook. Here's the genius. Prime made you loyal. Studies show Prime members spend twice as much as non-members. Why? Because once you're in the club, you're all in. You're not just buying products, you're buying into a lifestyle. Now, here's where things get spooky. Ever feel like Amazon knows you better than you know yourself? That's because it does. Every click you make, every product you browse, every review you read, it's all feeding into Amazon's massive data brain. Amazon uses this data to create hyper-personalized experiences. Those "customers also bought" suggestions, that's data in action. Those emails telling you your favorite item is on sale? Yep, more data. Amazon doesn't just market to you, it markets for you. And let's talk about reviews. Amazon didn't invent them, but it made them essential. By encouraging honest feedback, Amazon created a goldmine of social proof. Think about it. When was the last time you bought something online without checking the reviews? Those stars aren't just ratings, they're trust signals. And trust, my friends, is marketing gold. Then there's Prime Day, Amazon's version of Black Friday. But here's the twist. It's not about clearing out inventory. It's about creating demand. Exclusive deals, limited time offers. It's the ultimate fear of missing out. Every year, Prime Day shatters records and brings millions of new customers into the Amazon ecosystem. It's not just a sale, it's a spectacle. And let's not forget Alexa and Echo. These aren't just gadgets, they're gateways. Every time you say, "Alexa, reorder coffee," Amazon tightens its grip on your shopping habits. It's not selling products, it's building ecosystems that keep you coming back. Amazon didn't just build a store, it built a system where marketing doesn't feel like marketing. It feels like convenience, trust, and value. From obsessing over customers to leveraging data and creating ecosystems, Amazon rewrote the rules of retail. The story of Amazon shows us that the best marketing doesn't scream, "Buy this." It whispers, "This was made just for you." So what do you think of Amazon's strategy? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz. I'll see you next time for another inspiring business story.
At just 19, he dropped out of MIT. By 25, he was the youngest self-made billionaire. His vision? To revolutionize artificial intelligence through the power of data. This is the story of Alexander Wang, the mastermind behind Scale AI, a company redefining industries from self-driving cars to national defense. Born to physicist parents in New Mexico, Alexander was surrounded by innovation from an early age. Fascinated by math and programming, he began coding as a teenager, entering national math competitions and solidifying his reputation as a tech prodigy. But it wasn't just talent that set him apart, it was his ability to see the bigger picture. While studying at MIT, Alexander realized a massive gap in the AI industry: data labeling. AI systems were only as good as the data they were trained on, but labeling massive datasets was slow, costly, and inefficient. In 2016, Alexander co-founded Scale AI to solve this problem. His vision was to build a platform that could label data at scale using a combination of human intelligence and machine learning. Scale AI's innovation quickly caught the attention of tech giants like Tesla, Waymo, and OpenAI. By providing precisely labeled data, Scale became the backbone for autonomous vehicles, robotics, and even national defense systems. From labeling millions of images for self-driving cars to aiding the US government in analyzing satellite imagery, Scale AI's impact spans industries. Building a company at the forefront of AI innovation wasn't without its challenges. Alexander had to navigate ethical concerns, fierce competition, and the rapidly evolving demands of the tech world. But his unwavering focus on delivering quality and pushing the boundaries of technology allowed Scale AI to thrive. By 2024, Alexander Wang had transformed Scale AI into a billion-dollar company. But for him, it's not just about wealth, it's about enabling breakthroughs. His work is helping unlock the potential of AI to tackle real-world challenges, from climate change to medical research. Alexander Wang's story isn't just one of success, it's a testament to the power of innovation and determination. He took a complex problem, turned it into an opportunity, and built a company that's shaping the future. From a teenager passionate about coding to a pioneer driving the AI revolution, Alexander Wang proves that age is no barrier to impact. What do you think about the role of AI in transforming our world? Share your thoughts in the comments below. If stories of innovation inspire you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more game-changing success stories. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. In a world where dating apps felt dominated by unsolicited messages and one-sided dynamics, one woman decided to flip the script. Meet Whitney Wolfe Herd, the trailblazer who dared to ask, what if women were in control? Her answer wasn't just a dating app, it was a movement. This is the story of Bumble, the female-first platform that redefined modern dating and catapulted Whitney Wolfe Herd into history as the youngest female CEO to take a company public. Whitney's journey to creating Bumble wasn't easy. As one of the co-founders of a popular dating app, she had already made waves in the tech world. But after facing challenges, including a highly publicized legal battle, Whitney found herself at a crossroads. Instead of giving up, she saw an opportunity to create something better, a space where women could feel safe, respected, and empowered. In 2014, Whitney founded Bumble, a dating app with a revolutionary concept: women make the first move. The idea was simple but powerful. By giving women the control to initiate conversations, Bumble flipped traditional dating norms on their head. This wasn't just a feature, it was a statement. Bumble quickly became more than a dating app, it became a brand synonymous with empowerment. Whitney expanded the platform to include Bumble BFF for finding friends and BumbleBiz for networking, proving that the female-first approach wasn't limited to dating. By 2021, Whitney made history. At just 31 years old, she became the youngest female CEO to take a company public. The Bumble IPO was a roaring success, valuing the company at over $13 billion. But success didn't come without challenges. Competing in the crowded dating app market meant constant innovation. Critics questioned whether the female-first concept could sustain long-term growth. Whitney's response? Doubling down on Bumble's mission. From adding features to enhance user safety to tackling online harassment, she ensured Bumble remained a platform that prioritized respect and inclusivity. Under Whitney's leadership, Bumble's impact extended beyond the app. It became a champion for women's empowerment, investing in causes that aligned with its values. Whitney Wolfe Herd didn't just create a successful company, she sparked a cultural shift. Bumble became a symbol of empowerment, proving that tech innovation can go hand in hand with social change. Whitney Wolfe Herd's journey reminds us that true innovation comes from challenging the status quo. What's your take on Bumble's female-first approach? Let us know in the comments below. If stories of bold entrepreneurs inspire you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. A mother searching for safe, gentle products for her baby is faced with a shocking reality: most options are filled with harmful chemicals disguised behind complex names. This was the moment that changed Ghazal Ulug's life forever. She realized the very products meant to protect her child could pose a hidden danger. But instead of accepting it, she decided to fight back, creating a solution the world desperately needed. What began as a mother's concern quickly turned into a mission. Ghazal and her husband, Varun, delved deep into the world of skincare, researching natural alternatives and studying global safety standards. In 2016, they took a bold step forward, launching Mamaearth, India's first toxin-free skincare brand. It all began when Ghazal Ulug became a mother. Like every parent, she wanted the best for her baby. But a quick look at the labels on baby care products revealed a shocking reality: harmful chemicals disguised under fancy names. Instead of settling, Ghazal and her husband, Varun Ulug, decided to take matters into their own hands. What if there was a brand that offered natural, safe, and toxin-free products, not just for babies but for everyone? In 2016, the couple launched Mamaearth, a brand built on 3 core principles. Safety: every product would be toxin-free and made from natural ingredients. Transparency: labels that people could actually understand. Sustainability: a commitment to give back to the planet. Mamaearth wasn't just a business, it was a promise to redefine skincare. The market was skeptical at first. Competing with established brands wasn't easy. But Mamaearth's focus on solving real problems, eczema-safe baby products, toxin-free shampoos, and eco-friendly packaging, won over parents, beauty enthusiasts, and eco-conscious consumers alike. Through clever marketing, Ghazal used social media to tell authentic stories. Mamaearth became a relatable, family-oriented brand. And their secret weapon? Word of mouth. Happy customers shared their experiences, propelling the brand into the spotlight. But success didn't come without challenges. Managing supply chains, scaling production, and gaining trust in a competitive market tested Ghazal's resilience. Her strategy? Listen to the customers. From online reviews to social media feedback, every product improvement was driven by real user needs. Today, Mamaearth is not just a brand, it's a movement. With innovative campaigns like Plant Goodness, where every order plants a tree, Mama Earth has planted over 1 million trees. Under Ghazal's leadership, the brand expanded into global markets, offering products for everyone from babies to beauty-conscious millennials. Ghazal Alug turned a personal concern into a thriving business that's making a difference, proving that innovation isn't just about profit, it's about purpose. Her journey is a reminder that the best businesses are born out of empathy and a desire to solve real problems. From a mom on a mission to a global entrepreneur, Ghazal Alug's story is one of resilience, innovation, and heart. What do you think about Mama Earth's approach to skincare and sustainability? Let us know in the comments below. And if stories like this inspire you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more tales of innovation and success. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. The banking system you've always known was broken. Hidden fees, endless paperwork, and rigid rules that made your money harder to manage. Then came Revolut, the digital banking app that dared to challenge the entire industry. In just a few years, Revolut has grown from a small London startup to a global financial powerhouse with over 30 million users. How did two entrepreneurs revolutionize how we manage money? This is the story of Revolut, the app that made traditional banks rethink everything. In 2014, Nikolai Storonsky, a former investment banker, and Vlad Yatsenko, a tech wizard, set out to solve a personal frustration: expensive foreign exchange fees. The idea was simple but revolutionary: an app that would let users spend and transfer money globally without hidden charges. In 2015, they launched Revolut with a bold promise: instant money transfers, fee-free currency exchange, and a sleek app that put control back in the hands of users. At first, it was just a prepaid card with an app, but its simplicity struck a chord. Within months, Revolut attracted thousands of users who were tired of the outdated banking system. Revolut didn't stop at currency exchange. It added features that traditional banks couldn't keep up with: budgeting tools, cryptocurrency trading, and even commission-free stock trading. By 2020, Revolut was valued at over $5.5 billion, becoming one of Europe's most valuable fintech companies. It wasn't just a banking app, it was a lifestyle. But disrupting an industry isn't easy. Revolut faced scrutiny over its aggressive growth strategy and compliance with financial regulations. Critics questioned if the startup could scale without losing its edge. Through it all, Revolut stayed focused, expanding to new markets and introducing innovative products like junior accounts and travel insurance, all integrated seamlessly into its app. Today, Revolut operates in over 35 countries, with a user base that's as diverse as its offerings. From everyday spending to global business accounts, it's reshaped the way millions think about money. Revolut's success isn't just about technology, it's about understanding what people truly need: convenience, transparency, and control. Revolut's story is proof that even the most established industries can be turned upside down with the right idea. It's a reminder that innovation isn't about following rules, it's about rewriting them. What do you think about Revolut's impact on banking? Could it be the future of finance, or does the traditional system still hold its ground? Let us know in the comments below. And if you're inspired by stories like this, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more incredible tales of innovation and success. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Imagine a world where anyone, no matter their skill level, could design something extraordinary. No more frustration, no more barriers, just pure creativity at your fingertips. Now, what if I told you this revolution started with a college student, a simple idea, and a relentless determination to make design accessible to everyone? This is the incredible journey of Melanie Perkins, the young Australian entrepreneur who turned rejection into opportunity and created Canva, a $40 billion global phenomenon. How did she rewrite the rules of design and become one of the youngest self-made billionaires in history? Get ready, because this story will blow your mind. Melanie Perkins wasn't your typical tech prodigy. Growing up in Perth, far from Silicon Valley, she dreamed of making design simple for everyone. While teaching students to use clunky design software, she noticed a pattern: frustration. It was too complicated, too expensive, and too slow. That's when it hit her: why can't design be simple and accessible for everyone? With this question in mind, Melanie, along with her boyfriend, Cliff Obrecht, started small, launching Fusion Books, an online platform to help schools design yearbooks. Fusion Books was a success, but Melanie knew she was onto something much bigger. What if people could design anything: posters, resumes, social media graphics, with just a few clicks? The vision was bold: create a platform so intuitive that anyone, from a student to a CEO, could use it. But turning this dream into reality meant finding investors who believed in her vision. The journey was anything but easy. Melanie faced countless rejections. Many doubted a young woman from Australia could take on design giants like Adobe. But Melanie refused to give up. Her perseverance paid off when she connected with Cameron Adams, a former Google engineer, who became Canva's third co-founder. In 2013, Canva was officially launched, and it was an instant hit. The platform made designing as easy as playing a game. No expensive software, no technical skills, just creativity unleashed. By the end of its first year, Canva had over 750,000 users. The simplicity and affordability attracted everyone, from students and entrepreneurs to global corporations. But Canva's success wasn't just about the software, it was about the mission behind it. Melanie wanted to democratize design, empowering people to tell their stories visually. From introducing team collaboration tools to AI-powered features like video editing, Canva kept evolving. By 2021, the company was valued at over $40 billion, making Melanie Perkins one of the youngest billionaires in the world. Despite its meteoric rise, Canva faced its share of challenges: competition from tech giants, scaling operations, and staying true to its mission. But Melanie's leadership shined through. She focused on keeping Canva accessible, sustainable, and impactful, offering free tools for educators and donating millions to nonprofits. Her philosophy was simple yet powerful: success isn't just about making money, it's about making a difference. Melanie Perkins didn't just create a tech company, she built a movement. Canva is now used by over 135 million people every month across 190 countries. Her journey is proof that innovation doesn't need a Silicon Valley address, it needs a bold idea, relentless passion, and a belief in making the world better. So, the next time you create something on Canva, remember the story behind it. It's not just a tool, it's the result of one woman's determination to empower the world. What's your favorite Canva story? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed this inspiring journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us here on Breakthrough Biz for more stories of innovation and ambition. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. It's the early 1960s, and two 12-year-old boys, Ben and Jerry, are in gym class. Ben, full of attitude, is arguing with the gym teacher about running a mile in under 7 minutes. Meanwhile, Jerry is struggling so much that he actually faints. These two boys? They were known as the slowest and chubbiest kids in class. But this unflattering reputation ended up bringing them together as friends. Little did they know, this bond would spark a journey leading to one of the most beloved ice cream empires in the world, worth billions of dollars. Interestingly, neither Ben nor Jerry ever dreamed of going into the ice cream business. After high school, Jerry had his sights set on becoming a doctor. But life had other plans. He was rejected by over 40 medical schools. Desperate, he took any vaguely medical job he could find, ending up as a lab technician blending cow hearts into test tubes. Not quite the dream, right? As for Ben, he hopped between jobs: janitor, McDonald's crew member, even scraping leftover food off trays. But Ben, a free spirit and a true hippie at heart, hated the grind of corporate life. He even tried making a living as a potter, but nobody was buying his creations. By the early 70s, both Ben and Jerry were stuck in a rut, feeling like life was passing them by. So in 1973, Jerry moved to New York to live with Ben, and the two started brainstorming. What could they do that wouldn't involve bosses, cow hearts, or soul-crushing jobs? Food was their shared passion, so they thought, why not make fresh bagels? But their dreams crumbled when they realized the bagel-making equipment cost a staggering $40,000. So they pivoted to something simpler: ice cream. They had no clue how to make it, so they enrolled in a $5 correspondence course at Penn State. Armed with a little knowledge, they needed a name. Ben suggested Josephine's flying machine after a 1910 song, but thankfully, Jerry came up with the more relatable Ben and Jerry's. With savings and a $4,000 loan, they rented a rundown gas station in Vermont. The roof was falling apart, the floor was covered in ice, but it was across from City Hall Park, a prime spot. To save money, they built tables out of cheap lumber, bought used restaurant equipment, and even used Ben's unsold pottery for dishes and cups. Jerry, leveraging his biochemistry background, experimented with recipes. And thanks to Ben's condition, anosmia, or lack of smell, texture became a priority. This focus led to the creation of their signature chunky, premium ice cream. Finally, on May 5, 1978, Ben and Jerry's Scoop Shop opened its doors. Customers lined up for buy one get one free cones, and the duo was off to a sweet start. To boost sales, they hosted quirky events like the Fall Down Festival, featuring ice cream eating contests and stilt walking. Their wildest stunt? Ben lying on the ground while Jerry smashed a cinder block on his stomach with a sledgehammer. Despite the buzz, profits were slim. Oversized scoops were cutting into their margins. They pivoted to selling pints in local stores, delivering them by car until traffic jams caused the ice cream to melt. To scale up, they secured a bigger loan, rented an old factory, and started mass-producing their ice cream. By 1983, sales had doubled, but trouble was brewing. Pillsbury, owner of Häagen-Dazs, tried to crush them by pressuring distributors to drop Ben and Jerry's. Ben and Jerry fought back with a genius marketing campaign, "What's the Doughboy Afraid of?" The public rallied behind them, forcing Pillsbury to back down. Success brought stress. Ben and Jerry considered selling the company until they had an epiphany: if there's something you don't like about business, change it. They implemented a 5-to-1 pay ratio between the highest and lowest earners, launched the Ben and Jerry's Foundation, and funded community projects with 7.5% of pre-tax profits. In 1984, they went public, but only allowed Vermont residents to buy shares. It was a bold move that built loyalty and raised the money they needed. They also launched the Cow Mobile, touring the US and giving away free ice cream. This grassroots approach solidified their brand as one that cared about people. Ben and Jerry's went from a rundown gas station to a global powerhouse by staying true to their values: creativity, community, and incredible ice cream. What do you think of their story? Have you ever thought about turning your passion into a business? Let me know in the comments below. What if buying a car could be as easy as ordering a pizza? A few clicks, and your dream car is delivered to your doorstep. This isn't science fiction, it's Carvana, a company that dared to disrupt the decades-old car dealership industry. But Carvana's journey hasn't just been about innovation, it's been a roller coaster ride of soaring highs, crushing lows, and a comeback story that's nothing short of remarkable. It all started in 2012, when Ernest Garcia III had a bold vision: eliminate the most painful part of car buying, the dealership. The solution? Carvana, a completely online platform where customers could browse, finance, and purchase used cars without ever stepping into a showroom. But Garcia didn't stop there. He introduced something that grabbed headlines: car vending machines. These futuristic towers allowed customers to pick up their cars in a way that felt more like playing a game than completing a transaction. Carvana's concept struck a chord. By 2017, the company went public, and its stock price soared as customers flocked to the convenience of online car shopping. The COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 gave Carvana an unexpected boost. With traditional dealerships shuttered, online car sales exploded, making Carvana one of the fastest-growing auto retailers in the US. But as quickly as Carvana rose, it crashed. By 2022, the company faced mounting debt, supply chain issues, and a cooling used car market. Its ambitious growth plans began to backfire, leading to massive losses and skepticism from investors. Some even predicted Carvana's demise. Yet, Carvana refused to give up. In 2023, the company made strategic moves to slash costs, streamline operations, and focus on profitability. By 2024, those efforts began to pay off. Carvana saw a resurgence in revenue, proving that innovation paired with resilience could turn things around. Carvana didn't just change how cars are sold, it changed how we think about convenience, customer experience, and the future of retail. Its story is a testament to the power of big ideas and the grit to weather storms. Whether Carvana's journey continues to climb or faces more hurdles, one thing is certain: it has already left a lasting mark on the auto industry. What do you think about Carvana's revolutionary model? Could this be the future of car buying, or is it just another bubble waiting to burst? Let us know in the comments below, and if you love stories of innovation and resilience, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. In the world of business, bold moves can make or break a company. But what happens when a tech company bets its entire future on something as volatile as Bitcoin? This is the story of MicroStrategy, a software giant turned cryptocurrency trailblazer. It's a tale of innovation, risk, and a vision that defied Wall Street skeptics. MicroStrategy's journey began in 1989 when Michael Saylor, a MIT graduate, co-founded the company with a focus on business intelligence software. Their mission? Help companies analyze data to make smarter decisions. For decades, MicroStrategy thrived, becoming a leader in enterprise analytics, serving Fortune 500 companies worldwide. But by 2020, Saylor saw the writing on the wall. The software market was crowded, and inflation threatened the company's cash reserves. He needed a game-changing strategy. That's when Saylor turned to Bitcoin, a digital currency he believed could act as a hedge against inflation and preserve the company's value. It was a radical idea. Instead of letting cash sit idle, MicroStrategy began investing heavily in Bitcoin, acquiring its first $250 million worth in August 2020. But Saylor didn't stop there. He doubled down, turning MicroStrategy into one of the largest corporate holders of Bitcoin in the world. Wall Street was stunned. Critics called Saylor reckless, accusing him of gambling with shareholder money. Bitcoin's infamous volatility only fueled the controversy. When prices dipped, MicroStrategy's stock plummeted. But when Bitcoin surged, the company's value skyrocketed, earning Saylor both admiration and scrutiny. Saylor's gamble transformed MicroStrategy's identity. It was no longer just a software company, it became a symbol of corporate adoption of cryptocurrency. By 2024, the company's Bitcoin holdings had exceeded $5 billion, cementing its place as a pioneer in the crypto space. Saylor himself became a prominent advocate for Bitcoin, inspiring other CEOs and even countries to adopt the digital currency. MicroStrategy's story isn't just about software or Bitcoin. It's about taking risks, embracing innovation, and believing in a future others couldn't see. Saylor's bold move redefined how corporations think about their assets, proving that sometimes, the greatest rewards come from the greatest risks. What do you think about MicroStrategy's bold bet on Bitcoin? Was it visionary leadership or a high-stakes gamble? Let us know your thoughts in the comments, and if you love stories of risk, innovation, and resilience, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Have you ever thought about what powers the massive airplanes we see soaring through the skies? The answer might surprise you. While jet fuel has long been the king of aviation, one French company is shaking up the game. They've created a battery so advanced it's not just lightening planes, it's lightening the aviation industry's carbon footprint. This isn't just another tech innovation. This is LimaTech, the startup that's turning science fiction into reality. How are they changing the way we fly? Let's dive into this electrifying story of innovation and sustainability. The aviation industry faces a colossal challenge: sustainability. Aircraft are notoriously heavy and energy-hungry, contributing significantly to global carbon emissions. Traditional batteries just weren't cutting it. Too heavy, short-lived, and unreliable for the demands of modern aviation. But where others saw a problem, LimaTech saw an opportunity to innovate. Founded in France, LimaTech specializes in safer, lightweight, lithium-based batteries for aviation. Their secret? Lithium iron phosphate LFP chemistry. Unlike conventional batteries, LimaTech's products are lighter, require half the maintenance, and last up to 10 years. For perspective, their batteries can reduce the weight of an Airbus A320 by 120 kilograms. Imagine the fuel saved and the emissions cut just by shaving off those extra kilos. Limatech's innovative design prioritizes safety and longevity. These batteries can withstand the rigorous demands of flight while maintaining peak efficiency. And their lightweight nature means planes burn less fuel, slashing operating costs and carbon emissions. Limatech's mission extends beyond just building batteries. They're spearheading a green revolution in aviation, helping airlines transition towards sustainable practices. With each takeoff, they're proving that cutting-edge technology and environmental responsibility can go hand in hand. But this is just the beginning. Limatech is pushing boundaries, raising millions to expand its reach and bring its next-gen 24-volt, 15-amp-hour lithium battery to market. Their vision? To become the go-to solution for aviation's transition to cleaner, greener skies. Limatech isn't just building batteries, they're powering a movement toward a better, more sustainable future. So, the next time you see an airplane taking off, remember, innovation like this could be making your journey lighter and greener. If you found this story inspiring, hit that like button, subscribe to Breakthrough Biz, and let us know in the comments which game-changing company you'd like to see next. What if I told you that a simple pair of shoes could change lives? Not just by making walking easier, but by restoring dignity, independence, and convenience for millions of people. From busy parents juggling kids to individuals with mobility challenges, one company has transformed the everyday act of putting on shoes into an effortless experience. This is the story of Kizik, a small idea that revolutionized footwear, caught the eye of Nike, and is now making waves worldwide. How did they do it? Let's dive in and find out. Shoes. A simple piece of everyday life, but not for everyone. For people with disabilities, older adults, or anyone in a rush, traditional shoes can be a frustrating challenge. Entrepreneur Mike Pratt saw this issue and knew there had to be a better way. In 2017, Kizik was born with a mission: to make shoes accessible and convenient for everyone. Their secret? A patented hands-free design that blends functionality with style. At the heart of Kizik's innovation is their collapsible heel technology. Unlike typical slip-on shoes, Kizik's designs allow you to step in without damaging the structure. The heel pops back into place, offering a snug fit every time. This breakthrough wasn't just about ease, it was about dignity. For those with mobility challenges, Kizik's shoes became a way to reclaim independence. But here's where it gets even more interesting. Kizik's innovation caught the attention of a giant, Nike. Recognizing the potential of their hands-free technology, Nike not only invested but also licensed Kizik's designs. With Nike's support, Kizik gained global visibility, transforming from a niche startup into a mainstream brand. Suddenly everyone, from parents to professionals, wanted a pair. Today, Kizik is more than just a shoe company. It's a movement. Their inclusive designs cater to all walks of life, proving that innovation isn't just about technology. It's about solving real problems. Their rise has been meteoric, with millions of shoes sold and glowing reviews from customers around the world. Kizik isn't slowing down. With plans to expand their product line and bring hands-free footwear to even more markets, they're setting the standard for functional, stylish, and inclusive design. From a small idea to a global impact, Kizik is a testament to how innovation can change lives, one step at a time. So, the next time you slip into your shoes, think about how something so simple can be so revolutionary. Kizik is proof that even the smallest ideas can make the biggest difference. If you found this story inspiring, hit that like button, subscribe to Breakthrough Biz, and let us know in the comments which company's story you'd like to see next. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
What can you do with just $3 in your pocket? For Gopal, a struggling entrepreneur in India, $3 was all he had when his father passed away, leaving the family in debt. With nothing but determination, Gopal turned the $3 into a global tea empire worth over $1 billion. This is the story of how a humble chaiwala tea seller created Chai Point, a business that redefined tea culture in India. Gopal grew up in a small village where tea wasn't just a drink, it was a way of life. But when his father passed, he was forced to drop out of school and work to support his family. His first job? Selling chai on the streets. Gopal worked tirelessly, balancing trays of steaming cups, weaving through crowded marketplaces. What others saw as a dead-end job, Gopal saw as an opportunity. He noticed something: tea was everywhere, but the experience of drinking it was outdated and unappealing. What if, he thought, tea could be served with quality, style, and a touch of modernity? In 2010, Gopal saved enough money to open his first tea shop. It was tiny, just a corner stall with a few stools. But he had a vision: to combine India's love for chai with the efficiency and ambience of a modern cafe. He introduced innovations that no one had seen before: hygienically brewed tea in eco-friendly packaging, served with freshly baked snacks. Customers loved it. Word spread quickly, and soon, Gopal's tiny stall had a line stretching down the street. But Gopal wasn't satisfied with one stall. He dreamed of bringing his modern chai experience to every corner of India. He reinvested his profits to open a second location, then a third. By 2015, Chai Point had expanded into major cities like Bangalore and Mumbai. What made it special? Gopal didn't just sell tea, he sold an experience. Cozy interiors, calming music, and free Wi-Fi turned Chai Point into the perfect hangout spot. And then came the game changer, Chai on Call. Customers could now order fresh, hot chai delivered to their doorstep in specially designed thermos flasks. This convenience was a hit, especially among office workers and busy professionals. Of course, it wasn't always smooth sailing. Competitors tried to copy his model, and rising costs threatened his margins. But Gopal stayed ahead by constantly innovating. He introduced new flavors like masala chai, ginger chai, and even oat milk chai to cater to changing tastes. He also invested in technology, launching a mobile app that allowed customers to order and pay with a few taps. By 2018, Chai Point had grown into a network of 150 outlets across India, serving over 300,000 cups of tea every single day. Today, Gopal is celebrated as the man who revolutionized India's tea culture. Chai Point is more than just a business, it's a reminder that even the simplest ideas can create massive impact. Gopal's journey from a street chaiwala to the CEO of a billion-dollar company proves one thing: it doesn't matter where you start. What matters is where you're determined to go. So, what's your big idea? What's the chai in your life, the simple thing you can turn into a revolution? Let Gopal's story remind you, no dream is too small, and no obstacle is too big. Drop a comment and share your thoughts. Who knows? Your breakthrough moment might just be one cup of tea away. What do you think of when you hear BMW? Luxury? Power? Innovation? For over a century, this iconic brand has defined what it means to drive. But BMW's journey to the top wasn't smooth. It's a story of resilience, reinvention, and relentless pursuit of perfection. From crafting airplane engines in World War I to becoming one of the world's most recognized car brands, BMW's story is one of engineering brilliance and bold decisions. How did they get here? Buckle up, because this is a ride worth taking. The story begins in 1916 in Munich, Germany, when BMW, or Bayerische Motorenwerke, wasn't even building cars. The company started as an aircraft engine manufacturer, creating some of the most advanced engines of the time. But after World War I, a treaty banned Germany from producing aircraft. Overnight, BMW was forced to pivot. Instead of giving up, they adapted, creating motorcycle engines and later motorcycles themselves. In 1928, BMW took its first step into the automobile market. Their cars quickly gained a reputation for reliability and engineering excellence. But then came World War II. BMW shifted back to producing aircraft engines for the military. When the war ended, BMW's factories were in ruins, and the company was banned from producing motor vehicles. It seemed like the end of the road. But BMW refused to be grounded. They rebuilt, this time from scratch. The 1950s brought financial struggles, and BMW faced bankruptcy. The solution? a quirky, small car called the BMW Isetta. It wasn't a powerhouse, but it was affordable, efficient, and exactly what post-war Europe needed. The Isetta became a symbol of BMW's resilience, keeping the company alive during tough times. But BMW wasn't content to just survive, they wanted to lead. BMW's tagline, "The ultimate driving machine," wasn't just a slogan, it was a promise. Their cars weren't just about getting from A to B, they were about enjoying every moment in between. BMW didn't just stick to what worked. They led the charge in innovation. From groundbreaking safety features to high-performance engines, the brand pushed the boundaries of what cars could do. Today, BMW is embracing the future with electric and autonomous vehicles like the BMW i Series, proving that sustainability and performance can go hand in hand. BMW's journey is a testament to resilience and reinvention. From aircraft engines to motorcycles, from quirky microcars to luxury sedans, BMW has stayed true to its mission, delivering the ultimate driving experience. Their story isn't just about cars, it's about vision, adaptability, and the pursuit of excellence. BMW's legacy teaches us that success isn't a straight road, it's filled with twists, turns, and bumps along the way. But with innovation and determination, anything is possible. If this story inspired you, hit that like button, subscribe to Breakthrough Biz, and let us know in the comments which company's story you'd like us to cover next. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next drive. Coca-Cola spends billions on advertising every year, yet they never directly sell you their product. Instead, they market an idea: happiness, harmony, and togetherness. But some argue that this is all a distraction from a darker truth. The company has faced serious accusations over the years, including causing disease, droughts, exploitation, and worse. So, buckle up as we dive into the incredible history of Coca-Cola, spanning 3 centuries, to uncover how it became one of the most recognizable brands in the world and at what cost. One thing's for sure, you don't build an empire selling sugary water by simply telling people the truth. Chapter 1, The Real Beginning of Coca-Cola. We all know that refreshing, ice-cold Coca-Cola feeling. But back in the 1800s, there was growing discontent with doctors, leading people to seek alternative remedies at home. Enter a group of enterprising entrepreneurs who capitalized on this shift by creating potions and elixirs that claimed to cure a wide variety of ailments. The truth? These concoctions were often dangerous, ineffective mixtures of various chemicals, but with no regulations, these snake oil salesmen could make any health claims they wanted. Business boomed. One popular medicine was Vin Mariani, a blend of wine and cocaine that claimed to cure nearly anything, as long as you drank 3 glasses every day. One man who loved this drink was John Stith Pemberton, a war veteran who had suffered severe injuries in battle. Doctors had thought he was dying and gave him morphine to ease his pain in his final hours, but he miraculously survived. However, he became addicted to morphine, and when he discovered Vin Mariani, he became hooked on it, thinking it was helping him overcome his addiction. Of course, it wasn't the medicinal properties that made him feel better, it was the wine and cocaine. As a chemist, Pemberton decided to make his own version of the drink, which he called French wine coca, a near-identical replica of Vin Mariani with a few extra ingredients. This drink would eventually evolve into Coca-Cola. To be fair to Pemberton, he wasn't just a snake oil salesman, he truly believed in the benefits of his product. However, his timing was unfortunate. Just a year after he launched his drink, Prohibition swept the US, and many states banned alcohol. Pemberton had to remove the wine and replace it with carbonated water, but this made the drink taste bitter. So, he added a lot of sugar to mask the bitterness. With the wine removed, the drink needed a new name. Luckily, Pemberton's bookkeeper, Frank Robinson, suggested the catchy name Coca-Cola. While the company later claimed the name was just an alliterative choice, the truth is that it was a reference to the drink's 2 main ingredients, coca leaf, which contained cocaine, and cola nuts, which contained caffeine. Despite extensive documentation showing that Coca-Cola did indeed contain coca leaf, the company still denies that their formula ever contained cocaine. Eventually, by the 1920s, Coca-Cola found a way to remove the active cocaine from the leaves. In the early days, Coca-Cola's sales were sluggish, as people weren't yet buying into its medicinal claims. Early advertisements described the drink as a harmless and wonderful brain tonic that relieved headaches and upset stomachs, but it was just one of many patent medicines making similar claims. Coca-Cola struggled to stand out. Meanwhile, Pemberton's health continued to deteriorate as his addiction worsened. By 1888, John Pemberton passed away, never knowing that his creation would one day become one of the most iconic drinks in the world. Chapter 2: The spectacular rise of Coca-Cola. Just before John Pemberton passed away, he sold his company for a substantial sum to an ambitious and hard-working man named Asa Candler. Candler wasted no time in securing full control of the company, buying out any remaining shares from other investors. However, investigations later revealed that Candler might not have legitimately acquired all those shares, with some documents showing forged signatures. The full extent of this remains unclear, as Candler had the early company records destroyed, likely to cover his tracks. But in the end, the specifics didn't matter much because by the late 1890s, Candler had full control of Coca-Cola. Yet, the drink still wasn't hugely popular. To change that, Candler began flooding towns with Coke-branded banners, billboards, and placards. They even painted the Coca-Cola logo on barns, ensuring that people saw it everywhere they went. One of Coke's early marketing breakthroughs involved reaching out to local pharmacies. Candler obtained lists of their top customers and sent them free coupons for Coca-Cola. The idea was simple: give people a free taste, and they become loyal customers, especially since the drink contained a few addictive ingredients. However, it soon became clear that marketing Coca-Cola as a medicine was a mistake. Instead of targeting the sick, Candler repositioned it as a refreshing, enjoyable drink that anyone could appreciate. This strategy also helped Coca-Cola distance itself from the patent medicine industry, which was starting to face backlash due to false claims. By the early 1900s, Coca-Cola's mass marketing campaign was in full swing. Candler reinvested heavily in advertising, even paying movie stars and athletes to endorse the drink. Coca-Cola became synonymous with a positive, wholesome image, helped by endorsements from beloved public figures. During Christmas, Coca-Cola even featured Santa Claus in their ads, always holding a Coke, creating a powerful link between the drink and the joy of the holiday season. While these strategies might not seem groundbreaking now, Coca-Cola was pioneering new methods of advertising that would later become standard. For instance, the use of attractive women, known as Coca-Cola girls, to sell the product became a major part of the brand's identity. They also employed statistical analysis to optimize ad placements in high-traffic areas. As new advertising mediums like radio and television emerged, Coca-Cola was quick to invest in these platforms, ensuring that their product was seen by as many people as possible. Initially, Coca-Cola was mostly sold through soda fountains, which allowed the company to keep costs low by simply distributing syrup, which was mixed with carbonated water at the point of sale. But then, two lawyers, Benjamin and Joseph, approached Asa Candler with an idea: bottling Coca-Cola. Candler initially dismissed the idea, believing that bottling would be too expensive and complicated. However, the lawyers assured him they'd take on the financial risk, so Candler agreed to grant them bottling rights for a minimal fee. He figured that, in the worst case, he'd just sell more syrup. As we now know, bottled Coca-Cola was a massive success. Customers loved the convenience of bottled Coke, and this led to a surge in sales. For Candler, this meant a steady revenue stream from the bottlers who bought syrup in bulk. However, there was a significant problem. Candler had given little thought to the contract, which lacked a time frame and didn't account for price increases. This resulted in a never-ending agreement at the same low price, regardless of how much the cost of ingredients rose. Over the years, this would lead to numerous lawsuits between Coca-Cola and its bottlers, costing the company millions to buy back some of the rights that Candler had sold for just $1. Despite this, Candler's early marketing genius and the success of the bottled version kept Coca-Cola's sales skyrocketing, growing year after year. While the product itself wasn't necessarily unique, Coca-Cola was actually a knockoff of another drink. It was the relentless and innovative marketing that fueled its rise. Ultimately, Coca-Cola's success can be attributed to a combination of savvy marketing, strategic branding, and a bit of luck, and that's what made the company an icon. Chapter 3: The lucrative business of war. When World War II broke out, sugar was rationed to conserve resources. However, Coca-Cola made the audacious claim that it should be exempt from the sugar restrictions because the drink was an essential wartime product. Even more remarkably, the government agreed. This exemption was largely the result of Coca-Cola's massive lobbying efforts. The company funded numerous studies that highlighted Coke's benefits, arguing that it would boost morale and provide energy to soldiers. Eventually, the US government appointed a Coca-Cola executive to the rationing board, who, unsurprisingly, granted Coca-Cola its exemption. While every other company had to reduce sugar in their products, Coca-Cola faced no such limitations. But that wasn't all. Coca-Cola's president at the time, Robert Woodruff, made a public promise that every soldier in uniform would get a bottle of Coca-Cola for just 5 cents, no matter where they were or what it cost the company. This move, while costing Coca-Cola money on each bottle sold, turned out to be a brilliant marketing decision. First, it created a deep connection between Coca-Cola and the war effort, earning huge public support and goodwill. In the eyes of millions of Americans, Coca-Cola became synonymous with patriotism. The company capitalized on this sentiment by running wartime ads featuring soldiers holding bottles of Coke. Behind the scenes, Coca-Cola made a deal with the US government to fund the establishment of Coca-Cola bottling plants overseas, arguing that it would spread American influence and boost soldier morale. What it really did was help Coca-Cola expand internationally, with the government covering a significant portion of the costs. Coca-Cola's wartime expansion efforts were nothing short of massive. The company set up bottling plants in several countries, funded largely by the government. In fact, technicians who helped establish these plants were considered just as vital as those repairing tanks and planes. As Coke became accessible to soldiers stationed across the globe, they began sharing it with locals, aiding in the brand's spread to new countries. Soldiers, grateful for the taste of home during the horrors of war, became Coca-Cola's most passionate advocates, introducing the drink to people in every corner of the world. As a result, Coca-Cola's global expansion during the war was unparalleled. Today, only 2 countries, Cuba and North Korea, do not sell Coca-Cola. The deals and strategies forged during the war played a significant role in making Coca-Cola a global giant. However, there's a darker side to Coca-Cola's patriotic image. While the company was promoting support for US troops in America, it was also supplying Coca-Cola to Nazi Germany. Coca-Cola was eager to avoid being associated with anything American in Germany and even featured the Coke logo at Hitler Youth rallies and on Nazi propaganda pamphlets. The company essentially played both sides, as Germany was an important market for their products. As the war intensified, trade restrictions were imposed that cut off many goods, including Coca-Cola syrup, to Germany. In response, Max Keith, the head of Coca-Cola's bottling operations in Germany, came up with a solution. He worked with local chemists to create a new drink similar to Coca-Cola, but made from leftover scraps, like apple fiber, since the syrup could no longer be imported. This new beverage was called Fanta, and it quickly became a hit in Nazi Germany. Some sources suggest that forced labor from concentration camps was used in the production of Fanta, although this remains unconfirmed. What is certain is that at the end of the war, the profits from Fanta went directly back to Coca-Cola's headquarters and the US. Keith was rewarded with a promotion within the company, and by the 1950s, Coca-Cola was selling Fanta in many countries around the world. As with many chapters in Coca-Cola's history, the company later tried to distance itself from the full story of its wartime dealings, particularly regarding Fanta. Yet, these events played a crucial role in the brand's expansion and its global reach. Lingota Special Deal Coca-Cola's rapid global expansion wouldn't have been possible without a team of polyglots, experts in speaking multiple languages. This brings us to our video sponsor, Lingota, Europe's largest online language school, offering courses in English, French, German, and Spanish. Whether you want to travel the world and converse with locals or conduct business in another country, learning a language is both a useful and exciting skill. With Lingota, you won't waste time commuting to class. They offer online lessons that fit your schedule, allowing you to learn from certified, native-level teachers at your convenience. One standout feature of Lingota is their Sprint Challenge, a 2-month intensive language course. If you attend all your lessons, you can earn up to 100% cashback. It's the perfect way to stay motivated and committed to mastering a language. Sign up through the link in the description below and enjoy a €20 or $20 discount on your deposit. Now, let's get back to the story. Chapter 4, Coca-Cola's Secrets. Coca-Cola may claim that its biggest secret is the drink's formula, locked away in a high-security vault, but that's not really the case. In fact, the formula is widely known, even available on Wikipedia. The real secret to Coca-Cola's success is far more than the formula, it's their masterful marketing and business strategies. One teacher once suggested to her school's headmaster that they add healthier options, like fruit juices, to the vending machines. She was shocked when the headmaster informed her that it wasn't possible due to the school's exclusive contract with Coca-Cola. The company was paying the school $10,000 a year, or about $1 per student, to ensure that only Coca-Cola products were sold. This was just one example of Coke's cradle-to-grave strategy, aiming to turn consumers into loyal Coke drinkers from a young age. One Coca-Cola marketing executive even noted that it's far easier to get children hooked on Coke at a young age than to try to convince them as adults. In some contracts, schools could even earn extra money by selling more Coca-Cola to students, leading many underfunded schools to push Coke's sugary drinks to their children. Coca-Cola's advertising tactics extended beyond schools. The company has created numerous collectible items like Barbie dolls, toy cars, and board games, products they claim are intended for adults. They also cleverly connected Coca-Cola to Christmas with ads featuring Santa Claus, ingraining the brand in the minds of impressionable children. In the 1980s, Coca-Cola even purchased Columbia Pictures to easily integrate product placements into films. Eventually, they sold the studio and opted to pay other production companies for Coke's product placement in their movies. This tactic is a clever loophole, allowing Coke to target children while bypassing regulations against child-specific marketing. However, despite all their marketing genius, a serious problem was emerging for Coca-Cola: the mounting evidence of the health risks associated with their product. Concerns about tooth decay were nothing new, but new research was showing more alarming effects, like links to obesity, diabetes, and other health issues. Studies revealed that even just one sugary drink a day increased the chances of children becoming overweight, and that exposing babies to high sugar intake could condition them to crave sugar for life. However, the most intense backlash came in 2004 with the Stop Killer Coke campaign, which accused the company of being responsible for the murders of union members in Colombia's bottling plants. While Coca-Cola denied involvement, numerous union members had been killed, and many more received death threats. Allegations of forced disappearances, torture, and even murder followed, especially after workers in Guatemala claimed similar violence for trying to unionize. Coca-Cola has always maintained that they had no direct knowledge of the violence or that they were involved in any way. However, the company's history of labor exploitation and violence in Latin America tarnished its image, with some referring to Coca-Cola as the sparkle of death due to the tragic events tied to the brand. Looking at the company's history, it's clear that, like many giant corporations, Coca-Cola has had its fair share of ethical controversies. Business is often brutal, and the deeper you dig into any major company, the more you'll uncover. While Coca-Cola has undoubtedly done good for the world.
Two college kids, a crazy idea, and a mountain of doubts. Picture this: an app where your photos vanish into thin air and no one takes you seriously. Investors laughed, professors shrugged. But in just 2 years, this wild idea would redefine communication and become the obsession of millions. This is the story of Snapchat, how 2 Stanford students took on social media giants, revolutionized how we share moments, and built a billion-dollar empire out of disappearing photos. Welcome to Breakthrough Biz, where we uncover the most inspiring business stories of our time. In 2011, 2 Stanford students, Evan Spiegel and Bobby Murphy, had a wild idea. What if photos could disappear seconds after being viewed? Spiegel pitched the idea in a college class. It was met with skepticism and even laughter. But Spiegel and Murphy weren't discouraged. They believed in creating a platform for authentic, in-the-moment sharing. Their initial app, called Picaboo, failed to gain traction. But after rebranding as Snapchat and tweaking the design, it started to catch on. The secret sauce? It appealed to younger users who wanted a fun, casual, and pressure-free way to communicate. Snapchat wasn't just an app, it was a cultural shift. Teens loved the ephemeral nature of snaps. No filters, no polished posts, no permanent evidence. It was raw, real, and fun. By 2012, Snapchat was growing by thousands of users every day. Spiegel famously said, "Snapchat isn't about capturing the perfect Kodak moment, it's about communicating with the full range of human emotion." And then came the filters, the feature that turned Snapchat into a playground for creativity. Suddenly, you weren't just sharing a photo, you were transforming it. In 2013, Snapchat made headlines when it turned down a $3 billion acquisition offer from Facebook. Everyone thought Spiegel was crazy, but he believed Snapchat was worth much more. And he was right. Snapchat's journey wasn't without challenges. Privacy concerns and rising competition from Instagram tested the company's resilience. But Spiegel and his team doubled down on innovation. They introduced Stories, a game-changing feature that allowed users to share photos and videos for 24 hours. Instagram copied it, but Snapchat kept pushing forward. From augmented reality filters to Snap Maps, Snapchat became a hub for cutting-edge tech, keeping its core audience engaged and entertained. In 2015, Snapchat launched Discover, a space for brands, news outlets, and influencers to connect with users. It turned Snapchat into more than a messaging app. It became a media powerhouse, bridging the gap between social media and entertainment. So what can we learn from Snapchat's meteoric rise? 1. Dare to be different. Snapchat disrupted the norm with an idea no one believed in. 2. Focus on your niche. Snapchat's success came from understanding and catering to Gen Z. 3. Innovate relentlessly. Whether it's stories or AR filters, staying ahead of the curve is essential. From a rejected college project to a billion-dollar company, Snapchat's story is proof that the boldest ideas often create the biggest impact. What do you think about Snapchat's journey? Let us know in the comments. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more inspiring business stories. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.
Ryanair, Europe's largest airline, flying over 180 million passengers every year. Unlike most airlines, Ryanair offers flights for as little as €9.99. But while some passengers love these unbelievably low prices, others swear they'll never fly Ryanair again. Why? Ryanair has become infamous for hidden fees, unexpected destinations, and last-minute schedule changes. And if you check their social media, you'll see they don't shy away from trolling unhappy passengers, turning complaints into memes. Horror stories about Ryanair are everywhere. But here's the twist: behind the chaos lies brilliance. Despite offering rock-bottom fares, Ryanair boasts some of the highest profit margins in the airline industry. Their transformation from a single plane operation to Europe's largest airline is nothing short of extraordinary. Buckle up, this is the wild story of Ryanair. Chapter 1: Takeoff. Ryanair was founded in 1984 by Tony Ryan, starting with just one plane, flying between Ireland and London. But as the airline expanded, the business began bleeding money, millions of it. Tony turned to his assistant, Michael O'Leary, for help. Michael's initial assessment? The company was a disaster and should shut down. But Tony refused to give up. So Michael proposed a drastic solution: restructure the airline and slash costs at every level. Tony, desperate to save Ryanair, agreed and made Michael an extraordinary deal. Instead of a salary, Michael would earn 25% of profits above £2 million. It was a risky bet. At the time, Ryanair was losing millions annually. Michael, however, had a vision. Instead of competing with established airlines on service, he decided Ryanair should focus on ultra-low costs. To learn how to make this work, Michael flew to the US to study Southwest Airlines, famous for their $10 fares. What he saw was revolutionary. Southwest operated like McDonald's in the skies. Every process, from pre-flight checks to passenger boarding, was optimized for efficiency and minimal costs. Michael returned to Ireland inspired and determined to turn Ryanair into Europe's first ultra-low-cost carrier. But with prices so low, could Ryanair actually turn a profit? Michael had a bold plan, and the best way to understand it is to experience a Ryanair flight for yourself. Chapter: A Flight with Ryanair. Every Ryanair journey begins when a customer books a ticket, but here's the first catch: you can only book online. This streamlined system cuts out travel agency commissions, saving Ryanair money and keeping ticket prices low. But those cheap tickets? They're just the beginning. When you buy a Ryanair ticket, you're paying for a random seat on the plane, nothing more. Want to pick your seat? That's extra. Need to check in a suitcase? That's extra too. In fact, these extras often cost more than the ticket itself. Why does Ryanair do this? It's smart business. Many governments only tax airlines on ticket prices, not on add-ons, allowing Ryanair to pocket more money. It also guarantees that Ryanair dominates price comparison searches, as these tools sort flights based on the base ticket price, excluding those hidden fees. But booking is only the beginning. If you make a mistake entering your details, fixing it can cost more than €100. In fact, it's been reported that it's sometimes cheaper to legally change your name and passport than to fix a Ryanair ticket. The airport experience. When you arrive at the airport, the cost-cutting continues. Ryanair doesn't have check-in desks, saving on staff costs. Forget to check in online? Expect to pay a hefty penalty. At the gate, you'll often find it's far from the main terminal. Why? Airports charge less for using inconvenient gates, and Ryanair always chooses the cheapest option. Boarding the plane? There's no skybridge here. Instead, passengers take a bus and climb stairs. Again, it's cheaper. On board. Once inside, you'll notice a few things. First, there's no first class, every seat is the same. This simplifies cleaning and reduces costs. Second, the planes are packed. Ryanair's Boeing 737s typically seat around 170 passengers, but Ryanair squeezes in nearly 200, the maximum allowed by regulations. Seats don't recline, legroom is minimal, and some window seats don't even have windows. If you're in seat 11A, don't expect a view. Instead of safety brochures and seatback pockets, the information is printed on the headrests. This eliminates the need for seat pockets, making cleanup faster. And speaking of cleanup, Ryanair's flight attendants handle it themselves, cutting down on staffing costs. The flight. When it's time to fly, you'll hear from the pilot, but they're probably not a Ryanair employee. Instead, Ryanair contracts pilots as independent businesses, avoiding costs like health insurance and severance. There's no in-flight entertainment, Wi-Fi, or free snacks. Even water costs extra. While other airlines see these as necessary expenses, Ryanair turns them into revenue streams. Flights are short, just over 2 hours on average. This is deliberate, as shorter flights are more fuel efficient and allow each plane to complete up to 6 trips a day. Landing. When the plane lands, passengers often find they're not at the main city airport. Ryanair favors secondary airports far outside major cities, as these charge lower landing fees. For instance, a London flight may land in Luton, and a Barcelona flight might land 50 miles away, requiring a 90-minute bus ride. These smaller airports often depend on Ryanair for business, giving them incredible discounts. Ryanair also saves money by scheduling flights at off-peak hours when airport fees are lower. Once passengers leave, Ryanair's ground crew gets to work. Their planes are typically ready to fly again in just 30 minutes, thanks to highly efficient systems. What if the next great disruptor of our time isn't building rockets or electric cars, but shaping the very intelligence that will drive humanity forward? Meet Mustafa Suleyman, the visionary behind DeepMind and Inflection AI. Some call him the next Elon Musk, but what he's building could be even bigger. Stay tuned as we dive into the incredible story of this AI pioneer, right here on Breakthrough Biz. Born in 1984 in London to a Syrian father and British mother, Mustafa Suleyman was always a deep thinker. He grew up in a diverse environment, shaped by the intersections of technology, philosophy, and activism. Unlike many tech leaders, he didn't start in Silicon Valley, his journey began in social activism. Before diving into AI, Mustafa co-founded the Muslim Youth Helpline, a pioneering initiative for mental health support. But his thirst for solving big problems led him to the world of artificial intelligence, a field that would make him one of the most influential minds of our generation. In 2010, Suleiman co-founded DeepMind alongside Demis Hassabis in Chainleg. Their mission? To build artificial intelligence capable of mimicking human learning, an AI that could think, reason, and solve problems autonomously. The tech world took notice when Google acquired DeepMind for $500 million. But what truly shocked the world was what DeepMind did next. March 2016, the world watched as DeepMind's AlphaGo defeated Lee Sedol, one of the greatest Go players in history. It was a defining moment in AI history, proving that machines could outthink human intuition in ways we never imagined. This was more than just a game. It was the moment AI showed its true potential to reshape industries, from healthcare to finance and beyond. And at the center of it all was Mustafa Suleyman. Unlike many tech pioneers, Mustafa wasn't just focused on what AI could do, he was deeply concerned about what it should do. He became one of the most vocal advocates for AI ethics, pushing for responsible development and ensuring AI wouldn't be used recklessly. But when you challenge the system, there's always resistance. In 2019, Mustafa left DeepMind amidst growing debates over AI's role in society. But he wasn't done yet. Most people would have stopped after transforming AI once, but not Mustafa. In 2022, he co-founded Inflection AI, a company dedicated to building AI that interacts more naturally with humans. Their flagship project? Pi, an AI personal assistant designed to be empathetic, conversational, and deeply integrated into everyday life. Unlike traditional AI chatbots, Pi isn't just about answering questions, it's about understanding human emotions and building meaningful relationships. Think of it as the AI you want to talk to, not just the one you have to. Elon Musk changed the way we think about cars, space, and renewable energy. Mustafa Suleyman is changing the way we think about intelligence itself. Here's why he could be the next great disruptor of our era. 1. Visionary thinking. Like Musk, Suleyman isn't afraid to take bold risks and tackle massive global challenges. 2. Ethical AI leadership. While Musk warns about AI dangers, Suleyman is actively shaping policies to ensure AI benefits humanity. 3. Multiple industries impacted. From DeepMind's breakthroughs to Inflection AI's conversational agents, he's pushing AI beyond traditional boundaries. So, what's next for Mustafa Suleyman? With AI evolving faster than ever, the possibilities are limitless. Will he lead the charge toward AGI, artificial general intelligence? Will Inflection AI become the next trillion-dollar company? One thing is certain, he's just getting started. Imagine a world where AI is no longer just a tool but a fully autonomous thinker, artificial general intelligence, AGI. Suleyman has hinted at his long-term vision, one where AI could collaborate with humans at an unprecedented level. But with great power comes great responsibility. The ethical questions remain: who controls AGI? How do we ensure it benefits everyone, not just a select few? Suleyman is at the center of these discussions, pushing for frameworks that ensure AI serves humanity, not replaces it. Do you think Mustafa Suleyman is the next Elon Musk, or is he on an entirely different path? Let us know in the comments. And if you love exploring business breakthroughs, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. This is Breakthrough Biz, where the future is built today. When an innocent customer walks into IKEA, what they're really walking into is a powerful psychological trap meticulously designed to make them overspend on furniture. IKEA is one of the world's strangest, but also most innovative companies. And every year, they sell more than $50 billion worth of everything from chairs, to bookcases, to Swedish meatballs. Today, IKEA is the largest furniture retailer in the world, and oddly also among the world's 50 largest restaurant chains. But it all started with a dyslexic farm boy who started selling matches for pennies. IKEA has a remarkably uplifting story, and there's tons of genius business strategies along the way. But there is also a darker side to IKEA and the man who started it. IKEA's beloved founder has ties to the Nazi Party, and the company has been accused of avoiding billions in taxes, and even using forced labor. And quite suspiciously, IKEA is essentially the fourth largest charity in the world. This is the crazy true story of IKEA. And it begins with a horrible tragedy. Chapter 1: A Tragic Beginning. In the 1890s, Achim Kamprad, a German from an aristocratic family, fell in love with a lower-class woman named Franziska. Franziska moved to a tiny village in Sweden to begin a completely new life. With his last penny, Achim bought a 450-acre farm where he, Franziska, and their children could make a living by selling their harvests. But apart from the land, a modest house, and a few dogs, they had nothing else. And so after a year in Sweden, Achim was in desperate need of a loan. Unfortunately, the local bank refused to give it to him, and that's when his dark side overpowered him. No one was there to witness this, but the story goes that when Achim returned home, he took his gun, shot his dogs, and then himself. As for his 27-year-old widow Franziska, she hardly spoke any Swedish, hadn't made any friends yet, and she was pregnant at the time, so she had 3 helpless children to feed and care for. Franziska was completely alone in the world, but she was a brave and energetic woman, and despite her grief she took on the challenge of a lifetime and made a success of the farm. Her bills were paid, and her children were well fed and well educated. After decades of unrelenting perseverance, Franziska became a respected member of her community. Her 3 children were starting their own families, and in 1926, her favorite grandson was born, Ingvar Kamprad, the boy who would later go on to found IKEA and become one of the richest men in the world. Growing up, Ingvar's family didn't have much money, but he still enjoyed his childhood on the farm. Franziska showered him with love, and he liked playing with the animals and catching fish in a nearby pond. And even at just 6 years old, he was starting to show a knack for entrepreneurship. With the help of his aunt, Ingvar bought a case of 100 matchboxes for 88 Swedish cents. His first customer was his grandmother Franziska, who bought a matchbox for 3 cents. And by selling at that price to people in the local area, Ingvar more than tripled his investment to 3 Swedish kronor, around 35 American cents at the time. It wasn't much, but this lit a spark inside Ingvar, and he became obsessed with buying things as cheaply as he could and selling them for a profit. As Ingvar was growing up, he sold Christmas cards, candy, wall hangings, and lingonberries. Now this each time he'd then reinvest the money into more goods to sell, making more and more profit each time. Seeing his entrepreneurial attitude for buying and selling, Ingvar's father gave him a small loan to start a mini fishing business, and by the time he was 11, Ingvar had made enough money to buy himself a racing bike and a typewriter. Shenzhen. A city that was once a quiet fishing village, now a pulsating heart of China's economic revolution. In 1998, this city, buzzing with opportunity and raw ambition, would become the birthplace of a tech empire. But in this moment of immense potential, there was one man who dared to dream beyond the horizon. Pony Ma was not born with a golden spoon. Raised in Guangzhou, a city teeming with life, he grew up amid the everyday struggles of ordinary people. But his mind, that was different. Unlike many of his peers, he wasn't drawn to the comforts of the world around him. He was drawn to technology, to the unknown. Pony Ma wasn't just a student. He was a seeker. A dreamer in a world on the edge of a digital revolution. After completing his studies in computer science, Pony knew the world was about to change, and he was ready to change it with his own hands. And so, in the summer of 1998, Tencent was born. A humble office, a handful of young minds, each of them believing they could change the world. Their first project? OICQ, an instant messaging service, inspired by the likes of ICQ. But OICQ was not just another product. It was a bold promise to connect people, to bring them closer. The road ahead was anything but smooth. OICQ was simply another face in a crowded market, but Pony Ma and his team weren't discouraged. They had one thing the others didn't: a vision. A belief that communication could be revolutionized. But success doesn't come easily. Tencent's first blow came when AOL, the giant of the digital world, sued them for copying ICQ's name. It was a devastating blow. Everything Pony Ma had worked for could come crashing down in an instant. But this was not the end of Tencent's story, it was only the beginning. In the face of adversity, Tencent didn't just fight back. They reinvented themselves. The name was changed, OICQ became QQ. It was a small change, but a crucial one. QQ would go on to become synonymous with social connection in China. With QQ, Tencent began to capture the imagination of millions. It became a bridge, a lifeline, for people, young and old. It wasn't just a messaging app, it was a cultural phenomenon. It was the first taste of digital life for an entire generation. And Tencent, against all odds, was becoming a force to be reckoned with. As the 21st century roared into the future, Tencent was not content with simply being a leader in instant messaging. The world of technology was expanding rapidly, and Tencent needed to expand with it. Gaming, a new frontier, called out to them, and Tencent answered with gusto. In 2004, Tencent launched QQ Games, a massive success, opening the door to a new era of online entertainment. From simple farm games to highly competitive multiplayer games, But it was Tencent's gambling spirit that would define their future. In 2011, they made a game-changing move acquiring Riot Games, the creators of League of Legends. It was a risky investment, but Tencent saw something others didn't. Potential. And when League of Legends became a global sensation, Tencent had staked its claim as the undisputed king of the gaming world. Esports was born, and Tencent was at the heart of it. The company's games became not just a pastime, but a global competition, bringing people together from across the globe. Tencent had become the leading force in digital entertainment. But it wasn't just games. In 2011, Tencent launched WeChat, a messaging app that would redefine the way people interacted. What began as a simple communication tool quickly transformed into something far more powerful, a super app, where users could pay, shop, and live their entire digital lives. It wasn't just about convenience, it was about control. WeChat was a revolution, an all-in-one ecosystem that became the digital lifeblood of China. With over 1 billion users, Tencent's dominance was undeniable. But with power comes responsibility and scrutiny. As Tencent's influence grew, so too did the attention of the Chinese government. The company was no longer just a tech firm, it was a national force, and that meant the world was watching. The government began to impose strict regulations, especially on gaming. Concerns about addiction, especially among young people, led to drastic changes. Tencent had to adapt fast. Tencent didn't just sit back and resist. It retooled. They introduced gaming time restrictions for minors, launched campaigns to educate the public on responsible gaming, and began to focus on healthy digital environments. Tencent's reputation was tested, but it never wavered. Yet, while the regulations in China kept tightening, Tencent's ambition stretched beyond borders. They began investing in global ventures influencing the future of gaming, entertainment, and tech worldwide. From AI to the metaverse, Tencent was crafting a future that blended the digital and real worlds. In just over 2 decades, Tencent transformed from a small startup into one of the most influential tech giants on the planet. Its story is a testament to the power of vision, resilience, and the unwavering will to adapt. Tencent's journey is far from over. From a small office in Shenzhen to reshaping the digital landscape across the globe, Tencent's legacy is already written, but the future, that remains to be seen. What do you think about Tencent's rise to power? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more inspiring business stories from Breakthrough Biz. Until next time, keep dreaming, business genius. Ryanair's strategy might seem ruthless, but it's undeniably effective. Unlike what you might expect, Ryanair doesn't buy older planes to save money. Instead, they order brand new Boeing 737s in bulk. New planes are more fuel efficient, reducing long-term costs. By sticking to a single aircraft model, Ryanair streamlines training, maintenance, and operations. This level of efficiency allows Ryanair to offer flights for under €30 while maintaining profit margins as high as 35%, far above the global airline average of 2.7%. The downside. Ryanair's methods have inspired some competitors, but few airlines take cost-cutting as far. While this approach is brilliant from a business perspective, it has earned Ryanair a reputation as one of the most hated airlines in the world. And Ryanair's response? They lean into it, often with unapologetic humor and trolling on social media. But love it or hate it, Ryanair's model has reshaped the airline industry. Chapter: Ryanair. Ryanair CEO, Michael O'Leary, is infamous for his bold and outrageous cost-cutting ideas, many of which have made headlines. From charging passengers to use the bathroom, to removing toilets altogether to add more seats, introducing a fat tax, or even selling standing tickets, his suggestions have often left people stunned. But O'Leary insists these measures would enable Ryanair to offer even cheaper flights, which, as he claims, is what customers ultimately want. He once explained, charging for toilet access makes perfect sense. It would discourage people from unnecessary trips and reduce queues around the lavatories. Of course, none of these ideas were ever implemented. In fact, Michael later admitted many of his statements were never serious. Instead, they were a brilliant strategy to generate free publicity. We had no budget for advertising or PR, so we needed someone loud to say outrageous things like charging for toilets or removing seats. None of it was ever planned, but it generated acres of free publicity. Free marketing. Ryanair saves millions on advertising by simply having O'Leary do interviews and make headline-grabbing comments. For instance, when asked why passengers were charged €50 to print their boarding passes at the airport, Michael bluntly replied, "Well, I think they should pay €100 for being so stupid." Another time, he joked, "If drink sales are slowing, we just ask the pilots to throw in a bit of turbulence." That always spikes sales. Ryanair also ran outrageous promotions, like offering tickets for just €1 on Valentine's Day, designed purely to grab attention. Controversy and complaints. While O'Leary's antics earned Ryanair plenty of free publicity, it hasn't been without backlash. The airline has faced countless complaints, horror stories, and even entire newspaper columns dedicated to their missteps. One infamous example was when a passenger was charged €50 to print out a boarding pass. Another time, hundreds of passengers stranded overnight after a cancelled flight asked if Ryanair would provide accommodation. O'Leary's response? Absolutely not. You booked a flight, not a hotel. One of the most criticized policies was charging disabled passengers up to €40 for wheelchair assistance. One woman recounted, "Despite booking assistance, I had to ask another passenger to push me to the gate. On my return, I waited an hour for help, sitting on the plane, getting colder and colder." The social media troll. Instead of addressing complaints with apologies, Ryanair has turned customer frustrations into viral content. For example, when a passenger complained about paying for a seat but not getting a window, Ryanair replied, "Read that again, but slowly. You paid for a seat." Another customer asked, "Where's my window?" Ryanair shot back, "Pay for the baggage you've stuffed under your jumper, then we'll talk." When someone mocked Ryanair's narrow boarding stairs by saying, "I'll bring my own stairs next time," the airline responded, "Bring your own plane next time." This trolling approach, while unconventional, has proven to be a genius marketing strategy. Ryanair's witty comebacks often go viral, drawing more attention to the brand and reinforcing their image as the ultimate low-cost airline. The bigger picture. Despite the controversies, Ryanair's no-frills approach has made it Europe's largest airline by passenger numbers. With fares averaging under €30 and flights sometimes sold for as little as €5, Ryanair has made air travel affordable for millions of people. As O'Leary himself puts it, "We don't treat you like royalty, but we're honest about what we are." Whether you love or hate them, Ryanair has revolutionized budget air travel, offering people the opportunity to explore Europe at prices that often rival train tickets. And in the end, that's what keeps customers coming back. So, there you have it, the story of Ryanair, a company that thrives on efficiency, bold strategies, and unapologetic honesty. While their cost-cutting measures and unconventional tactics might ruffle some feathers, they've undeniably reshaped the airline industry and made travel accessible to millions. Love them or hate them, Ryanair isn't just an airline, it's a symbol of how thinking differently can turn even the most unglamorous ideas into a global success story. What do you think of Ryanair's approach? Genius or just too ruthless? Let me know in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more inspiring stories of businesses that broke the mold and redefined success. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one on Breakthrough Biz. You're broke, behind on rent, and have no clear direction. That's exactly where Sarah Blakely, a struggling salesperson in her late 20s, found herself in 1998. But in a matter of 2 years, she would transform her idea into a billion-dollar empire, Spanx, a name that's now synonymous with shapewear. How did she go from selling fax machines door-to-door to becoming the youngest self-made female billionaire? Sarah grew up in Clearwater, Florida. Her childhood? Pretty ordinary. Her father, a lawyer, taught her one important lesson: failure isn't the end. Every week, he'd ask at dinner, "What did you fail at this week?" This mindset planted a seed. Failure was just a step towards growth. After college, she dreamed of becoming a lawyer, but her LSAT scores were too low. Instead, she took a job at Disney World as a character in a Goofy costume. After leaving Disney, she landed a job selling fax machines. Imagine cold calling 8 hours a day, getting doors slammed in your face. But Sarah had grit, and those rejections built her resilience. One day, preparing for a party, Sarah realized she hated how her outfit fit. Her white pants showed every line of her underwear. Desperate for a fix, she cut the feet off a pair of control-top pantyhose and wore them underneath. It wasn't perfect, but it worked, and more importantly, it sparked an idea. What if there was a product that smoothed out problem areas but wasn't as bulky or uncomfortable as traditional shapewear? Sarah didn't have experience in fashion or manufacturing, but she started researching. She called hosiery mills across the US pitching her idea. She was rejected over and over again. Most of them laughed, saying, "This isn't how things are done." After months of no's, one mill owner decided to take a chance. Why? His daughters thought the idea was genius. Sarah used her life savings of $5,000 to create her first prototypes. But she didn't stop there, she also needed a name. She wanted something catchy, so she chose Spanx, a cheeky name that would stick in people's minds. With her prototype ready, Sarah approached department stores, but no one was biting. Finally, she met a buyer at Neiman Marcus. Sarah didn't just talk about her product, she showed its value. In the middle of the meeting, she excused herself, went to the bathroom, and put on her Spanx. When she returned, she showed the buyer the difference. That bold move? It worked. Neiman Marcus agreed to stock Spanx in 7 stores. Next, she needed buzz. Without a marketing budget, Sarah sent samples to Oprah Winfrey's stylist. Oprah loved Spanx and featured them on her show as one of her favorite things. That endorsement changed everything. Overnight, Spanx became a household name. As Spanx grew, Sarah stayed involved in every detail. She designed the packaging herself, choosing bright red to stand out on shelves. Her innovation didn't stop at shapewear. She kept launching new products, from leggings to bras, all with comfort and confidence in mind. By 2012, Sarah was on the cover of Forbes as the youngest self-made female billionaire. But she didn't let success go to her head. Sarah pledged to donate half her wealth to charity and launched programs to support female entrepreneurs. Sarah Blakely turned $5,000 and a wild idea into an iconic brand. Her story proves that you don't need connections, experience, or even a business degree to succeed. You just need resilience, creativity, and the courage to take that first step. What's your wild idea waiting to happen? Let me know in the comments below. The world of social media thrives on illusion, carefully crafted perfection designed to impress, not connect. But amid the noise, a revolution quietly began. An app that doesn't celebrate followers or filters but demands authenticity. This is BeReal, the app that dared to defy the rules and brought reality back into a digital world obsessed with appearances. From a tiny French startup to a global phenomenon, this is the story of how 2 visionaries sparked a movement that's forcing us all to face the truth unedited and undeniable. BeReal started in 2020, founded by 2 French entrepreneurs, Alexis Barriot and Kevin Perrault. Their mission? To combat the performative, often fake nature of social media by creating an app that encourages authenticity. Unlike other platforms that celebrate perfection, BeReal focused on the everyday, the mundane, and the unfiltered. It was an ambitious idea in a world obsessed with highlight reels. Here's how it works: once a day, at a random time, BeReal sends a notification to its users. You have just 2 minutes to take and share a photo of whatever you're doing at that exact moment, no filters, no retakes. The app captures 2 photos simultaneously, one from your front camera and one from the back, creating a snapshot that's as raw and honest as it gets. In 2022, BeReal's growth exploded, especially among Gen Z, who were tired of the polished perfection of other platforms. By 2023, the app had become a global phenomenon, with users across Europe, the US, and beyond. What made BeReal different wasn't just its concept, it was the community it built. People loved the feeling of intimacy and spontaneity, knowing their friends were sharing the same moment in time, no matter where they were in the world. Of course, BeReal wasn't without its challenges. Critics dismissed it as a fleeting trend, questioning whether people would stick with an app that only lets you post once a day. But BeReal leaned into its simplicity. Unlike other platforms chasing algorithms and engagement, BeReal focused on fostering real connections, something people craved in an age of digital disconnection. The biggest question for BeReal was, how do you monetize authenticity without ruining it? Instead of bombarding users with ads or sponsored content, BeReal explored partnerships and subscription features to maintain its core values. And the result? A sustainable business model that didn't compromise the user experience, proving that profit and purpose can coexist. BeReal's success sent shockwaves through the social media world. Competitors like Instagram and Snapchat rushed to copy its features, introducing their own real moments. But BeReal had something those giants didn't: the trust of users who wanted something genuine. The rise of BeReal isn't just about an app, it's about a shift in how we connect. It reminds us that sometimes, less is more. That authenticity beats algorithms. And that the best moments aren't always picture perfect, they're the ones you don't expect. BeReal's journey proves that even in a crowded market, a simple idea can change everything. Will it stay on top? Only time will tell. What do you think of BeReal's approach to social media? Let us know in the comments below. And if this story inspired you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Breakthrough Biz for more incredible stories of innovation and success. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. And she always gave Ingvar the courage to make bigger moves, like when he borrowed around 600 kronor so that he could import 500 Parisian fountain pens. And now that he was a natural salesman, he made his biggest profit yet. However, Franziska's influence on Ingvar was not all positive. You see, Franziska came from a German state called Sudetenland, which after World War I, became part of Czechoslovakia. But Franziska was a German who did not feel identified nationally with Czechoslovakia, so the happiest day of her life was actually when Nazi Germany annexed Czechoslovakia in 1938. From Franziska's point of view, the Nazis were reuniting Germans with Germans, so they were like saviors to her. Unfortunately, Franziska was so passionate about the Nazis that her Nazi regime hadn't come to light yet, so Ingvar was totally indoctrinated into Nazi ideology by his family. In his teen years, he even recruited a few friends into the Swedish Nazi Party, and later on, this would come back to haunt him. It was also in his teen years that Ingvar moved to a boarding school. He often struggled with his classwork, especially because he had dyslexia. But whilst at school, Ingvar was continuing his business by selling watches, pens, belts, and wallets to his schoolmates. This one-man operation was looking like a real business, so Ingvar figured, why not make it a real business? As a graduation gift, Ingvar's father gave him the money for the firm's registration fee, and so in 1943, the trading company IKEA was officially created. Ingvar was just 17 at the time, and the business had no physical shop, it was a simple mail-order company. Buying cheap goods and reselling them at a higher price, just like Ingvar had done all through his childhood. In fact, this tiny shed near his home is where he kept packages that were to be picked up for delivery. As for the name, that was pretty simple too. The I and K in IKEA stand for Ingvar Kamprad. The E stands for Elmträd, the name of the family farm, and the S stands for Agunnaryd, the nearby village. So, how exactly did IKEA go from this shed to a billion-dollar business empire? Chapter 2: Changing the Game. In the first days of IKEA, Ingvar was as energetic as ever. He imported all the products that had sold well from his youth, like pens and watches, and then upgraded the business by adding even more products. IKEA was doing okay, but Ingvar's education still wasn't complete. Right after graduating, he began studying business and commerce, and his parents agreed to take over some of IKEA's workload for the time being. In business school, Ingvar was able to take his natural talent for entrepreneurship and fill in the gaps of the things he didn't know yet. For example, ever since his childhood, Ingvar had wondered why many products were so cheap to make, but so expensive to buy. He knew from experience that the manufacturing cost of a regular pen was less than 1 Swedish cent, but buying it from a grocery store cost 10 cents. It wasn't that one particular grocery store was just charging a massive premium. If that was the case, other stores would just lower their prices and steal their customers. Ingvar figured the problem was that most businesses focused all their efforts on efficient production and manufacturing, but very little effort was focused on distribution. Ingvar realized IKEA's success rested on how efficiently their distribution was set up, finding the most cost-efficient way to get products from factories to customers. After all, IKEA was importing the same products as everyone else, so the only way to get an advantage over the competition was simply to be a more efficient business. This was tough at first. All while running IKEA from a distance with the help of his family, Ingvar studied business, worked as a store clerk, and even did military training, so the business was anything but efficient, and Ingvar worked extremely long hours day and night. But after 5 years of this, Ingvar finally had the freedom to run IKEA full-time, and he wanted to go bigger. And she always gave Ingvar the courage to make bigger moves, like when he borrowed around 600 kronor so that he could import 500 Parisian fountain pens. And now that he was a natural salesman, he made his biggest profit yet. However, Franziska's influence on Ingvar was not all positive. You see, Franziska came from a German state called Sudetenland, which after World War I, became part of Czechoslovakia. But Franziska was a German who did not feel identified nationally with Czechoslovakia, so the happiest day of her life was actually when Nazi Germany annexed Czechoslovakia in 1938. From Franziska's point of view, the Nazis were reuniting Germans with Germans, so they were like saviors to her. Unfortunately, Franziska was so passionate about the Nazis that her Nazi regime hadn't come to light yet, so Ingvar was totally indoctrinated into Nazi ideology by his family. In his teen years, he even recruited a few friends into the Swedish Nazi Party, and later on, this would come back to haunt him. It was also in his teen years that Ingvar moved to a boarding school. He often struggled with his classwork, especially because he had dyslexia. But whilst at school, Ingvar was continuing his business by selling watches, pens, belts, and wallets to his schoolmates. This one-man operation was looking like a real business, so Ingvar figured, why not make it a real business? As a graduation gift, Ingvar's father gave him the money for the firm's registration fee, and so in 1943, the trading company IKEA was officially created. Ingvar was just 17 at the time, and the business had no physical shop. It was a simple mail-order company, buying cheap goods and reselling them at a higher price, just like Ingvar had done all through his childhood. In fact, this tiny shed near his home is where he kept packages that were to be picked up for delivery. As for the name, that was pretty simple too. The I and K in IKEA stand for Ingvar Kamprad. The E stands for Elmträd, the name of the family farm, and the S stands for Agunnaryd, the nearby village. So, how exactly did IKEA go from this shed to $1 billion business empire? Chapter 2, Changing the Game. In the first days of IKEA, Ingvar was as energetic as ever. He imported all the products that had sold well from his youth, like pens and watches, and then upgraded the business by adding even more products. IKEA was doing okay, but Ingvar's education still wasn't complete. Right after graduating, he began studying business and commerce, and his parents agreed to take over some of IKEA's workload for the time being. In business school, Ingvar was able to take his natural talent for entrepreneurship and fill in the gaps of the things he didn't know yet. For example, ever since his childhood, Ingvar had wondered why many products were so cheap to make, but so expensive to buy. He knew from experience that the manufacturing cost of a regular pen was less than 1 Swedish cent, but buying it from a grocery store cost 10 cents. It wasn't that one particular grocery store was just charging a massive premium. If that was the case, other stores would just lower their prices and steal their customers. Ingvar figured the problem was that most businesses focused all their efforts on efficient production and manufacturing, but very little effort was focused on distribution. Ingvar realized IKEA's success rested on how efficiently their distribution was set up, finding the most cost-efficient way to get products from factories to customers. After all, IKEA was importing the same products as everyone else, so the only way to get an advantage over the competition was simply to be a more efficient business. This was tough at first. All while running IKEA from a distance with the help of his family, Ingvar studied business, worked as a store clerk, and even did military training, so the business was anything but efficient, and Ingvar worked extremely long hours day and night. But after 5 years of this, Ingvar finally had the freedom to run IKEA full-time, and he wanted to go bigger. So in 1948, he decided to add furniture to his product line. This was great timing, as after World War II, the Swedish government built lots of new affordable housing that all needed furnishing. Demand for cheap furniture was high, and so furniture sales soon overtook the other small items Ingvar was selling. Plus, there were a handful of small furniture makers in the area, so it was easy enough to buy it from them in bulk and then sell the individual pieces for a profit. What wasn't easy for Ingvar was keeping track of all the different items he was ordering. You see, because of Ingvar's dyslexia, he couldn't keep track of all the different codes for the individual items, so instead, he decided to give them more memorable names. For example, bathroom items were named after Swedish bodies of water. Desks and chairs were given male Scandinavian names. And children's products were given the names of Scandinavian mammals and birds. When Ingvar sent out a brochure advertising IKEA's new furniture offerings with these eye-catching names, a lot of mail orders came in. As IKEA expanded, the family farm was cleared out in order to manage the workload, and every member of the Kamprad family helped out however they could. The family was a business, and the business was a family. Before long, Ingvar had hired a staff of 8 people, and he greeted everyone with a hug and considered them his family as well. IKEA's foray into furniture was a massive success, and it was growing steadily, but there was a massive problem on the horizon. You see, IKEA was a mail-order business. They would mail out brochures advertising their products, and then customers could mail them back with an order. The problem was that IKEA was just one out of hundreds of mail-order retailers that also sold furniture, and they all bought it from the same suppliers. With so many sellers in a single market, IKEA and other businesses had virtually no way to stand out other than lowering their prices, but this meant IKEA's profit margins were getting dangerously thin. The only way to mitigate this was to cut costs, but that meant the quality of the furniture suffered, and mail-order furniture was getting a terrible reputation. Ingvar knew that if IKEA didn't evolve soon, its days were numbered. But that's when he remembered what he learned back in business school. If Ingvar could design a more cost-effective distribution pipeline than its competitors, IKEA could cut costs without sacrificing quality. This way they could lower their prices and still make a big profit. To do this, Ingvar reimagined IKEA's entire business model. First, he bought a large rundown department store for around $1,600. It was a steal, and after paying $75,000 for renovations, Ingvar beautifully designed the store with IKEA's main furniture offerings. Then, Ingvar cancelled most of IKEA's product lines and sent out an advertising brochure announcing that they were now exclusively a furniture and domestic products business. This would simplify the supply chain massively. Ingvar's new distribution strategy was now in motion. IKEA would mail out catalogs just like they used to, but customers would actually come to the store to buy a piece of furniture. Because of this, IKEA no longer had to worry about shipping, which reduced their distribution costs massively, and thus let Ingvar achieve his initial goal: maintain quality, lower prices, and still make a big profit. No other furniture business had combined mail order with a retail location, so IKEA was pioneering a new and risky strategy. But on opening day in 1953, Ingvar saw a line of more than 1,000 customers lined up outside IKEA. He was actually worried that the Swedish buns he was giving out for free wouldn't be nearly enough for everyone, or worse, that the rundown building he had bought would collapse under the weight of so many people. Thankfully though, the building held, and more buns were cooked just in time. Ingvar described that day as one long rush of constant and joyous work, and since IKEA's consistent quality and lower prices were irresistible to customers, the following days didn't disappoint either. The IKEA store became something of a local tourist attraction, with people coming in from all over Sweden. Ingvar even built a hotel with a pool right next to it. It also helped that people had been skeptical of ordering low-priced furniture from mail-order catalogs, so allowing people to come and see it themselves in store was hugely popular. But by still sending out the mail-order catalogs, IKEA could still reach customers in a very wide area. And thus, Ingvar's gamble was a big success. But on a larger scale, IKEA was still just one player in a massive industry, and the biggest furniture retailers saw IKEA's new methods as a threat. Ingvar didn't know it yet, but IKEA had just made some powerful enemies. In the mid-1950s, IKEA was growing at record pace, and to a large group of Swedish furniture dealers, this was alarming. All of IKEA's competitors still used the standard mail-order model, which meant they couldn't match IKEA's prices without becoming unprofitable. Because of this, the National Association of Furniture Dealers tried everything they could to destroy IKEA before it outgrew them. Now at the time, trade fairs were a crucial part of how IKEA and other furniture dealers got customers. Most of them just showed off brochures of their furniture, but Ingvar actually brought it with him, and since his prices were unbeatable, customers always flocked to IKEA's stands. Because of this, the other furniture dealers tried to use their influence to disrupt IKEA in any way they could. Firstly, they complained that trade fairs were just for showing items, not selling them like IKEA did. And so they managed to get IKEA banned from selling anything at the trade fairs. But Ingvar responded by creating subsidiary companies and selling furniture through them instead. The furniture dealers' countermove was to ban all selling at trade fairs, but Ingvar answered by showing off how much lower IKEA's prices were compared to theirs. The furniture dealers then banned every exhibit from showing prices, to which Ingvar responded by setting up his own trade fairs in Sweden's largest cities. It got to the point where the furniture dealers got IKEA, and even Ingvar personally, banned from attending or hosting any trade fairs. But even then, Ingvar still had them beat. He snuck into a trade fair rolled up inside of a carpet. And so, despite every attempt to destroy IKEA, the furniture dealers were unable to stop Ingvar. He was always too crafty for them. They compared IKEA to a monster with 7 heads. Every time they cut one off, another one grew in its place. And IKEA was now growing incredibly fast, so before it could eclipse them all, the furniture dealers delivered one final, and potentially deadly attack to IKEA. In a letter to all Swedish furniture suppliers, the National Association of Furniture Dealers put it plain and simple: if you sell to IKEA, we will no longer buy from you. In an instant, furniture suppliers began cutting ties with IKEA. They could either sell to one small but growing company, or to the entire industry, and the choice was obvious for the vast majority of suppliers. Only a few furniture suppliers remained loyal to IKEA, but even they used fake addresses, removed the logos from their vehicles, and made secret deliveries in the middle of the night in order to avoid associating themselves publicly with IKEA. This time, the threat was real. IKEA had a ton of customers waiting to buy furniture, but no way to supply them, and Ingvar had to act fast in order for IKEA to survive. Firstly, he made sure to reward the few suppliers who were still helping him out. Whereas most furniture dealers took around 3 or 4 months to pay their suppliers, Ingvar made sure they were paid within 10 days at most, and treated like royalty. Secondly, IKEA started making its own designs. Many furniture dealers refused to work with suppliers who sold them the same products they sold to IKEA. But Ingvar realized if IKEA made some minor adjustments, they could claim it was an entirely different product, and win some suppliers back. And finally, Ingvar secured an emergency supply of wooden chairs to be made in Poland. Just a few years later, Poland became one of IKEA's key suppliers, because it was completely out of reach from IKEA's Swedish enemies back home. Thanks to all this, IKEA was able to dodge a potentially devastating attack from its competition. In Ingvar's words, the boycott only made IKEA stronger. And now, they had a stable foundation of suppliers to rely on, and unique designs unlike anything else in the market. Chapter 6: Tax Troubles. Ingvar's dream was for his children to inherit the business, but Sweden's inheritance taxes were extremely high. So instead, Ingvar hired an army of lawyers from all over the world. Their mission was to make IKEA independent of any single country, and protected from any harmful outsiders trying to take it over. It took IKEA's lawyers more than 7 years of making shell companies, foundations and trusts in every tax haven in the world, but in the end IKEA's corporate structure became an impenetrable and untaxable labyrinth. The original IKEA company became owned by a holding company whose profits are moved to a tax-exempt non-profit, who later indirectly moves its money into the Stichting INGKA Foundation, which is based in the Netherlands. Completely apart from this is a trust, which owns a Dutch holding company, which owns another holding company in Luxembourg, which owns IKEA's intellectual property. If you're thinking this all sounds very confusing, you're right, and that's a just grossly oversimplified version. The point is that IKEA's complicated structure has led to controversy, with many accusing the company of reorganizing itself in order to avoid paying taxes. Today, 50 years after this restructuring took place, the foundation Ingvar created is technically the fourth largest charity in the world. But either way, in the time it took IKEA to become a tax-exempt Dutch charity, Ingvar was busy replicating the success in his first stores across the rest of the world, and perfecting the formula even more each time. By the end of the 70s, there were more than 20 new IKEA stores in countries like Canada, Switzerland, and Australia, and Ingvar's plans for the 80s were even more ambitious. However, Ingvar wasn't prepared for what was coming next. The dark shadow of his past was catching up to him, and it would launch him into the biggest controversies of his life. Save money on every delivery you send. During the 80s, IKEA was growing at its fastest rate ever. Chapter 7: The Ghost of the Past. But Ingvar still saw everyone involved in the company as family. He was famous for meeting employees with a big bear hug, getting to know as many of them as he could, and all around being loved by everybody. However, not many people outside of IKEA personally knew Ingvar. He was just the owner of some giant Swedish furniture company, so when a journalist discovered that Ingvar had been an avid Nazi enthusiast in his youth, his entire reputation was at stake. In 1994, the journalist reached out to Ingvar for a comment, to which Ingvar wrote back saying he was willing to talk openly about everything. After all, Ingvar was indoctrinated into Nazi ideology through his grandmother when he was too young to think independently. Now that the terrible reality of the Third Reich was public information, he had changed his views completely. So, Ingvar thought that by being totally transparent about everything, any controversy would go away once people heard his story. However, the journalist had come across two documents alleging that Ingvar had attended a fascist meeting as late as 1958. At that point, World War II had been over for over a decade, and Ingvar was 32 years old. This was no longer a story about an innocent boy who had been indoctrinated by his family, it was a story about a mature businessman who might just be an active Nazi, and when the story broke out, newspapers in all of Europe circulated the rumor. IKEA went into crisis mode, and demanded answers from its founder. Ingvar wrote an open letter to everyone, openly explaining the story of his indoctrination, his involvement with the Swedish Nazi Party, expressing his regrets, and begging for everyone's forgiveness. As for the accusation that he was an active Nazi, Ingvar disproved it by saying that 1958, the year of the alleged meeting, had been the year when IKEA's first store was being heavily renovated. He was simply too busy with work to worry about politics. In fact, Ingvar had not attended any such meeting, and despite the news fiasco this initial story caused, Ingvar had done one thing correctly. He was honest about everything, and when people heard his version of the story, the controversy died down. At least, that was until 1998. This time, another news story broke out, alleging that Ingvar had financed the start of IKEA by borrowing Nazi money. Again, another barrage of headlines rolled out in the newspapers, but Ingvar didn't really care about the claim that he had borrowed money from Nazis. He was furious that anyone thought he had borrowed money at all. In his words, "They could have accused me of murder, but not of borrowing money." In the entire lifespan of IKEA, Ingvar had never taken out a loan, so the claim was totally false. This time though, IKEA's employees didn't demand answers. Instead, they offered their full support for Ingvar, and he was so grateful that he broke down in tears. However, rumors of Ingvar's involvement with the Nazis never completely went away. For example, throughout his life he had remained acquainted with a Swedish Nazi activist and Holocaust denier, and Ingvar even invited him to his wedding and called him a great man. It's also known that in the 80s, some of IKEA's suppliers in East Germany were using forced labor, and it's very likely that IKEA's executives were aware of it and did nothing to intervene. But either way, despite the controversies surrounding Ingvar's past, IKEA was on its way to conquering the world. Throughout the 90s, IKEA built more than 70 new megastores and became one of the world's strongest brands. And in 2008, IKEA took the throne as the world's largest furniture retailer. IKEA's success, and the fact the company had remained private, meant Ingvar became one of the richest people in the world. And yet he still maintained his frugal lifestyle. He lived in the same house, drove the same old Volvo for 20 years and always flew economy. Ingvar passed away at 91 years old in 2018. Today IKEA has well over 450 locations, and so it's not surprising that some crazy stories have happened at IKEA stores. There's a few troubling ones, like when a 12-year-old boy ran away from home and got lost in an IKEA for 6 days. But there's also some heartwarming stories too. Like a couple who met for the first time at their local IKEA and decided to have their wedding there as well. Whatever you think of IKEA, there's no denying that it's one of the most fascinating companies around. They've sparked several important retail innovations that other companies around the world now use. The stock market is crashing, and everyone's saying you should get out now before Trump triggers a full-blown recession. That's exactly what the mainstream media wants you to believe. Headlines scream disaster, social media is in a frenzy, and everyone's asking the same question. Should I sell now before it gets worse? But there's more to this story than meets the eye. If you've followed me for a while, you know I'm a serious investor, obsessed with the stock market. And since so many of you have started investing because of my videos, I feel responsible for giving you my honest take on the situation. So, before you panic, let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture together. Every market crash has a cause, and this one is no different. It's not random. There are 3 major triggers driving this, and they all tie back to one man, Donald Trump. Now, before anyone jumps to conclusions, this isn't about politics. I'm not here to take sides. I'm just a British investor looking in, focused on how this impacts people like you and me. Let's break down the 3 biggest triggers behind this crash, why they matter, and what you can actually do to benefit from the chaos. Trigger 1: Trump's trade war. Trump has always pitched himself as the ultimate dealmaker, the guy who fights for American jobs and plays hardball with other countries. But the trade wars he's started could raise your grocery bill and even trigger a recession. The last time the US tried this, it helped spark the Great Depression, wiping out jobs and wrecking the economy. Now, it feels like history might be repeating itself. Stocks are crashing, prices are rising, and if this spirals, it won't just hurt Wall Street, it'll hit you where it matters most, your bank account. Let's go back to 1930, when the US government introduced massive tariffs, taxes on imported goods, to protect American businesses from foreign competition. It was called the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, and it became one of the worst economic mistakes in history. At first, it seemed like a good idea. American companies wouldn't have to compete with cheap imports, and more products would be made in the USA. But the problem? Other countries retaliated. Nations that once traded with the US raised their own tariffs, making it harder for American businesses to sell products overseas. Trade slowed to a crawl. Businesses collapsed. Millions lost their jobs. Instead of fixing the economy, it turned a regular recession into the Great Depression, one of the worst financial crises ever. Fast forward nearly a century, and Trump has brought tariffs back in a big way. In February 2025, he announced a 10% tariff on Canadian energy imports and a 25% tariff on other Canadian goods. Canada fired back with a 25% tariff on American imports. Then, Ontario added a 25% surcharge on electricity exports to US states like New York, Michigan, and Minnesota. That move, honestly, was more symbolic and wouldn't have seriously hurt the US economy. But Trump didn't hold back. Instead of brushing it off, he escalated things, increasing tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum to 50%. That wasn't just for show. It hit Canada's manufacturing industry hard, and it also drove up steel prices for American businesses that rely on imports. So why am I telling you all this? Because this is where the real problem starts. Tariffs sound good on paper. They're supposed to punish foreign businesses and encourage more American-made products. But in reality, they hurt regular people more than anyone else. As a business owner who manufactures products and imports from China myself, I can tell you, when businesses are forced to pay more for materials, they don't just absorb the cost. They pass it on to customers. That means higher prices on cars, appliances, and electronics. Food gets more expensive because supply chains are disrupted. Essentials cost more, and household budgets get stretched even thinner. Meanwhile, other countries aren't just sitting around while Trump raises tariffs. They're forming new alliances to trade without the US leading the charge as China, along with the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, all working together to reduce dependence on American trade. The more the US isolates itself, the more other countries look elsewhere for business. So, what's my take as an experienced investor? If Trump goes all in on this trade war, history suggests it'll do more harm than good. Some industries might get a short-term boost, but the long-term damage, higher prices, weaker global ties, and a slowing US economy could far outweigh any benefits. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't think Trump actually wants high tariffs. Sounds crazy, right? But hear me out. At his core, Trump is a businessman and a deal-maker, just like me. That's why I believe he's using tariffs as a negotiation tactic, not as the end goal. So what does he really want? In my opinion, he's after free global trade, but on terms that favor the US. And if he pulls that off, it could pay off big time. The problem is, his approach is creating massive uncertainty. The constant backtracking, new tariffs, and mixed signals are spooking the stock market. And here's what every investor knows: markets hate unpredictability. If this drags on too long, it could shake investor confidence so badly that it triggers a recession. And even Trump's own administration admits that's a risk they're willing to take. Right now, the market isn't just reacting to the tariffs, it's reacting to the uncertainty about what comes next. And in investing, uncertainty is one of the biggest killers Trump's
of
NATO
confidence.
views. The second trigger is Trump's position on NATO. He's repeatedly questioned the alliance's purpose, arguing the US shouldn't continue defending allies unless they pay more for their protection. While that might sound reasonable, pulling back US support could create a power vacuum that countries like Russia and China could exploit. And markets hate uncertainty. The moment investors sense global instability, panic sets in. A weakened NATO might embolden Russia to push further into Europe or spark new conflicts as countries adjust to a world without America as the global police force. More conflicts mean higher military spending, disrupted trade, and soaring energy prices, all of which could send markets tumbling. 3. Trump's alleged plan to crash the market. The third trigger is a bold theory that Trump might be deliberately crashing the stock market. Sounds crazy, right? But there's logic behind it. Trump has always hated high interest rates, calling them ridiculous, and he's frequently criticized the Federal Reserve for keeping them high. Now, while the Fed operates independently, its decisions depend on economic conditions. If the market crashes and a recession looms, the Fed must act, slashing rates to avoid a meltdown. But why would Trump want that? Because high and consumer spending shrinks. For Trump, who thrives on growth, that's unacceptable. More importantly, high rates make the government's $36.5 trillion debt insanely expensive, like maxing out a credit card with 10% interest. Imagine paying $3,650 annually just in interest on a $36,500 debt. But if rates drop to 3%, that interest falls to $1,095, saving over $2,500 yearly. Now scale that to trillions. Lower rates could save the government billions, even trillions, in interest. If Trump triggers this scenario, it could be one of the boldest financial plays in history. If this theory holds, we're not facing a long-term collapse, just a temporary shakeup before a rebound. How to benefit from a market crash. So, how do you benefit from this potential crash? First, understand market crashes aren't rare, they're a normal part of investing. Every few years, markets dip, the media screams it's over, but history proves otherwise. Every US market crash has eventually been followed by a recovery. The people who panic and sell lose. The ones who stay calm and invest wisely often come out on top. Here's what you can do. Step 1. Invest during the dip. Before investing, build a strong foundation, an emergency fund covering 3 to 6 months of expenses, and pay off high-interest debts above 8%. If you're ready, now could be the perfect time to start investing. stocks are essentially on sale. In 2008, I kept investing at the bottom and saw my portfolio double within years, while my friends who panicked missed out. No one can time the bottom perfectly, but consistently investing during a downturn means buying assets at a discount. Apps like Trading 212 even offer free fractional shares worth up to £100 with the code Tilbury when you fund your account. Check the link in the description if you're interested. Underscore. Step 2. Stay disciplined and think long-term. Market crashes follow cycles, corrections, 10 to 20% drops, bear markets, 20 to 40%, and rare full collapses, 40% plus. Historically, even the worst crashes are followed by major recoveries. Most beginners fail because of emotional decisions, selling during fear and buying during greed. Instead, stick to strategies like dollar cost averaging, invest a fixed amount every month, no matter what the market is doing. This minimizes risk and builds long-term wealth. Step 3. Diversify your investments. Never put all your money in one asset. Diversification is your best defense. Spread investments across stocks, bonds, real estate, precious metals like gold, and even cryptocurrency. Consider dividend-paying stocks too, they provide income even when markets drop. Remember, market crashes aren't the end. If you stay informed, disciplined, and patient, you'll be the one capitalizing on opportunities while others panic. This isn't the time to fear, it's the time to prepare. The smart moves you make now could set you up for massive gains when the market rebounds. If you got value from this video, do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next one. BeReal was once one of the fastest growing apps in the world. In just a year, it skyrocketed to the #1 spot on the App Store, amassing over 80 million downloads. It was hailed as the anti-Instagram, and competitors were seriously worried. It seemed like every Gen Z user was on BeReal daily, and there was nothing quite like it. Yet, somehow, BeReal disappeared almost overnight. Search interest plummeted by 94%, and in mid-2024, the app was quietly sold to Voodoo for just €500 million, despite making no revenue. How does an app build such a massive, loyal following only to collapse so suddenly? What really happened to BeReal? The rise of BeReal. In 2020, at the height of the pandemic, two French developers were working on something big. Alexis had just left his job at GoPro, and Kevin had just graduated from 42, a prestigious software academy. Their vision? To create something different, an app that countered Instagram's curated perfection. BeReal was simple. Once a day, at a random time, users received a notification prompting them to be real. They had 2 minutes to take a photo using both their front and back cameras, capturing an unfiltered moment of their daily life. Users could ignore the notification and post later, but with a catch: any delayed post would be labeled as late. Filters were restricted, and BeReal even showed how many times a photo was res hot. It was designed to be the exact opposite of Instagram: raw, unedited, and spontaneous. At first, BeReal struggled to gain traction. But by 2022, things exploded. Downloads skyrocketed from just 1 million in early 2022 to 53 million by October, with 20 million daily active users. By mid-2022, it hit #1 on the App Store and reached 83 million downloads by the end of the year. The app's meteoric rise was largely driven by Gen Z. About 80% of users were under 25, a demographic frustrated with the unrealistic perfection of social media. BeReal felt different. It embraced authenticity, spontaneity, and imperfection. The success was so overwhelming that even Instagram rushed to copy BeReal, as it does with every new trend. But despite this massive growth, cracks began to form. The free fall. By October 2022, analysts estimated BeReal had around 15 million daily active users. But just a few months later, by March 2023, that number had fallen to just 6 million. Downloads also slowed dramatically. While BeReal had gained 83 million downloads in 2022, it only added 28 million more in 2023. The trend continued into 2024, with the app rapidly losing relevance. So, what went wrong? The Vine parallel. BeReal's downfall mirrored another once dominant platform, Vine. Back in 2012, Vine was essentially TikTok before TikTok. It was a vertical video platform that quickly became the fastest growing app in the world. But it had a major restriction: videos could only be 6 seconds long. While this led to some creative content, it also became its biggest limitation. By 2013, Vine had hundreds of millions of users and was acquired by Twitter. But the app had no monetization, no ads, no sponsorships, and no way for creators to make money. Maintaining it became too expensive, and by 2017, Twitter shut Vine down. BeReal made the same mistakes. BeReal's fatal flaws. Like Vine, BeReal had no monetization strategy. The platform was entirely free, with no ads and no paid features. This stance was intentional. The app was supposed to be an escape from Instagram's ad-heavy experience. But in the long run, this meant there was no sustainable business model. Initially, BeReal followed the common startup strategy of surviving on venture capital. They raised $30 million in 2021, then another $90 million in 2022. But once user numbers started to decline, the lack of revenue became a serious problem. Beyond monetization, BeReal's core mechanic, the random daily photo, also became its biggest weakness. At first, the unpredictability of the notifications was fun. But over time, it became frustrating. If the notification arrived while users were busy driving, working, or just not in the mood, they felt pressured to post anyway. Eventually, the novelty wore off. What started as an exciting daily ritual turned into an obligation. Worse still, BeReal enforced strict rules. If users didn't take a photo, they couldn't see their friends' posts. This felt more like a punishment than an incentive, making the app feel restrictive and controlling. Gen Z, known for questioning authority, didn't respond well to this. An app that once felt like freedom now felt like a chore. Missed opportunities. Unlike Snapchat or TikTok, which constantly introduce new features to keep users engaged, BeReal didn't evolve. It lacked new incentives, gamification, or features that encouraged people to stay active. Ironically, BeReal introduced a Streaks feature in 2024, a system similar to Snapchat's, but by then, it was too late. Most users had already left. The acquisition. By early 2024, BeReal's active users had mostly disappeared. But unlike Vine, BeReal didn't shut down. Instead, it was acquired. In June 2024, French mobile gaming company Voodoo bought BeReal for €500 million. While this seemed like a decent payout, it raised questions. Unlike Meta or Twitter, Voodoo isn't a social media company. It specializes in casual mobile games, notorious for aggressive monetization and intrusive ads. Why would a gaming company buy a dying social media platform? There are two likely explanations. 1. Voodoo wants to break into the social media space. They may be planning to revamp BeReal's monetization with ad-heavy strategies. 2. They wanted the user data. BeReal's daily engagement model provided valuable behavioral insights on Gen Z. Shortly after the acquisition, Voodoo laid off portions of BeReal's staff, further fueling speculation that the app's future is uncertain. The legacy of BeReal. BeReal was a fascinating experiment. It stood for something important: authenticity in a world of curated perfection. It was a bold rejection of traditional social media, and for a moment, it seemed like it could redefine how we connect online. But the same things that made BeReal unique, its rigid format, lack of monetization, and restrictive rules, ultimately led to its downfall. The lesson? Virality alone isn't enough. Monetization, user retention, and adaptability matter just as much as rapid growth. Even the most innovative ideas need to evolve to survive. BeReal may not be completely dead, but its golden era is over. Whether Voodoo can revive it or not remains to be seen. BeReal's story is a powerful reminder that sometimes, what makes an app special can also be what holds it back. In a world driven by constant growth, monetization, and user retention, even the most unique ideas can struggle to survive. Whether Voodoo revives BeReal or it fades quietly into tech history, its rise and fall will always be a fascinating case study in the social media world. What do you think? Was BeReal just a fad, or did it deserve better? Let me know in the comments. And if you enjoyed this breakdown, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more stories like this. Thanks for watching. If you're not paying for the product, you are the product. You're being programmed. How does WhatsApp make money? What started as a simple business question led me down a much darker rabbit hole, one that impacts every single one of us. But to understand it, we need to rewind a bit. It's 2009. The iPhone had recently revolutionized the phone industry, and people were starting to grasp the idea of smartphone apps. Facebook was booming, and around this time, a guy named Brian Acton applied for a job there. He got rejected. But instead of dwelling on it, he tweeted that he was looking forward to his next adventure. That adventure came a few months later when Brian and his friend Jan Koum had an idea for their own app, WhatsApp. At first, it was meant to be a simple status update tool. But once they added private messaging, things took off. It gained popularity fast, mainly because, back then, texting was still expensive, while WhatsApp offered instant global messaging completely free. The money problem. Free apps typically make money in one of three ways: ads, in-app purchases, or by selling user data. But WhatsApp's founders hated ads. They'd left their previous jobs at Yahoo largely because of disagreements over the aggressive use of advertising. They even posted a blog explaining why they despised ads. So that option was off the table. They didn't want to clutter the app with paid features either. Their goal was simple: create a great product people actually wanted to use. Selling user data? That wasn't an option either. Both founders were strong privacy advocates. For a while, they survived off seed funding from a few wealthy Yahoo friends, keeping expenses as low as possible. The team worked off cheap IKEA tables and wore blankets for warmth, a far cry from the flashy Silicon Valley startup stereotype. They were frugal and focused purely on building the product. But as the app grew and features like photo messaging were added, WhatsApp needed more money to pay for servers and grow the team. That's when they introduced a $1 fee. In some countries, you paid up front to download the app. In others, it was free for a year, then $1 annually after that. What's interesting is that even this tiny fee wasn't always enforced. If someone didn't pay, WhatsApp often let them use the app anyway. It felt more like a voluntary donation. But surprisingly, it worked. Enough people paid that WhatsApp stayed afloat because really, $1 a year was a bargain for what the app offered. The business model. Here's the thing about tech companies: you don't have to be profitable to be valuable. If you have millions of users, investors see potential. And that's exactly what happened. Investors started lining up, offering money. But the founders were cautious. They didn't want anyone pushing them to monetize the app or compare with a catch: no almost the user experience with ads. Eventually, the growth was too big to ignore. Top investment firms, like Sequoia Capital, offered millions with a catch: no interference. WhatsApp got the funding, and the investors agreed not to change anything. This became their strategy. Rather than squeezing more money out of users, they focused on making the app better, which attracted even more users and, in turn, more investors. The cycle kept repeating. WhatsApp benefited massively from the network effect. The more people who used it, the more useful it became. By refusing to plaster the app with ads or paid features, they grew faster. Users invited their friends, family, everyone they knew. But there was one glaring flaw: you can't rely on investor money forever. Sooner or later, someone's going to ask, where's the profit? Unless you sell. The acquisition. In 2014, Facebook bought WhatsApp for $19 billion in cash and stock. The world was stunned. Why would Facebook pay that kind of money for a messaging app that barely made any revenue? Especially when, in the 9 months before the sale, WhatsApp had generated just $1.2 million, while likely operating at a huge loss. For context, Facebook bought Instagram for just $1 billion. That $19 billion price tag could have funded 20 Mars missions or built 13 Burj Khalifas. Instead, they bought a messaging app similar to their own. Why? Mark Zuckerberg made it clear he saw WhatsApp's true value in its massive user base. Reaching a billion people made it incredibly valuable, even without revenue. To him, the potential was worth way more than the $19 billion they paid. But that's where the alarm bells started ringing. Facebook's business model is built around harvesting user data and flooding you with personalized ads, everything WhatsApp was designed to avoid. Facebook, after all, doesn't have the best track record when it comes to privacy. There was the infamous Cambridge Analytica scandal, where millions of users had their data taken and used without consent. Not to mention, in Facebook's early days, leaked messages showed Zuckerberg bragging about having thousands of users' emails and pictures because, as he put it, they just submitted it. I don't know why they trust me. Over the years, Facebook's privacy scandals became a pattern, always ending with the same scripted apologies: "It was my mistake. I'm sorry." And then? Business as usual. Still, Zuckerberg promised the WhatsApp founders they could run independently, with no pressure to monetize. What could possibly go wrong? 2016, free? In 2016, WhatsApp announced in a blog post that it would no longer charge subscription fees. The symbolic $1 annual fee, which was rarely enforced anyway, was officially scrapped. On the surface, this sounded great. Maybe Facebook genuinely cared about connecting the world and was willing to absorb the losses without monetizing WhatsApp at all. But stepping out of that dream and into reality, the real reason behind this move became much clearer. Facebook didn't buy WhatsApp just to keep it free and pure, it bought it for the users and their data. As one source put it, Facebook is in the surveillance business, arguably the biggest surveillance enterprise in human history. The more data Facebook collects, the more powerful it becomes. WhatsApp offered exactly that: behavioral data, contact lists, and endless streams of personal information. Many argue that WhatsApp was the missing link Facebook needed: access to phone numbers that bridged users' offline and online worlds. At that point, WhatsApp had already surpassed 1 billion users and still had enormous growth potential, especially in developing nations where Facebook Messenger wasn't as dominant. Scrapping the subscription fee wasn't just generosity, it was a calculated move. Getting people into Facebook's ecosystem was worth far more than $1 per year. Your data, your behavior, your connections, all of that was much more valuable to Facebook. With every new data point collected, Facebook could refine user profiles, making targeted advertising even more precise. Removing any barrier to WhatsApp's growth was crucial. The easier it was for people to join, the faster Facebook's influence could expand. And with billions of users, Facebook knew it could find ways to cash in eventually. Another major reason behind the acquisition was eliminating competition. At the time, Mark Zuckerberg learned that WhatsApp's founders were in talks with Google. Not wanting to risk losing such a powerful asset to a competitor, Zuckerberg rushed to make an irresistible offer. Facebook has a history of this, acquiring or crushing rivals to maintain control. As one critic put it, Facebook is a case study in monopoly power. The company harvests data, uses it to spy on competitors, copies or acquires them, and then ensures it stays on top. This model stifles new companies and, arguably, harms democracy itself. While we don't have access to WhatsApp's internal revenue data, it's likely the app wasn't profitable and maybe never has been. But that didn't matter. For Facebook, ownership of WhatsApp's users and their data was the real prize. As one source described it, Facebook's tentacles were getting closer to wrapping around billions of people. And with a market that size, monetization would eventually come. Now, you might be thinking, wait, didn't Zuckerberg promise WhatsApp would operate independently and not share data with Facebook? Isn't that enough to ease concerns? Well, not quite. 2017, #delete Facebook. By 2017, the cracks were showing. WhatsApp co-founder Brian Acton quit after clashing with Zuckerberg over Facebook's plans to monetize WhatsApp and start sharing user data. By leaving, Acton walked away from an estimated $850 million in unvested stock, a huge sacrifice that made it clear how strongly he felt about the direction things were heading. A year later, Acton became even more vocal, famously tweeting, "It's time. #delete Facebook." He went on to invest $50 million of his own money into starting Signal, a non-profit, privacy-focused messaging app designed as the pure version of what WhatsApp was supposed to be. Zooming out, Brian Acton's story arc is incredible. He was rejected by Facebook, built WhatsApp, sold it to Facebook for $19 billion, stayed on as an employee, then left only to fund a rival app meant to stand against everything Facebook represented. He once described it as being David going up against the Goliath I helped create. His mission was simple: to build a product that truly protected people's privacy. So, what drove him to that point? In 2017, the European Commission fined Facebook €110 million for misleading them during the WhatsApp acquisition. Facebook had claimed it was technically impossible to combine WhatsApp user data with Facebook's systems. But it turned out not only was it possible, Facebook had already been doing it. WhatsApp had quietly shared phone numbers and other data, allowing Facebook to target those users with ads. Acton later admitted that from the very beginning, Facebook's plan was always to link WhatsApp data with Facebook accounts to supercharge their ad targeting machine. Soon after, WhatsApp's other founder, Jan Koum, also quit. The final straw was Facebook executives pushing to weaken WhatsApp's end-to-end encryption to make monetization easier, something Koum, a staunch privacy advocate, couldn't support. More disturbing still, some believe WhatsApp's encryption might already be less secure than advertised. Reports suggest Facebook may be developing AI algorithms that scan content before encryption. If true, messages are analyzed and moderated before being sent, meaning that end-to-end encryption might just be an illusion. Acton later reflected on the experience with brutal honesty, saying, "I sold my users' privacy. I made a choice and a compromise, and I live with that every day." He's not the only one. Other former Facebook executives have expressed similar regrets. One of them, Chamath Palihapitiya, said bluntly, "We created tools that are ripping apart the social fabric of how society works." Looking back, Facebook buying WhatsApp was always going to lead to this clash. Facebook is one of the world's biggest advertising platforms, driven by data. The WhatsApp founders, on the other hand, were privacy activists who despised ads. Maybe deep down, they knew how it would end the moment they sold to Facebook. But when someone offers you $19 billion for an unprofitable app, would you really turn it down? Present day and the future. Let's revisit the main question: how does WhatsApp make money today? In the beginning, their revenue came from a simple $1 annual fee. Later, they relied on investor funding before eventually getting that massive payday from Facebook. But now that Facebook owns WhatsApp, how exactly are they monetizing it? Is it just about collecting our data, sharing it across Facebook's ecosystem, and targeting us with ads? Not entirely. One of WhatsApp's new revenue streams is WhatsApp Business, a service that allows businesses to connect with customers for support and updates. Companies like Netflix and Uber have already started using it. Interestingly, WhatsApp earns money if a business doesn't reply to a customer within 24 hours, essentially charging them for late replies. While this shows potential, let's be honest, most of us haven't even used this feature. It's unlikely this alone will make WhatsApp profitable anytime soon. With the $1 fee gone, WhatsApp is now exploring what it once promised to avoid: ads. In fact, a spokesperson confirmed plans to introduce ads in the status section, ironic, considering WhatsApp's old blog post proudly claimed, "We don't sell ads." Still, the real value of WhatsApp to Facebook isn't ads, it's data. It's about deeper integration with Facebook, Instagram, and other platforms. In 2021, this sparked huge privacy concerns when Apple's new rules forced WhatsApp to disclose the kind of data they collect and share. The list was extensive: your phone number, profile photo, name, status, login activity, contact list, purchase history, device info, IP address, location, and more. Initially, users had to accept this by February 8 or lose access to WhatsApp. Later, after backlash, they pushed the deadline to May 15. But the policy didn't change, just the deadline. Here's the kicker: this wasn't even a new privacy policy. WhatsApp was already doing it, the new rules just forced them to be transparent. So, why do people still trust WhatsApp? The truth is, they don't. But most people simply don't care enough about privacy to switch. Reddit threads confirm it. Top comments are full of "No, I don't trust them," but leaving isn't easy because of the network effect. One user put it best: "By the time Facebook bought WhatsApp, everyone I knew was already using it, even for work. It's so embedded into our lives that you're forced to pick between privacy or staying connected. And just when you think that's the end, there's a plot twist. A quick tip. Before we wrap this up, a quick intermission. If privacy matters to you, consider using a VPN. It keeps your internet activity private from your ISP and advertisers. Now, back to WhatsApp. In defense of WhatsApp and Facebook. It might sound like this is a hit piece on WhatsApp and Facebook, but it's not. Data collection isn't some evil plot, it's standard practice for most tech companies. Sure, Facebook gets a bad rap, but let's not forget this video is funded by ads too. Data-driven ads keep platforms like YouTube and social media free. Without data collection, there's no free content, no free services. WhatsApp, for all its flaws, is still a fantastic tool connecting millions around the globe. Yes, if privacy concerns you, the tone of this video probably feels justified. But many might think this is overly dramatic. After all, every store loyalty card, every website cookie tracks you too. Compared to that, WhatsApp's data collection might not even be the worst out there. The bigger takeaway? Most of us, and myself included, are willing to trade our privacy for free services. We need to seriously consider what we're giving up when we surrender our data, because anyone with enough resources can piece together almost everything about us online. To be fair, as of now, there's no solid evidence WhatsApp reads your actual messages, they're end-to-end encrypted. Should you delete WhatsApp? That's up to you. Some people have switched to apps like Telegram, though ironically, Telegram isn't end-to-end encrypted by default, making it less secure in some ways. If privacy is your priority, Signal, created by WhatsApp co-founder Brian Acton, might be your best bet. It's non-profit, open source, backed by a billionaire, and even endorsed by Edward Snowden and Elon Musk. Ultimately, it's about what matters most to you. If you're already using Facebook, Instagram, and Messenger, sticking with WhatsApp might make sense, especially if everyone you know is on it. The trade-off? Convenience versus privacy. For many, targeted ads aren't that bad if it means keeping free access to these tools. Whatever you decide, the key is to be aware of what data you're sharing, because the more connected our lives become, the more important that knowledge is. And remember, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. Reels, shorts, stories, they're everywhere, right? Short videos have completely taken over social media, and there's one platform leading the charge, TikTok. I mean, I'm on there all the time, scrolling through, checking it non-stop. TikTok has me hooked, and honestly, it's hard to stop. The reason? The app is just so good at serving up content that hits right where my interests lie. TikTok has become the go-to space for young people. It's where they go to have fun, stay up to date with the news, catch the latest trends, discover new products, and more. Since 2016, TikTok's grown to over 1.12 billion monthly active users globally. In the US alone, nearly 118 million people use it frequently, spending an average of 108 minutes per day on the app. Short videos have turned into a multi-billion-dollar industry thanks to TikTok's dominance. Now, platforms like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and even LinkedIn are scrambling to catch up. Why are short videos so popular? They're fast, fun, and easy to consume. It's the perfect format when you're waiting in line, hanging out, or just need a quick burst of entertainment. The addictive power of short videos comes down to three key factors: speed, personalization, and infinite scrolling. TikTok's algorithm is a game changer, showing users content that feels almost like it's reading their minds. It knows what you want before you do. What's different now is the quick dopamine hit. With short videos, you're constantly getting entertainment, education, and trends in a fast-paced, highly engaging way. Gone are the days of sitting through long TV shows or movies. Now, it's all about grabbing attention in bursts, keeping you glued to your screen for hours. TikTok's success has forced other platforms to jump on the short video bandwagon. Instagram launched Reels in 2020, YouTube introduced Shorts in India after TikTok's ban, and even Facebook and LinkedIn have gotten in on the action, hoping to tap into the trend. But with all this engagement comes a downside. Short videos can be seriously addictive, leading to shrinking attention spans and rising mental health concerns. Kids are especially affected, with too much screen time impacting their sleep and social lives. And here's the tricky part: even though everyone's jumping on short videos, monetizing them is still a huge challenge. Ads in between short videos just don't bring in the same revenue as long-form content. Creators are feeling it, with many making only a fraction of what they would from longer videos. So, while short videos have definitely changed the social media game, they've also reshaped how we consume content and how we get paid for it. Whether this is all for better or worse, one thing's for sure: short-form videos aren't going anywhere anytime soon. So, whether you're scrolling through TikTok, watching Reels, or catching up on Shorts, it's clear that short videos are here to stay. They've revolutionized the way we consume content and created new opportunities for creators, but they've also introduced challenges when it comes to attention spans and monetization. As we move forward, the big question remains: will short-form videos continue to evolve and shape social media, or will they just change how we experience content, for better or worse? One thing's for sure: we're all in for a wild ride as the platforms continue to adapt and compete for our attention. In March 2025, BYD dropped a potentially game-changing announcement that caught the attention of the entire automotive world. They unveiled a new technology that claims to charge an electric vehicle almost as quickly as it takes to fill up a gas-powered car, 250 miles of range in just 5 minutes. Fast forward less than 2 weeks, and BYD reported a stunning $107 billion in annual sales for 2024, a 29% increase from the previous year, outpacing even Tesla. BYD's stock soared by over 40% in 2025, setting new records. The company's success isn't just in their electric vehicles, EVs, they're also selling hybrids, putting them in the ranks of the world's top 10 automakers, surpassing giants like Nissan, Honda, and Ford. This announcement from BYD signals that the Chinese EV maker is more than just a low-cost competitor. It's an innovative force to be reckoned with, and it's pushing the boundaries of what's possible with EV technology. But while the concept of a 5-minute charge sounds revolutionary, experts remain cautiously skeptical, pointing out that the tech behind it is still unproven in real-world conditions. Nevertheless, BYD's track record speaks for itself. They've been quietly making giant leaps in the EV space, and now with 25,000 patents and a massive engineering team, they're shifting from being a low-cost leader to a true innovator. The competition is fierce, and BYD's move is just the beginning. With rapid advancements, we can expect even more breakthroughs in the near future. It's clear that the Chinese EV market, led by companies like BYD, is leaving global rivals scrambling to keep up. The stakes are higher than ever as the race for the future of electric vehicles heats up. What's next for BYD? The announcement of this game-changing technology is just the tip of the iceberg. Expect more surprises ahead, and as always, stay tuned to see how this electrifying story unfolds. ThredUp, an online resale platform, is home to one of the largest collections of used clothing in the world. Founded more than 15 years ago, ThredUp pays people to clean out their closets and sends their unwanted garments to be processed and resold. Last year alone, ThredUp sold nearly 17 million items. However, this represents just a small fraction of the global second-hand clothing market. In the United States, the typical lifespan of a garment in someone's closet has dropped to just 2.5 years. An old pair of jeans, for instance, may travel thousands of miles, changing hands multiple times before being discarded. Every second, a truckload of clothing is either dumped or burned, contributing to the growing demand for sustainable solutions in the fashion industry. To address this issue, ThredUp is leveraging technology to keep as many garments as possible in circulation and out of landfills. The company's vast warehouse is a hub of innovation, utilizing AI, automation, and smart algorithms to process and resell clothes efficiently. Once people send their unwanted clothing to ThredUp in specially designed clean-out kits, the items are sorted, inspected, and tagged. AI helps determine everything from the category to the price of each item, while advanced systems move the clothes around the warehouse quickly and efficiently. Items are photographed in 360-degree views, ensuring a comprehensive listing for online buyers. Once sold, the items are packed and shipped, with the original owners receiving a cut of the sale price ranging from a few dollars to several hundred, depending on the brand. While ThredUp focuses mainly on women's and children's clothing, they also offer a range of high-end brands, with a team of authenticators verifying luxury products such as Gucci and Hermes. Additionally, ThreadUp has introduced AI shopping tools, including a virtual stylist and image search features, to enhance the online shopping experience and make it easier for customers to find the perfect item. Despite these efforts, not all items make it onto the resale market. ThreadUp has partnerships with aftermarket resellers, like Stephen Bethel of Bank & Vogue, who help distribute unsellable clothing to international buyers. Resellers around the world, especially in regions like Pakistan and Ghana, handle massive quantities of used clothing. These garments often make their way to large second-hand markets, where they are sorted, repackaged, and resold. However, a significant portion of this clothing ends up in landfills or oceans, contributing to the environmental challenges posed by the fashion industry. Countries like France are taking legislative action to address the issue. France's Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR) laws force clothing brands to take responsibility for the waste they create, resulting in a significant increase in textile recycling. In the United States, while some states like California have introduced similar laws, much work remains to be done to reduce the environmental impact of the fashion industry. ThreadUp, alongside other innovators in the field, is trying to make a dent in this problem. By creating a system that resells second-hand clothing, ThreadUp not only extends the life of garments but also creates an economic incentive for consumers to participate in the circular fashion economy. However, for a truly sustainable solution, industry-wide changes are necessary, including regulations that encourage recycling and the reduction of fast fashion waste. As we've seen today, businesses like ThreadUp are not just finding success. They're pioneering a shift in how we think about fashion and sustainability. By leveraging technology and innovation, ThreadUp has transformed the process of reselling used clothing into a streamlined, profitable model. Their approach is a perfect example of how a business can thrive by addressing a pressing global issue, turning waste into value. This story, along with countless others, shows that success in today's world isn't just about making a profit, it's about making a positive impact. Whether it's through sustainability, efficiency, or innovation, businesses are proving that the most successful ventures are those that solve problems while adapting to changing consumer demands. As you look to build your own business or take on new challenges, remember that the key to long-term success often lies in finding creative ways to meet the needs of both people and the planet. Stay inspired, stay driven, and keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Because the next big business breakthrough could be just around the corner. A few weeks ago, Intel reported something pretty shocking. They lost $16.6 billion in just one quarter. That's not just bad, it's by far the biggest loss in the company's history. To put it in perspective, it's about 22 times bigger than the profits AMD made during the same period. Some of that loss came from one-time charges, but it gets worse. Intel was kicked out of the Dow Jones Index that same week after being a part of it for 25 years. They got replaced by none other than Nvidia. So yeah, Intel is going through an insanely rough time, and that's happening while the rest of the chip industry is having one of its biggest booms ever. But here's the weird part: if you check Intel's stock chart, you'd notice something strange. On the very day they announced this disaster, their stock price jumped 15%. Sounds crazy, right? But it actually makes sense if you understand the bigger picture. There's a concept called the Valley of Death, usually used to describe what startups go through. A company pours a ton of money into building their product, but they often run out of cash before they can start making real revenue. Most don't survive that valley. Intel, of course, is no startup. Not long ago, they were still the world's biggest chip maker. But when Pat Gelsinger became CEO in 2021, he launched a massive turnaround plan, one so ambitious that it threw Intel into chaos. The company basically created its own valley of death. So far, it's been mostly downhill, and it's been painful to watch. But maybe, just maybe, they've hit rock bottom. The big question now: can they climb their way back up? Before it all went south. To understand where Intel is today, you have to understand where they came from. TSMC, the world's largest chip manufacturer, has about 76,000 employees. Nvidia, the leading chip designer, has around 30,000. And ARM, who makes the world's most popular CPU designs, has about 6,000. Even combined, they don't match Intel's headcount, which is wild, right? But historically, Intel was a totally different beast. While Nvidia focuses mostly on design, and TSMC on manufacturing, Intel did everything: design, manufacture, architecture, all in-house. That full-stack approach worked brilliantly for a long time. Their x86 instruction set became the global standard, basically meaning that almost any computer could run Windows, macOS, Linux, and millions of apps without breaking compatibility. Switching away from x86 was so expensive and painful that most companies simply didn't bother. Intel and AMD shared this market, but Intel had a huge edge. They were not just bigger, but better. Until around 2015, Intel's chip factories, called fabs, were the best in the world, usually a whole generation ahead of TSMC and Samsung. This manufacturing lead meant Intel chips were simply faster and more efficient than anyone else's. They were also incredibly profitable because, unlike companies that had to pay someone like TSMC to manufacture chips, which costs a fortune, Intel could do it themselves and keep the margins. In short, Intel wasn't just winning, they were dominating. The slow decline. The first cracks started to appear in the early 2000s, but they were small at first. In 2005, Steve Jobs announced that Apple Macs would switch to Intel's x86 chips, a massive win. But soon after, Jobs asked Intel's then CEO, Paul Otellini, if they wanted to make chips for Apple's next big thing, the iPhone. Otellini said no. At the time, it made sense. Intel was busy doubling down on x86, and the iPhone wasn't a sure thing yet. But in hindsight, it was one of the biggest missed opportunities in tech history. The smartphone boom changed everything, and Intel missed the boat. They tried to catch up with Atom chips for Android phones, but by then, everyone had standardized on ARM. And Intel's chips had compatibility problems. Still, Intel had the PC market. And then, they had the cloud boom, where data centers needed tons of powerful CPUs, exactly Intel's wheelhouse. They made mountains of money, for a while. But behind the scenes, the trouble continued. Intel used to update their chip designs and manufacturing roughly every 18 months, a rhythm called tick-tock. But after 2014, that rhythm broke. They kept using the same process, 14 nanometers, for years, while TSMC kept moving forward. By 2019, Intel was still stuck while TSMC had blown past them. Intel's manufacturing, once their secret weapon, became a huge liability. Their chips started running hotter and slower than the competition. No matter how good Intel's designs were, they couldn't make up for falling behind in manufacturing. Being vertically integrated is amazing until a key piece falls apart. Then it's a disaster. The crash. Intel's troubles gave AMD, their longtime underdog rival, a rare chance to strike back. And AMD took full advantage. Meanwhile, computing itself was shifting. CPUs were no longer the centerpiece of performance. GPUs, especially for AI and graphics, were becoming way more important. Intel had tried to expand into other chip types over the years, like FPGAs, wireless chips, and even special memory tech, but nothing really stuck. They were still mainly a CPU company, in a world where CPUs mattered less and less. And despite their size, Intel couldn't escape the consequences forever. Decay that had been slow and hidden for years finally caught up with them all at once. But under Pat Gelsinger, things took a dramatic turn. Pat changed everything. Intel, under his leadership, started spending aggressively everything it had, and more. But he didn't just throw money around. He also cut deep, stopping dividends, laying off thousands, closing down businesses that weren't profitable yet, and selling off major assets. For example, Intel sold 49% of a major chip fabrication plant in Ireland to a private equity fund, bringing in a whopping $11 billion. Their self-driving chip company, Mobileye, went public, and Intel cashed in by selling a big chunk of their shares. $47 billion gone up in flames. Once hailed as one of the most valuable startups on the planet, WeWork promised to change the way the world worked. Its founder believed he was a visionary or perhaps even a messiah destined to solve global problems. But fast forward, and WeWork was bankrupt, facing billions in lawsuits, and accused of operating like a cult. What really happened? This is a story of extreme wealth, unchecked power, and the death of a unicorn. And as we dive deeper, the story only gets crazier. Welcome to the spectacular rise and fall of WeWork, one of the wildest business stories you'll ever hear. Chapter 1: Knee Pads for Babies. Adam Neumann had anything but a normal childhood. Constantly on the move, his family relocated 13 times, leaving him feeling unrooted. One of those places was a kibbutz in Israel, a socialist commune where everyone earned the same, regardless of their work. While Adam enjoyed the sense of community, he hated the idea that effort wasn't rewarded. By 22, he had one goal: to get rich. So in 2001, he moved to New York, convinced it was the land of opportunity. His first business idea? A women's shoe with a collapsible high heel. High fashion turned into flats. He quickly found a Chinese manufacturer, but the product was a disaster. The first person to test the prototype nearly sliced their finger off. Ugly, dangerous, and destined to fail, the idea went nowhere. Frustrated, Adam drowned his sorrows with friends. Over beers, someone joked, "Why don't baby clothes have knee pads? Babies crawl on hard floors all day." It was said in jest, but Adam took it seriously. By the next morning, he'd trademarked Crawlers, a baby clothing line featuring built-in knee pads. The slogan, "Just because they don't tell you, doesn't mean they don't hurt." With seed funding from his grandmother and a few connections, Adam threw himself into the business. His charisma made him a standout at trade shows, towering at 6 feet 5 inches among crowds of mothers, passionately preaching that no baby could be happy without knee protection. But reality soon set in. Babies had survived just fine without knee pads for all of human history. Plus, they outgrew crawling and Crawlers within months. The business struggled, profits were elusive, and Adam's stress levels skyrocketed. It became clear, Crawlers wasn't the big break. If Adam wanted real wealth, he had to think bigger. Chapter 2: Green Desk. One day, Adam, barefoot and shirtless, stepped into an elevator and struck up a conversation with a stranger, Miguel McKelvey. The two clicked instantly. Miguel, introverted and soft-spoken, was the opposite of Adam. Yet they shared a bond, both raised in unconventional, communal environments. Miguel even recalled dumpster diving as a child, surviving on food stamps. Soon, their conversations turned to business. Adam had heard of someone making money renting out office space to small companies. It sounded simple, and they figured they could do the same. Adam approached his landlord, Joshua Gutman, who had empty floors in one of his buildings. The pitch was bold: "Let us take the space. We'll handle everything, and we split the profits." Gutman was skeptical. "You sell baby clothes. What do you know about real estate?" Adam fired back, "Your building is empty. What do you know about real estate?" Intrigued, Gutman challenged them to return with a business plan, except they didn't have one. Miguel stayed up all night writing it from scratch. But somehow, Gutman was impressed. He offered them several floors and even paid for renovations. They named the business Green Desk, branding it as environmentally friendly, a clever marketing spin with little substance. The model was simple but smart. Small businesses rented desks in a shared office with everything provided: Wi-Fi, printers, coffee, and even a receptionist. Contracts were short-term, offering flexibility traditional office spaces lacked. Instead of cubicles, glass dividers created an open, light-filled space, fostering community and collaboration. Rent was higher per desk than in a typical office, but people paid for the convenience and vibe. It was perfect timing. The 2008 financial crisis had left many unemployed, eager to start their own ventures. Green Desk gave freelancers and startups the ideal place to begin: no long leases, no hassle. The concept took off. Tenants loved the atmosphere, and Adam and Miguel made it even more appealing by hosting lively networking events that doubled as parties. The building filled fast, 350 tenants in total. But Adam was already dreaming bigger. He pitched Gutman a grand vision: expansion, growth, and empire. Gutman hesitated. Expansion meant risk: long leases, unpredictable tenants, and exposure if the economy crashed again. Adam wasn't interested in playing it safe. He convinced Miguel they could go solo, lease buildings themselves, and scale as fast as they wanted. Ironically, if Adam had stayed with GreenDesk, he likely would have made millions. The model worked. It was safe and sustainable. But Adam didn't want millions, he wanted billions. So in 2009, just 18 months after launching GreenDesk, Adam and Miguel sold their stake to Gutman for about $500,000 each. Adam even asked Miguel to hold his share of the money, fearing he'd blow it all. Instead, they agreed to invest everything into their next venture. The madness of WeWork was about to begin. Chapter 3: The Launch of WeWork. Before they even started, Adam had massive ambitions for their new business. He told friends he was going to become a billionaire. In his mind, office spaces were just the starting point. He imagined expanding into hotels, restaurants, and countless other industries. Miguel pointed out they didn't even have a name yet. So they began brainstorming and eventually landed on WeWork, a name that captured the community-driven spirit they wanted to build. It also left room for future expansion, with possibilities like We Live, We Eat, We Sleep, or We Anything. Their first step was office spaces, similar to what they had done with GreenDesk. However, unlike GreenDesk's eco-friendly focus, WeWork aimed to build community and foster connections. Instead of partnering with one landlord and splitting profits, they planned to lease entire buildings from various landlords. They would divide the space and rent it to small companies, taking on more risk but opening the door for greater profits. Adam wasted no time setting up meetings with building owners. But most landlords were skeptical. After all, WeWork was an unproven company planning to rent space to other unproven companies. Still, Adam was relentless, pitching again and again. Eventually, Adam met Joel Schreiber, a young real estate developer. Joel surprised them by offering to invest and asked what Adam valued the company at. Though they weren't looking for another partner, Adam boldly claimed WeWork was worth $45 million, despite not having a single office yet. Shockingly, Schreiber agreed and invested $15 million for a third of the company. This deal was critical. Schreiber was well connected in New York real estate, which gave WeWork instant credibility. He personally guaranteed leases and introduced Adam and Miguel to other landlords. With that, WeWork finally secured its first location, 154 Grand Street in Soho. The building was a mess, just one tiny, slow elevator serving 6 floors. Adam pushed for low rent and renovation funds from the landlord. Meanwhile, he hustled to sign tenants even while renovations were ongoing. Some of the first customers came from a nearby Starbucks. Adam and Miguel approached people working on laptops, pitching them a better alternative. Wouldn't you rather have a proper desk, an office, and be part of a community? Surprisingly, some agreed and joined. As things came together, Adam naturally took the CEO role, handling the vision, making deals, and courting investors. He became known for doing tequila shots during meetings. Miguel, on the other hand, focused on designing the space. He aimed to make it feel more like a boutique hotel, lots of light, open spaces, and glass office cubes to foster a sense of transparency and community. The idea was simple: people working side by side would naturally connect. Need a lawyer? Just chat with the one down the hall. Adam hired their first employee and sent an ambitious first email. Good morning. Let's build the largest networking community on the planet. In February 2010, WeWork officially opened with 17 tenants, including startups, freelancers, an architect, and even a musician. The goal was to make WeWork feel less like renting a desk and more like joining a club. Tenants were called members. Their first IT manager was a 16-year-old high schooler nicknamed Joey Cables. At times, technical issues had to wait because Joey was stuck in algebra class. Miguel also designed the first logo, a stick figure smashing a computer with a sledgehammer, symbolizing rebellion against traditional office culture. Adam and Miguel knew millennials didn't want boring cubicles. They wanted social interaction and fun, and WeWork aimed to deliver. Before finishing the first building, Adam was already hunting for a second. Early WeWork employees wore many hats, often doing physical labor like building desks and painting walls. Adam set aggressive deadlines, pushing everyone to their limits. If someone left at 6 p.m., they'd be asked if they were taking a half day. Still, most employees loved it. They were young, enjoyed the social vibe, and appreciated the responsibility given to them early in their careers. Many became close friends. Where else did employees get free beers or see their CEO skateboarding through the office? Adam made them believe they were part of something bigger, a movement changing the way people worked. He often called WeWork a family, and people bought into the dream. I was in my mid-20s looking for purpose, and here's this person selling a dream. I was an easy target for that. I wanted the world he was telling me about. Adam even bragged about underpaying staff but promised their stock options would make them millionaires. Many employees didn't fully understand how stock options worked but trusted Adam when he said it would all pay off. I'm working 12-hour days, don't get overtime, but it'll come back to us tenfold later. Thanks to the team's hard work, WeWork grew fast. For startups, it became the place to be: modern, social, and full of networking opportunities. There were happy hours, arcade games, fruit water, and craft beer on tap. By 2011, WeWork generated $7.4 million in revenue, losing just $50,000, impressive for a rapidly expanding company. But continued growth depended on securing more investor money. Luckily, Adam was a master salesman. His confidence and grand vision won investors over. He promised not just profits, but billions. Investors were hooked. Adam made sure investors were impressed. He'd invite them to a WeWork office and give employees a secret signal, activate the space, triggering an instant party atmosphere. Everyone would mingle, music played, drinks flowed, creating the illusion of constant excitement and energy. One employee recalled, "I'd get a frantic call, Adam's coming with investors. Activate the space. I dropped $2,000 on nitrogen frozen ice cream." And it worked. Chapter 4: The Physical Social Network. Adam often told people the early 2000s was the iDecade: iPhone, iPod, iPad, all centered around the individual. But he believed the next decade would be the We decade, focused on community and a new way of working. He spoke about a revolution in how people worked together, though some were skeptical. Sure, WeWork's offices were nicer than traditional ones, but calling it a revolution seemed like a stretch. Adam insisted that WeWork wasn't just about offices, it was the world's first physical social network and should be viewed more like a tech company than a real estate business. "We happen to need buildings, just like Airbnb needs apartments," he explained. He described WeWork as Uber for offices and even claimed it could be the next Google. He pitched it like this: "Hey guys, this is WeWork, the world's first physical social network. Our mission is to empower the world through collaboration. We believe the future lies in small businesses, not corporate America. We're building a community that's transparent and accountable. That is WeWork." Positioning WeWork as a tech company made the story much more attractive to investors. After all, venture capital firms rarely invest in real estate, it's harder to scale. A software company might spend heavily upfront developing a product, but once built, it can be sold repeatedly with almost no added cost. This leads to exponential profits. Real estate, on the other hand, comes with constant expansion costs, new buildings, new tenants, maintenance, and dealing with landlords, all of which limit profit margins. Real estate companies are usually valued at 2 to 5 times their annual revenue. But fast-growing tech companies can fetch valuations more than 20 times their revenue, offering investors the explosive growth they crave. Adam knew this, which is why he was determined to make sure no one thought of WeWork as a real estate company. Whenever reporters described WeWork as a real estate company, the PR team was tasked with getting those stories corrected. In interviews, Adam pushed back hard: "Definitely not a real estate company. We are a community of creators. We create environments for entrepreneurs and freelancers. We leverage technology to connect people. Just like Uber is the sharing economy for cars, we are the sharing economy for space." Of course, the comparison wasn't entirely fair. Unlike Uber or Airbnb, platforms that operate globally without owning physical assets, WeWork was deeply tied to expensive, long-term leases. Every new location required massive upfront investments and ongoing maintenance. If something broke, WeWork paid for it, not the landlord. Adam himself wasn't a typical tech entrepreneur. He rarely used a computer, couldn't code, and struggled with his MacBook. And building community, his favorite buzzword, didn't scale easily. Creating a real, connected community took time and a personal touch. But Adam didn't care. He was a master storyteller and convinced people WeWork was a groundbreaking innovation. He kept investors focused on one thing: revenue growth. And it was growing rapidly. Profitability? That could come later. Adam pointed out that many of the biggest tech companies were unprofitable at first because they prioritized growth and market share. Once they dominated, profits would follow. This logic made sense for tech companies with low marginal costs per new user, but WeWork wasn't one of those companies. Still, the momentum was undeniable, and Adam played the investor game well. He created competition and leveraged FOMO, fear of missing out, to push investors to get in while they could. Unlike public companies, private startups aren't required to share detailed financials, allowing founders to sell an exciting story. Adam took full advantage, always telling his team to double projections before showing them to investors even if the numbers were unrealistic. And, to be fair, WeWork's revenue was doubling every year. The problem was, so were the costs. The business lacked the network effects of real tech companies. There were no economies of scale, no true competitive advantage. It became increasingly unclear if the model worked at all or if it was simply being propped up by endless investor money. Still, venture capitalists often bet on the founder more than the company. And many came away from meetings with Adam impressed. "Let's give him some money. He'll figure it out," they said. One of those firms was Benchmark, known for backing Instagram, Uber, and eBay. They invested $16.5 million at a $100 million valuation, a huge stamp of approval that attracted even more investors. It created a domino effect, each big name drawing others, pushing the company's valuation even higher. With the money flowing, Adam moved fast. He outbid competitors for new office leases, sometimes drastically overpaying. But he wasn't worried about profits. "I'm not looking to make money right now. I'm just looking to add people," he said. Growth was the only thing that mattered. Before long, Goldman Sachs came in, offering to invest at a $220 million valuation, double in just a year. But Adam turned them down, calling it too low. Most employees thought he was crazy. They were burning cash fast. But the gamble paid off. Soon after, WeWork raised $40 million at a $440 million valuation, double what Goldman had offered. Private valuations are often arbitrary, they're simply what investors believe a company is worth. But Adam loved seeing the number rise. It created the illusion of unstoppable momentum. Still, raising more money usually means giving up control. Adam solved this by changing the company's voting structure. His shares now counted 10 times more than anyone else's. That way, he could sell shares but maintain total control. Some early investors warned him about the dangers of too much power. Adam shrugged. "I am WeWork," he said. To reinforce the tech narrative, WeWork launched WeConnect, an internal version of LinkedIn to help members connect. In theory, you could hire a graphic designer or find collaborators through the app. In reality, it was buggy and slow. Hardly anyone used it. But this became a pattern. Instead of using proven software, WeWork built clunky internal systems just to look more like a tech company. They even considered launching their own cryptocurrency. For actual tech companies, millions of dollars can last years. But WeWork's costs were massive: leases, renovations, new employees. By 2013, they had over 200 staff members. Adam soon had to raise more money as they were burning through cash rapidly. Luckily, the investor money kept coming. Adam secured another $150 million from JP Morgan and other big names at a $1.5 billion valuation, officially making WeWork a unicorn. Despite all the funding, the company was a mess behind the scenes. They forgot to renew employee healthcare, leaving staff without insurance for a month. Meanwhile, Adam frequently sold his shares during these rounds, something most founders avoid until their company goes public. But for Adam, the rules were different. WeWork was just 4 years old, and Adam was already boasting that it was experiencing the fastest physical growth in the history of the world. Outsiders were baffled. Why was this company valued so highly? After all, a company called IWG had been running a nearly identical business model for years: more members, more locations, and actual profits. Yet WeWork's valuation soared above theirs. What set WeWork apart wasn't the business model, it was Adam's story. The energy, the charisma, the vision of building a movement. Investors got caught up in it. That's why Adam always gave potential investors an in-person tour. The numbers alone wouldn't sell the dream, but the show? That did. Investors who missed out on Facebook and other big tech winners didn't want to miss this one. They didn't dig deep enough. And even those with doubts figured they could always sell once the company went public. This was the classic greater fool theory, buying an overvalued asset, assuming someone else would pay even more for it later. Chapter 5: Summer Camp. Every summer, WeWork hosted its annual summer camp, a company-wide festival complete with live music, activities like rock climbing, canoeing, yoga, and ziplining, and bars everywhere serving unlimited free alcohol. For many young employees, it felt like the perfect weekend getaway, especially for those who couldn't afford a real vacation. This was their chance to let loose, party, and have fun. Executives were often seen stumbling around, some carrying water guns filled with vodka. At one point, the head of HR got so drunk she ended up being rushed to the hospital. By 2015, however, summer camp was costing millions. Big-name artists were performing: Lorde, Bastille, and the Chainsmokers, who were actually paid in WeWork stock. The weekend even arrived by helicopter for a surprise set. It felt like going to Coachella, except it was run by your boss, a perfect example of how WeWork intentionally blurred the line between personal and professional life until it barely existed. Many employees loved it because it was essentially a massive party. But older employees resented being forced to attend. Everyone wore tracking bracelets to ensure attendance, and someone was even fired for leaving early, even though Adam left early too. Adam often claimed the We movement was about equality, yet while employees slept in muddy tents, Adam stayed in a luxury trailer on top of the hill. Some employees described the atmosphere as cult-like, with people defending Adam like he was a god. One employee even got a WeWork tattoo. And no one partied harder than Adam. At one point, a manager walked into a WeWork office in the morning to find the place reeking of weed, cups of alcohol scattered everywhere. After checking the security footage, he realized it wasn't employees, it was Adam and another executive partying all night. Adam later had a high-powered ceiling vent installed in his office, which many believed was so he could smoke inside. On a company ski trip, Adam and some executives grabbed waiter trays and used them for sledding. When a hotel employee asked them to stop, Adam reportedly said, "I could buy this whole hotel." Partying wasn't just for summer camp, it became part of the company culture. WeWork introduced a weekly Thank God It's Monday meeting that featured tequila shots and passionate speeches from Adam about changing the world and the company's explosive growth. Employees would chant WeWork, WeWork, throughout the building. One manager recalled being told to drink the Kool-Aid meant as encouragement, though the phrase actually refers to blindly following a dangerous ideology inspired by a deadly cult. Despite the partying and rapid growth, behind the scenes, things weren't going as well. In 2015, WeWork posted a $227 million loss. Adam brushed it off, telling investors they were prioritizing growth over profitability. He claimed they could be profitable anytime, they'd just have to stop expanding. In reality, the losses were increasing year after year with no sign of slowing down. Still, Adam pushed for even faster expansion, knowing that explosive growth was what impressed investors and brought in more funding. Adam loved raising money and watching WeWork's valuation and his personal net worth skyrocket. Soon, WeWork secured another $355 million at a $5 billion valuation. Adam confidently compared WeWork's trajectory to Amazon's, claiming their market was even bigger and their growth faster. He said that just as Amazon started with books before expanding into everything, WeWork would soon do the same, starting with office spaces, then expanding into everything else. With fresh investor money, Adam was ready to turn his world domination plans into reality. Chapter 6: WeWorld. As early as 2014, Adam had been trademarking names for future product lines: We Eat for food delivery, We Bike for a bicycle valet service. Ideas flew around casually, someone even suggested making a WeWork energy drink. Meanwhile, basic things like coffee machines and elevators often didn't work properly in their offices, leading some to wonder if fixing those issues should come first. But with more and more investor money flowing in, there was suddenly funding for all of Adam's wildest ideas. One of his first side ventures was We Studios, a movie production company, but its real goal seemed to be helping launch the acting career of his wife, Rebecca Paltrow Newman. Rebecca, cousin to Gwyneth Paltrow, often told people that when she met Adam, she just knew he was destined to save the world. She hadn't found much acting success herself, so We Studios was supposed to change that. However, their first movie flopped at the box office, and they quietly shelved the project. As WeWork grew, Rebecca became more involved in the company. Deeply spiritual, she heavily influenced Adam, and soon that spiritualism seeped into WeWork itself. Adam began talking about energy and even brought in Rebecca's spiritual advisor to lecture employees on hard work. They opened a boutique gym offering yoga classes infused with an entrepreneurial spirit and even hired a scent artist to create a signature WeWork fragrance. Many of these new projects felt more like personal hobbies than sound business ventures. It seemed like Adam and Rebecca believed they could make anything work, so why not try everything? But with each new venture, it became harder to see how WeWork could develop expertise in such unrelated areas, especially when their core business of leasing office spaces still wasn't profitable. Still, Adam looked at how tech giants like Google and Amazon had diversified and insisted that since WeWork was a tech company too, they should follow the same path. He wasn't just building a company, he was building an entire WeWorld. At one point, Adam even told a reporter that WeWork Mars is in our pipeline. He explained that once Elon Musk got people to Mars, WeWork would build a community there like nothing the world had ever seen. Unfortunately, when Adam finally met Elon, Musk didn't seem remotely interested in the idea. Adam wasn't just creating new businesses, he was also eager to start buying them. He once tried to buy Etsy, only to be told it was a billion-dollar public company. He also considered acquiring Magnesis, a membership club created by Billy McFarland, the same guy who later launched the disastrous Fyre Festival and ended up in jail. Ironically, Billy once cited WeWork as an inspiration for Fyre Fest. Meanwhile, Adam became friends with Jared Kushner, Donald Trump's son-in-law. Adam even claimed that if Trump won the election, Jared might let him reimagine America's post offices and libraries. No one really knew what that meant, but Adam was thrilled by how influential he was becoming. Despite all this wild spending, none of it seemed to matter. Adam kept pulling in more investors. During one pitch meeting, he took an investor to the roof for shots, then sprayed him with a fire extinguisher to celebrate. Reflecting on it, a WeWork employee said, "Should Adam have done that? Probably not, but you have to give it to him." We closed the deal the next week. Chapter 7, We Live. Adam wasn't satisfied with just changing how people worked, he wanted to change how they lived. That's when he came up with We Live, a new venture offering small apartments with large communal spaces designed to encourage socializing. It was a modern take on communal living that Adam claimed would revolutionize residential real estate. Ironically, Adam had pitched a similar idea back in college, only to be told by his professor it would never work. Now, with We Live, he was determined to prove him wrong. The concept was simple adult dorms. Tiny private rooms, shared kitchens, a game room, and of course, endless happy hours. The first experiment began in New York, though it wasn't clear if New Yorkers really wanted even smaller apartments crammed with more people just for the sake of communal areas. Financially, We Live made even less sense than WeWork. To achieve the desired layout and aesthetic, they'd need to build from the ground up, a costly endeavor. Residential regulations were much stricter than office spaces, making it harder to squeeze people in, and the plumbing costs were sky-high. Still, Adam saw this as the perfect pitch to investors, expanding into a massive new market. He promised We Live would surpass WeWork's success. Early investor presentations claimed that within 4 years, We Live would house 34,000 residents and rake in $600 million in rent. The reality was far different. They struggled to open even 2 locations and lost a lot of money in the process. But in January 2016, 2 We Live floors finally opened at 110 Wall Street. To create some momentum, WeWork employees and members were offered rooms in WeLive for just $500 a month, but this meant sharing a tiny studio with a coworker. Many employees accepted since they were underpaid, and this allowed them to live close to their WeWork office. However, it wasn't long before people started to feel the impact. Employees were spending all day at WeWork and coming home to WeLive, both owned by the same company. Slowly, they realized their entire life revolved around WeWork. Their job, their home, their social circle all intertwined. Some began calling it a cult. As one employee put it, "I was working in WeWork and living in WeLive. My entire life was being propped up by the We community." And just as cracks were appearing in WeLive, bigger problems loomed ahead. WeWork would soon do the same, starting with office spaces, then expanding into everything else. With fresh investor money, Adam was ready to turn his world domination plans into reality. Their extravagant spending frustrated many WeWork employees, who felt underpaid and undervalued. After closing the deal, Masa asked Adam a question: who wins in a fight, the smart guy or the crazy guy? Masa answered his own question: the crazy guy, who is willing to do whatever it takes. But then he told Adam something surprising: he wasn't being crazy enough. Masa challenged him: whatever your current strategy is, make it 10 times bigger. This wasn't unusual for Masa, earning him the nickname Mr. 10 Times. He was known for telling founders to scale their ambitions by 10, no matter what their current projections were. But in Adam's case, that was wild, because Adam was already one of the most ambitious, over-the-top founders anyone had ever met. To be told by his mentor that he wasn't thinking big enough was shocking. Many believe this moment changed everything for WeWork. For the first time, someone wasn't reining Adam in, they were telling him to be even crazier. Chapter 10: Turn Up the Crazy. With billions in fresh funding from Masa's son, Adam Neumann now had a war chest and a simple directive: think bigger, act crazier. Any pretense of financial restraint was gone. Adam's first mission? Eliminate the competition. He invited the CEO of Industrious, a rival co-working firm, onto a private jet to propose an acquisition. But when Industrious declined, Adam laid out his backup plan: WeWork would approach every Industrious client and offer them a year of free rent to switch. If that didn't work, he'd offer 2 years free. Still no takers? Fine, 3 years, completely free. It was an insane proposition, no competitor could survive that. And everyone knew Adam now had the money to make good on the threat. Industrious was worried but couldn't understand how this made financial sense. They figured Adam was bluffing and walked away. He wasn't bluffing. WeWork launched the aggressive campaign, offering free years of office space to steal customers. Even tiny, one-location competitors were in the crosshairs. By 2017, Adam was either threatening to buy out or crush nearly every rival. In one case, a WeWork employee posed as a potential client touring a competitor's building. Instead of just touring, he scribbled down the names of every tenant. Soon, each was contacted and offered a full year of free rent to jump ship to WeWork. At another competitor's office, Adam sent a steel drum band to perform outside while loudly advertising WeWork's massive discounts. Adam bragged to investors: "I can obliterate any co-working company I want." The aggression didn't stop there. WeWork also ramped up lawsuits, suing smaller rivals like URWork, WeLabs, and HighWork over their names. Their complaint? The combination of a 2-letter pronoun followed by the word work. It sounded ridiculous. Most of these companies weren't even real threats. The irony wasn't lost: Adam's ruthless business war completely contradicted his public message about community and changing the world. Fueled by Masa's son's billions, WeWork tripled its marketing budget. Hiring exploded, from 50 new employees a week to 100. It took just 1 year to double locations from 100 to 200. They had a ceremonial gong in headquarters they'd strike every time a new office opened, but expansion was so rapid, the constant gonging became a distraction. The downside? Expansion became reckless. WeWork pushed into markets they didn't understand. When opening in Kuala Lumpur, Adam famously asked if it was a city or a country. By now, WeWork had 100,000 members. Adam predicted they'd hit 1 million soon. Masa upped the ante. Why stop at 1 million? Why not 5? Suddenly, everyone inside WeWork was forced to raise targets and projections, whether they made sense or not. For perspective, WeWork generated $400 million in revenue in all of 2016 and still posted a huge loss. But now, Adam demanded that a single region generate over $1 billion. The numbers were pure fantasy. With the relentless expansion, due diligence fell apart. Commissions skyrocketed. Tenants got their first year completely free. And because everyone knew how desperate WeWork was for growth, landlords held all the power. WeWork paid wildly inflated leases. Deals that once made sense now bled cash. They even stopped negotiating for landlords to fund renovations. WeWork paid for them instead. Worst of all, there was no real strategy. Everything felt chaotic. Still, the team was under strict orders: never slow down. There was no time to review or fix the process. WeWork's 2017 goal had been a $500 million profit. Instead, they posted a $1 billion loss. Expenses were rising faster than revenue. But Adam wasn't worried. He insisted the strategy had merely shifted, they were staying in growth mode longer. Revenue was rising, so valuation was too, and that's what mattered. Profit? That could come later, right? While Adam and Masa stayed confident, some early investors grew uneasy. Quietly, they questioned whether Adam was still the right CEO. But removing a founder was messy. Just look at Uber. Venture capitalists wanted to stay founder-friendly. And besides, Adam controlled the votes. No one could really stop him. An internal survey revealed another problem: the community WeWork sold to the world wasn't real. 69% of members admitted they had no friends at WeWork outside their own co-workers. The magic of those early locations, the connections, the energy, was lost in the chaos of expansion. If WeWork wasn't really about community, what was its unique selling point? When asked, Adam replied, "Our valuation and size today are much more based on our energy and spirituality than on any revenue multiple." Still, Adam was determined to reframe WeWork not as a real estate company, but as space as a service, capitalizing on the rise of software as a service, SaaS. In his words, what they were building would be bigger than the iPhone. WeWork funneled millions into developing tech projects, including an internal system dubbed Google Analytics for space. It pulled data from sensors and interviews to generate insights like people prefer desks by windows, and friends tend to live near each other. Groundbreaking stuff. When building tech proved harder than expected, Adam went on a buying spree. He acquired companies left and right, most unrelated to co-working. One bizarre purchase? WaveGarden, a Spanish company that made wave pools, for $13.8 million. No one knew how it fit into WeWork, but Adam loved it. He also bought Meetup.com for $156 million, even though Meetup had struggled financially for years. It got so bad that WeWork employees started trying to stop Adam from meeting other founders, because he'd inevitably want to buy their companies too. But with billions from Masa, Adam figured, what could possibly go wrong? Chapter 11, Ego. Adam Neumann once announced that WeWork was expanding into Africa not because it made strategic sense, but because he believed WeWork could positively impact the continent. Increasingly, Adam spoke about WeWork's influence surpassing that of governments. At one point, he even mused that he might run for president of the United States. When someone pointed out he was ineligible since he wasn't born in America, they jokingly suggested he run for president of Israel instead. Adam dismissed the idea, claiming the role wasn't big enough. "Maybe I should be president of the world," he said. No one at WeWork knew what to take seriously anymore. But one thing was obvious: Adam's ego was inflating alongside WeWork's soaring valuation. "I want the highest valuation possible," Adam declared. "Because when countries start shooting at each other, I want them to come to me." He claimed WeWork could help solve the Syrian refugee crisis and even bring peace to the Middle East. "We're here to change the world," he declared. "Anything less doesn't interest me." Flush with money from SoftBank's Vision Fund, Adam launched his own investment fund. He created a competition called the Creator Awards, hosted by Ashton Kutcher, where startups pitched him their ideas. Adam's investments were bizarrely diverse, from a medical marijuana company to an app described as Shazam for TV. Nearly 20% of the fund went into various coffee creamer businesses. No one really understood how any of it connected to WeWork. When meeting potential investment targets, Adam often asked, "If you're not trying to raise $1 billion, why should I take you seriously?" As his ego swelled, Adam's behavior became more erratic. He even scheduled and then abruptly cancelled a meeting with Canada's Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, citing his own schedule as more important. While regular employees were crammed into increasingly dense office spaces, Adam's personal office kept growing. He added a private sauna, a cold plunge tub, and a massive portrait of himself. Adam made sweeping decisions on whims. At one point, he suggested firing 20% of the staff annually to maintain standards, though many feared it would destabilize the company. One of Adam's most consequential decisions was changing WeWork's business model. Instead of leasing small spaces to startups and freelancers, WeWork began renting out entire floors to massive corporations. It was called enterprise sales. Companies like Facebook and Microsoft could sign short-term leases, which boosted revenue quickly but also introduced huge risks. These major clients could walk away anytime. Worse, the strategy killed WeWork's original concept of community. Entire floors were now occupied by single corporations, a far cry from the collaborative energy Adam once sold. To spin it as tech, they branded the program WeOS, a platform for businesses to outsource their real estate needs. One of the first deals was with IBM, which leased an entire WeWork building in 2017. The space had major issues, broken elevators, spotty internet, but surprisingly, the landlord responsible wasn't WeWork. It was Adam himself. He owned the building and had leased it to his own company under terms that freed him from repair obligations. By then, Adam had already collected $12 million in rent from WeWork, a glaring conflict of interest that was never disclosed. Adam kept making risky, self-serving decisions. Some executives urged him to bring in an experienced operator, similar to how Mark Zuckerberg hired Sheryl Sandberg at Facebook. But Adam refused. "I'm both Mark and Sheryl," he insisted. Rebecca, of course, backed him up. "Isn't he amazing? Some people think he's the Messiah." The truth was, Adam's aggressive leadership style worked when WeWork was small. He pushed his team hard, and they exceeded expectations. But now, with thousands of employees, his chaotic management was becoming a liability. Still, many around him stayed silent. Adam's vision was magnetic, and if even half his promises came true, they'd all get rich. Slowly, Adam surrounded himself with yes-men. He even told staff to report anything anyone said about him when he wasn't around, breeding paranoia across the company. One executive compared WeWork's internal politics to Game of Thrones, with Adam pitting leaders against each other. Perhaps Adam's most outrageous move came when he approved the purchase of a $63 million private jet even as he forced employees to fly coach to cut costs. Until then, WeWork rented private planes, but problems arose when Adam was caught smuggling weed in a cereal box on a flight. On another trip, so much marijuana smoke filled the cabin that the crew had to wear oxygen masks. The private jet companies were furious. Adam's solution? Buy his own plane. It was a shocking move for a venture-backed startup, but Adam had control, and what was $63 million when WeWork was valued at $20 billion? As always, Adam got his way. Chapter 12, WeCult. Many of WeWork's employees were fresh out of college. At first, they were thrilled, working long hours, buying into the mission. But soon, the excitement wore off, replaced by burnout from 60-hour weeks. People were working themselves to death, one former employee recalled. But they kept smiling through it, like, "I'm so happy to be here." Deep down, everyone was miserable, no one dared say it. By the end of 2018, WeWork had nearly 10,000 employees, half of whom had been there less than 6 months. Many were terrified to leave. Their social lives revolved around the company, and they feared losing their stock options if they quit before WeWork went public. Worse, they'd signed non-compete clauses, making it hard to find similar jobs elsewhere. Many felt trapped. Then, out of nowhere, Adam announced a company-wide meat ban. Even WeWork's leadership team was blindsided. No one, not even Miguel, knew what it meant. It felt like Adam and Rebecca were just making things up as they went along. They gave no clear explanation. Most assumed it was Rebecca's idea. She was vegan and once claimed, "When you eat something, you absorb its energy. If the animal was sad, you're absorbing that." Executives tried spinning the meat ban as an eco-friendly move, ironic, given Adam had just bought a private jet. Some employees had health issues that required meat in their diets, and many questioned why their employer was dictating what they could eat. To make it worse, Adam was spotted eating meat in the office after implementing the ban, another case of blatant hypocrisy. Meanwhile, Adam continued to make grandiose promises. At a WeWork summer camp, he told employees, "There are 150 million orphans in the world. If we do our work right, we could solve that in 2 years." Rebecca chimed in, "And children in abusive situations." Adam then added, "From there, we tackle world hunger. There's no problem we can't solve if we set our minds to it." It was delusional. But some young employees genuinely believed him. One even proposed to his girlfriend at summer camp, saying he wanted to do it surrounded by his extended family. A few months later, that same employee was fired. Elsewhere, a female employee reported being groped by a colleague, but her complaint was dismissed because he was a high performer. For all of Adam's talk of family, it was becoming clear, WeWork wasn't the caring community he promised. Chapter 14, Project Fortitude. WeWork decided to expand in a wildly ambitious direction by launching its own self-driving robot division. Meanwhile, Adam Neumann began investing in bioscience companies, openly sharing his dream of living forever. His ambitions didn't stop there. Adam had plans to expand into airlines, fitness, hotels, and even explored the idea of acquiring Lyft, another company hemorrhaging cash. Despite rarely sleeping more than a few hours a night, Adam seemed fueled by endless energy. He frequently declared his goal of becoming the world's first trillionaire and predicted that WeWork would become the first trillion-dollar company. To move closer to that vision, Adam devised a new strategy. He pointed out that WeWork was still paying rent to landlords, hiring construction companies to build offices, paying management firms for cleaning and security, and giving brokers large commissions for leasing space. So, his solution was simple: WeWork should control it all. They would vertically integrate, building their own buildings, owning them, leasing them, managing them, and providing all services within them, including design. WeWork would own the entire system and, effectively, become a fully fledged real estate empire. It was an audacious plan, essentially trying to take over the entire real estate market, but for once, WeWork's executives thought it made sense. If successful, it could truly disrupt the industry. There was one massive problem: WeWork was already losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year just leasing buildings. Buying and owning them outright would cost far more. Adam had previously insisted that WeWork wouldn't buy properties because that would make them a real estate company, something he claimed they weren't. But now, the idea of owning buildings was too tempting, especially because it could dramatically boost WeWork's valuation, which seemed to be Adam's top priority. The leadership team estimated they'd need to raise $1 billion to start this shift. Adam, however, had a far bigger vision. Instead of $1 billion, he wanted to raise $100 billion and start the largest real estate investment firm in the world right within WeWork. For context, Blackstone, the largest real estate fund manager globally, had taken decades to reach around $100 billion in assets. Adam wanted to match that instantly. As always, he turned to his go-to source for massive funding, Masa, son of SoftBank. Adam pitched his plan to Masa: WeWork would own, operate, and dominate the entire real estate process. The logic was simple: if WeWork became so big and deeply embedded in the market, it would be too big to fail. In fact, S&P Global Ratings had already warned that $3 billion in commercial mortgage-backed securities could default if WeWork collapsed. Adam's plan was to become so essential that everyone would have to help WeWork survive if things went wrong. Masa loved this kind of thinking. Both men got carried away, feeding off each other's wild visions. Masa quickly jotted down some numbers, projecting that by 2028, WeWork would have 100 million members and generate $500 billion in revenue. The math was loose, but Masa estimated this would make WeWork worth $10 trillion by 2028. For context, at that time, no company in the world was worth even $1 trillion. The entire US stock market was valued around $30 trillion. Yet here they were, casually predicting WeWork would be worth a third of that on its own. Pulling this off would require enormous funding, but Masa was ready. His plan was to buy out most of WeWork's existing shareholders for $10 billion, leaving the company largely in the hands of himself, Adam, and a few other true believers. On top of that, the Vision Fund would invest another $10 billion, making this the largest buyout and investment in a U.S. startup ever. This $20 billion investment would push WeWork's valuation to $47 billion, making it worth more than massive companies like Dell, FedEx, Ford, and Ferrari, despite its relentless losses. For Adam, this meant his 20% stake in WeWork would now be valued at $13 billion, instantly making him one of the richest people in the world. Best of all, this influx of cash meant WeWork could avoid going public and stay private, dodging the scrutiny of public markets. Around this time, Adam officially rebranded the company as the We Company. After all, WeWork's office space business was now just one small piece of the empire. There was WeLive, their residential housing project, WeGrow, the school, and a constant stream of new ideas Adam was dreaming up, fueled by the incoming $20 billion. One concept poster even showed plans for an entire WeCity, a city run entirely by the company. Adam framed these new ventures as signs of growth and limitless potential. But others saw it differently, as a dangerous lack of focus. Steve Jobs, famously, once told his team to choose the top 3 priorities from a list of 10. His message was clear: focus is everything. Adam was doing the opposite, spreading himself thinner with each new idea. But to Adam, this diversification was about selling a bigger vision and driving WeWork's valuation even higher. The more industries they touched, the bigger the story they could sell. By the summer of 2018, Adam and Masa were deep into planning the new $20 billion deal, codenamed Project Fortitude. In Adam's mind, it was already a done deal. He and Masa had a handshake agreement and were aligned. Adam even insisted on unusual terms, demanding that even if he went to jail, SoftBank wouldn't be able to remove him as CEO without paying a massive penalty. However, as SoftBank's team dug into WeWork's financials again, serious concerns resurfaced. WeWork was on track to lose around $2 billion in 2018. Despite billions in funding, the company was once again low on cash. Chapter 15: Fortitude Fails. It was Christmas Eve, and Adam was surfing in Hawaii, blissfully unaware that Project Fortitude was collapsing. Masa had intended to invest $20 billion into WeWork, primarily using funds from the Vision Fund. However, 2 of the fund's biggest backers, Saudi Arabia and Abu Dhabi, refused to allow any more money to be invested in WeWork. Though they had trusted Masa to lead investments in innovative tech companies, they retained veto power on deals exceeding $3 billion, and this deal qualified. As a result, Masa would have to fund the investment directly through SoftBank. Although SoftBank had significant capital, it didn't have $20 billion readily available. Worse, a series of unfortunate events was unfolding for Masa. The public markets had turned cautious, stock prices were falling globally, and SoftBank's own stock had dropped by a third in just a few months. Further decline could trigger lenders to demand repayment on loans, draining SoftBank's cash and potentially sending it into a downward spiral. Adding to the trouble, SoftBank's Japanese mobile arm went public around this time. Masa had hoped this IPO would raise substantial funds, but the stock crashed on its first day, losing $3 billion, one of the worst debuts ever. Masa was warned that another risky move, like investing heavily in WeWork, could cause SoftBank's stock to tumble further. It became clear the $20 billion deal was no longer viable. That Christmas Eve, Adam's phone rang. It was Masa, delivering the devastating news: Project Fortitude was dead. Adam's heart sank. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Adam immediately flew out to meet Masa, desperate to change his mind. But Masa still wanted to do the deal, he simply couldn't. The market collapse and other investors pulling out made it impossible. Adam was crushed, feeling betrayed by the man he had come to see as a father figure. From this point on, Adam's behavior became even more erratic. Still, SoftBank couldn't walk away completely. WeWork was burning cash at an alarming rate, and SoftBank was already too deeply involved to let it collapse. They also needed to save face, so Masa agreed to invest $2 billion, a far cry from the promised $20 billion. Though it was a consolation prize, WeWork still needed to secure more money. Shortly after, Adam tried to control the narrative. He roped in his celebrity friend Ashton Kutcher for a CNBC interview, trying to convince the world everything was fine. Ashton emphasized that with $10 billion already invested, the idea that SoftBank lacked confidence in WeWork was absurd. "I have confidence in the company," he said. Interestingly, Ashton wasn't even invested in WeWork. Initially skeptical about whether it was truly a tech company, he later claimed to see its potential. "I realized that through the technology this company has, it can close the gap between the haves and the have-nots." Despite their efforts to spin the story, it was obvious Adam was under immense stress, lacking his usual energy. Publicly, he claimed WeWork had 5 years of runway and didn't need SoftBank's $20 billion. This was a lie. In truth, they were months away from running out of cash due to their reckless spending. Internally, WeWork employees were growing concerned. Around the same time, a documentary about Theranos aired, a startup that raised vast amounts of money only to be exposed as a fraud. Employees couldn't help but draw eerie parallels. To be fair, there was a fundamental difference. Theranos' product never worked, while WeWork offered a service people genuinely liked. But the question remained, could it ever be profitable? Chapter 16: The Shocking Economics of WeWork. By December, WeWork was opening 79 new locations, more than in its first 6 years combined. By the end of 2018, WeWork had become the largest private tenant in New York City. Typically, larger companies benefit from economies of scale, buying in bulk to reduce costs. Yet WeWork defied this logic. The bigger they grew, the more they spent. Driven by relentless growth targets, the team began wildly overpaying for leases. Waste became rampant. One example was their handling of office furniture. At one point, they bulk ordered orange couches from China to save costs and store for future use. However, when it came time to furnish new offices, they often decided the orange couches no longer fit the aesthetic or color scheme. This led to last-minute purchases of new couches at retail prices, sometimes with costly expedited shipping. Meanwhile, the original couches sat in storage, eventually discarded. Rapid expansion also led to inefficiency. Multiple teams often duplicated efforts, sometimes with 3 different groups working on the same project. While Adam occasionally demanded spending cuts, executives warned this would hurt revenue growth, so budgets remained inflated. One of the biggest drains was WeWork's obsession with portraying itself as a tech company. They hired 1,500 people for tech projects, all on high salaries. But there was no clear strategy, just a mix of scattered, unrelated ideas. For instance, they had a dedicated AI team designing sensors for offices, promising valuable insights into workspace usage. But the results were laughably obvious, like discovering long lines at coffee stations and recommending hiring another barista. Observations anyone could make simply by looking around. By early 2019, WeWork was operating in 27 countries, with 425 locations and over 400,000 members. From the outside, it looked like a thriving success story. Inside, however, the reality was dire. WeWork was set to run out of money before the year's end. No private investor remained capable of providing the massive capital Adam needed. SoftBank pulling back only worsened investor confidence. There was only one option left: going public. Taking WeWork to the stock market meant revealing the company's financials and opening themselves up to scrutiny, something Adam desperately wanted to avoid. But by then, he had no choice. Chapter 17: IPO Madness. WeWork employees were ecstatic. Finally, the company was going public. With stock options in hand, many believed this was their moment to cash out and get rich. Optimism was high. After all, WeWork's valuation had only climbed, and everyone assumed they were on the right track. If Uber, despite its billions in losses, could pull off an IPO, surely WeWork could too. But Uber's IPO turned into one of the worst opening days in history. For Masa Son and SoftBank, It was a disaster, proof that public markets weren't tolerating fast-growing, cash-burning companies anymore. Worse, Masa had also heavily invested in Uber. Another IPO failure with WeWork wasn't an option. Adam Neumann, however, saw things differently. He blamed Uber's failure on their attempt to cut costs pre-IPO, slowing growth to appear more financially responsible. Adam believed that was the mistake. So, instead of pulling back, WeWork doubled down. They ramped up expansion, signing leases faster than ever and hiring 100 new employees per week, all to impress potential investors with their aggressive growth. Adam frequently compared WeWork to Amazon, once unprofitable but eventually dominant. Yet, the comparison didn't hold. Amazon's losses were strategic, funding systems that fueled future profits. WeWork's $2 billion loss in 2018, however, showed no clear path to profitability. Still, the IPO was officially on. Banks lined up, eager for a payday. Adam kept them competing until the last moment. Goldman Sachs even pitched a $1 trillion valuation, comparing WeWork's growth to Facebook, conveniently skipping the fact that Facebook was profitable. Some bankers tried to temper expectations, but Adam dismissed them, saying they didn't understand WeWork. Private investors could buy into a story, but public markets demanded transparency, starting with the S-1 filing. WeWork named their S-1 process Project Wingspan. The first hurdle? Adam refused to define WeWork as a real estate company, but no one could explain what it was instead. Adam also wanted to increase his voting power from 10 to 20 votes per share, ensuring absolute control, a move bankers warned against. Then came a bizarre clause: if Adam ever left, his wife Rebecca would choose his successor. Don't worry, Adam told everyone, Rebecca's right 99% of the time. Rebecca became deeply involved in the S-1. She demanded a dedication page that read, "We dedicate this to the energy of we greater than any one of US, but inside each of US." Everyone begged her to remove it. It made the document sound like a spiritual manifesto rather than a financial report, but she refused. Rebecca obsessed over the aesthetics too, turning the S-1 into a design project. She hired a Vogue photographer and approved every photo herself. Hundreds of thousands were spent making the S-1 beautiful, ironically, to prove WeWork was financially responsible. At one point, Rebecca complained the document had too many numbers and facts. "We've got to tell the story of we," she insisted. She demanded it be printed on recycled paper, but later complained about the texture, delaying the process further. Rebecca even told employees the IPO wasn't about money but about saving the planet. The S-1's mission boldly claimed, "Our mission is to elevate the world's consciousness." But the real nightmare was the financials. Adam had long insisted WeWork was profitable, saying, "I'm bored of businesses that don't turn a profit." But now, the truth had to come out. The standard metric EBITDA made it clear WeWork was bleeding money. So, they invented their own term, community-adjusted EBITDA. By removing expenses like marketing, design, and admin, costs unlikely to disappear, they transformed a $933 million loss in 2017 into a $233 million profit on paper. One economics reporter summed it up: "It's just earnings without all the bad stuff." The SEC pushed back hard, especially on the bogus financial metrics and the unnecessary photos. After countless rewrites, community-adjusted EBITDA was renamed contribution margin, but the damage was done. Eventually, the S-1 was released. But no one at WeWork was prepared for what came next. Chapter 18, The IPO Backlash. When WeWork finally released its S-1 filing, the backlash was swift and brutal. The document exposed countless issues buried beneath the company's glossy image. The biggest concern? Adam Neumann's self-dealing. He personally owned buildings that WeWork was leasing, earning $20 million already, with hundreds of millions more expected. Even worse, Adam had trademarked the word "we" and sold those rights to WeWork for $5.9 million. He later claimed he'd donate the money to charity, but the damage was done. It looked like he was cashing in on his own company at every turn. The S-1 also revealed just how bad the financials were. WeWork was losing around $3,000 every minute. And while words like community showed up 150 times and Adam 169 times, the phrase office space was mentioned only 9 times, proving once again that the focus was more on vision than reality. For many, this was the first time they'd seen WeWork's real numbers. Unlike private investors who'd been charmed by Adam's grand pitches, the public couldn't ignore the brutal truth: WeWork was simply a real estate company burning billions, not the tech giant it claimed to be. Investors and the media tore the company apart. Analysts mocked the valuation, landlords got nervous, and employees felt betrayed after learning Adam had quietly cashed out more than any other startup CEO in history, close to $1 billion through loans and stock sales. Meanwhile, employees couldn't sell a thing. Adam had also structured the company so top executives, including himself, paid lower taxes than the rest of the staff. It was clear there were different rules for Adam. Amid all this, Adam pledged to donate $1 billion to charity. But if he didn't follow through, the penalty was his voting power dropping from 20 votes per share to 10, a laughable consequence. Rebecca was stunned by the backlash, genuinely wondering why the press hated them. "We're just trying to help the world," she reportedly said. But to everyone else, it looked like pure greed disguised as idealism. Even the roadshow meant to sell the IPO was a disaster. Adam, usually charismatic, rambled and fumbled. Rumors swirled he might have been high. Then reports surfaced of Adam smoking weed on a private jet to Israel. Instead of a visionary CEO, he looked reckless and out of control. The market, once obsessed with fast-growing but unprofitable companies, had lost patience. Reality set in. WeWork wasn't the next Amazon, it was a collapsing real estate gamble. Renowned entrepreneur Scott Galloway summed it up best: any analyst who says it's worth over $10 billion is lying, stupid, or both. The IPO valuation estimates plummeted from $47 billion to $25 billion, then $20 billion, then $15 billion. The tale of Joe Low. He wielded more spending power than almost anyone on the planet, orchestrating one of history's grandest heists. YOLO brazenly pilfered billions, embroiling himself in one of the largest corruption scandals ever. His journey intertwined with Hollywood royalty like Leonardo DiCaprio, co-producing The Wolf of Wall Street with ill-gotten gains. Yet, behind the glitz, Holo remained an enigma, a man wanted worldwide after absconding with approximately $4.5 billion, one of the most audacious schemes of his 20s. Unlike tied-up assets, his loot was liquid, affording him unmatched financial freedom. This enabled Holo to revel in a life of excess, renowned for lavish casino and nightclub escapades, where he routinely dropped hundreds of thousands on a single night's revelry. Private jets, mansions, and prized Picasso artworks adorned his extravagant lifestyle, akin to a narrative ripped from The Wolf of Wall Street, ironically, a film he bankrolled with stolen funds. How did a small-town Malaysian islander forge ties with Hollywood elites, romance supermodels, and orchestrate one of history's grandest financial deceptions? Welcome to the incredible true saga of Holo. The Joe Low origin story. Joe Low was born in Penang, Malaysia, and was sent to Harrow, a prestigious boarding school in England. He later reflected on this experience as a crucial period for building the foundation of his future. Coming from a wealthy family, Joe was surrounded by classmates from an even higher level of wealth: royal families and oil magnates. While he was the son of a millionaire, many of his peers were heirs to billion-dollar fortunes. Recognizing an opportunity, Joe made it his mission to form friendships with these ultra-wealthy students. To impress them, he invited them to Malaysia, borrowed a 160-foot yacht from a wealthy family friend, and staged it as his own by replacing all the family photos with pictures of himself. He wanted to convince his new social circle that he belonged among them. Joe also positioned himself as someone who could make things happen. He once acquired the letterhead of the Brunei embassy and forged a request to a high-end nightclub in London, posing as a member of Brunei's royal family to secure a VIP table. It worked, granting him and his underage friends access to an elite scene, partying alongside famous athletes and models. This reinforced a key lesson for Joe: appearing powerful and prestigious could open many doors. After Harrow, Joe attended Wharton University in the United States, where he continued crafting his personal brand. He wrote articles on stock market trends for the university newspaper, but instead of conducting his own research, he copied reports from Wall Street analysts and passed them off as his own. Despite having no real experience, he gained a reputation as a skilled stock picker. He also drove a Lexus convertible around campus, which he claimed to have purchased but was actually leasing. When rumors spread that he was Malaysian royalty, he did nothing to correct them. Joe's strategy was simple: infiltrate the right social circles by carefully curating his image. Just as he had done at Harrow, he identified the wealthiest students and pursued friendships with them. His networking skills would later be the key to executing one of the most infamous financial scandals. To solidify his presence, Joe organized an extravagant birthday party, renting out an exclusive nightclub and offering an open bar. His name was prominently displayed on invitations, ensuring that guests associated him with luxury and exclusivity. To those in attendance, it seemed like a lavish event hosted by a young, successful businessman. What they didn't know was that Joe had only put down a deposit and struggled to pay the remaining balance. Despite receiving money from his father, he couldn't afford the full cost of the party and stalled payments for months, eventually negotiating a significant discount. None of this mattered to his guests, they only saw the spectacle, reinforcing Joe's carefully crafted image. Leveraging his growing connections, Joe arranged a tour across the Middle East with the help of his wealthy Arab friends. This allowed him to meet some of the richest families and even minor royals, deepening his understanding of power structures and financial influence. Among his most significant encounters were with executives managing Abu Dhabi's sovereign wealth funds, vast, government-controlled investment pools primarily used to diversify national economies. These funds operated with minimal oversight, making them perfect targets for Joe's future ambitions. Returning to Malaysia after completing his studies, Joe launched his own company, the Winton Group. He told friends that the name symbolized his goal to win tons of money. The business was designed to broker deals between Middle Eastern investors and Malaysian projects. To establish credibility, he secured luxurious office space in the iconic Petronas Towers, funding it with a loan from a local bank. His goal was clear: create the illusion of success to attract real opportunities. With his elite network in place and his company positioned as a major player, Joe was on the verge of making his most significant moves yet.
Chapter 2. The first highstone of Joe Loh's best friends from his days at Harrow was Riza Aziz, the stepson of a prominent Malaysian government official, Najib Razak. By the time Joe had started his company, Najib had risen to a high-ranking position in the Malaysian government, which meant significant power. Joe knew that gaining access to Najib's inner circle could bring him major advantages, but just being friends with Najib's stepson wasn't enough. Joe had to prove his value. Joe soon learned that Malaysia was looking for partners to develop a massive construction project. The goal was to create a financial and lifestyle center similar to Singapore, but investors were needed. Seeing an opportunity, Joe used the wealthy connections he had made in the Middle East to broker a deal where they would invest in Malaysia's construction projects. However, the key part of this arrangement was that Joe allowed Najib to take full credit for the deal. Even though he had done none of the work, this significantly boosted Najib's popularity, making him appear as a politician capable of attracting major investments to propel Malaysia forward. This public perception played a crucial role in his political success. Joe's original business model was to earn fees for brokering such deals, but he didn't take a fee for this particular project. Instead, he secured something far more valuable: Najib's deep gratitude. When Najib rose to the top political position in Malaysia, Joe, still in his late 20s, now had direct access to the most powerful man in the country. Joe worked to further embed himself within Najib's family, showering Najib's wife with expensive jewelry and even covering Najib's daughter's college tuition. He also attended her graduation, strengthening his ties to the family. At this point, Najib trusted Joe completely. With Najib now in power, Joe proposed an ambitious idea. Malaysia should create its own sovereign wealth fund, similar to those in the Middle East, to invest globally. Together, they established the One Malaysia Development Berhad 1MDB Fund. Officially, the fund was designed to boost the country's economy, with plans to invest in green energy, tourism, and job creation. But Joe had another angle. He convinced Najib that part of the fund's money could be used as a political war chest, financing events and initiatives to secure greater public support. Najib saw this as a winning strategy and gave Joe complete control over the fund with little oversight. Officially, Najib was the chairman, while Joe was merely an advisor. In reality, Joe ran everything, surrounding himself with loyal associates who would follow his orders without question. Before long, Joe had arranged the first major investment for the 1MDB fund, Using connections in Saudi Arabia, he secured a joint venture with the oil company Petrosaudi. The plan was for 1MDB to invest $1 billion into the project, essentially the entire fund's capital at the time. With Najib's full trust, Joe received permission to transfer the money from 1MDB's accounts. However, Joe only sent $300 million to the joint venture. The remaining $700 million was redirected to a company called Goodstar Limited, which had a bank account in Switzerland. Joe claimed this was part of the deal, stating that 1MDB had to send the money to Goodstar due to outstanding debts owed by Petrosaudi. But this was a lie. Goodstar Limited was nothing more than a shell company, structured with bearer shares and opaque ownership system that makes it nearly impossible to trace who truly controls the company. Later, it was revealed that there was only one physical share certificate for Goodstar, and it was held by Joe Low. In other words, Joe had just transferred $700 million from 1MDB directly into an account he controlled. On paper, it appeared that 1MDB had made a legitimate investment, but in reality, Joe had just paid himself a massive sum. This maneuver was shockingly simple, yet it was the years of calculated networking and strategic positioning that had made it possible. From an early age, Joe had actively built relationships with influential figures, providing value to them to gain their trust. He had identified sovereign wealth funds as a vulnerable target, and, once Najib granted him full control over 1MDB, siphoning off money became relatively easy. With this position secured, Joe ensured the silence of key officials by offering bribes, which was effortless. With $700 million at his disposal, he had surrounded himself with a loyal team that wouldn't question his decisions. Now, with a nearly limitless supply of money, Joe was ready for the real fun to begin. Chapter 3. The Asian Wolf of Wall Street. Joe Low had successfully taken money from the Malaysian fund and funneled it into Swiss bank accounts and other investments under different names. Using his connections in high-ranking positions, he ensured that no one questioned his actions. Now, he had hundreds of millions of dollars sitting in his bank account, an unusual scenario compared to most wealthy individuals whose money is tied up in stocks, businesses, or investments. For Joe Low, it was all liquid, ready to be spent however he pleased. With this stolen fortune, he embarked on an extravagant lifestyle, purchasing yachts, mansions, and luxury sports cars. He even acquired a major hotel in Beverly Hills. But most nights, he could be found in exclusive nightclubs or casinos, indulging in his newfound wealth. Reports suggest that in just 8 months, Joe Low and his entourage spent approximately $85 million on private jets, alcohol, gambling, and paying models and Hollywood celebrities to party with them. Joe Low quickly realized that the money he took from 1MDB could buy him access to the rich and famous, further boosting his reputation. Joe Low wanted to channel some of the money into a legitimate business venture. Fascinated by the Hollywood lifestyle, he decided to break into the film industry. He helped fund a production company called Red Granite Pictures, but, as with 1MDB, he avoided taking an official title to keep his involvement off the books. Instead, he remained the shadowy financier behind the scenes. Around this time, he learned that Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Scorsese wanted to make The Wolf of Wall Street but struggled to secure the $100 million budget from major Hollywood studios. Studios deemed the project too risky due to its R-rated nature and potentially limited audience. Seizing the opportunity, Joe Low's production company stepped in to finance the film, granting DiCaprio and Scorsese full creative control. As a result, Joe Low's name appeared in the film's credits, further cementing his place in Hollywood. When DiCaprio won a Golden Globe for his role, he even gave Joe Low a shout-out in his acceptance speech. Chapter 4. Goldman Sachs scheme. Leisner was head of Goldman Sachs' Asia division, and Joe Low had been courting him. He arranged for a private jet to pick him up and took him to meet one of the richest sheiks in the world. After an extravagant trip, Joe Low explained his intentions. He wanted Goldman Sachs to help 1MDB raise more money through bond sales. Joe Low knew that to make the operation look legitimate, he needed the credibility of a big Wall Street bank like Goldman Sachs. A deal was made where Goldman Sachs would issue a bond and sell it to investors. Investors were told their money would be used to fund power plants, but 1MDB had no credit rating, making it difficult to convince people to invest. To make the deal more appealing, Goldman Sachs used its reputation and paired 1MDB with Abu Dhabi's sovereign wealth fund, which had $70 billion in assets and a solid credit rating. With Abu Dhabi's involvement and Goldman Sachs backing, the package became attractive to investors. In 2012, 1MDB issued $3.5 billion in bonds through Goldman Sachs. However, as the official fund manager, Joe Low used the same offshore tactics he had employed before, diverting $1.4 billion of the money to a company registered in the British Virgin Islands and known to Axe Haven. In 2013, 1MDB issued another $3 billion in bonds through Goldman Sachs, and once again, Joe Low funneled a portion of the funds through offshore accounts. Instead of financing power plants as advertised, billions of dollars were siphoned into shell companies under Joe Low's control. Some of the money was used to pay off those who helped orchestrate the scheme, including Tim Leissner from Goldman Sachs, while the rest remained under Joe Low's control. With billions in offshore accounts, Joe Low's extravagant lifestyle continued in check, buying famous artworks, acquiring luxury properties, gambling, and throwing lavish parties.
A significant kickback was also sent to Prime Minister Najib Razak to ensure he didn't ask too many questions. Joe Low believed that the money raised from bond sales would also help cover 1MDB's growing financial losses. Goldman Sachs, in turn, received around $600 million in fees and revenue, reportedly about 200 times the standard rate for a deal of this size. This suggested that they were aware something was suspicious, but choosing not to question it in exchange for a massive payout. Without Goldman Sachs' involvement, 1MDB would never have been able to raise such a significant amount of money. Joe Low had carefully constructed a system to siphon billions for himself. One of his strategies was setting up bank accounts under fake company names that closely resembled real firms. For instance, he created a shell company called BlackRock Commodities Global Limited, a name nearly identical to the global investment giant BlackRock. This deception made it appear as though funds were being transferred to legitimate businesses, reducing the likelihood of raising red flags. Another tactic he used was layering a moving funds between multiple offshore bank accounts to create a complex web of transactions, making it difficult to trace the original source of the money. These accounts were often registered in tax havens, further obscuring the paper trail. Joe Low also exploited U.S. legal loopholes by transferring money into trust accounts at American law firms, where client confidentiality rules meant the funds faced minimal scrutiny. Most crucially, he took advantage of the fact that transactions between governments attracted far less oversight than those involving private companies. Government funds were simply not as transparent, making it easier to move large sums without drawing attention. In total, approximately $4.5 billion was stolen from 1MDB. What was supposed to be a development fund for Malaysia became Joe Low's personal bank account. Joe Low had assured him that the fund would strengthen ties with the Middle East and bring investments to Malaysia. Najib likely never imagined that Joe Low would outright steal such a massive sum. Giving Joe Low complete, unchecked control over a multi-billion-dollar fund was always a risky move. Back in Malaysia, people started asking questions: where was all the money? Why weren't the promised developments materializing? Chapter 5: The Crumbling Empire. Joe Low had the Prime Minister on his side, ensuring his safety. Of course, this allegiance came at a cost. Low was funneling stolen money into Najib Razak's political campaigns, financing extravagant events and charitable donations to boost Najib's public image. Meanwhile, 1MDB continued hemorrhaging funds, sinking billions into debt.
In 2015, a whistleblower leaked emails to the press, exposing critical details of Low's financial web and revealing the staggering scale of the fraud. As investigations intensified, the truth about the corruption became undeniable. Outraged, hundreds of thousands of Malaysians took to the streets, demanding Najib's resignation.
What if I told you the most luxurious credit card brand in the world is now targeting Gen Z? The same American Express that screamed old money and airport lounges now wants to win over crypto bros and TikTok trendsetters. This is the surprising reinvention of a 170-year-old giant. American Express was once the ultimate status symbol for elite travelers and CEOs. But in 2025, over 60% of their new sign-ups came from millennials and Gen Z. Why? 2 words: influencer buzz. Get the Platinum Amex. It's metal. It goes ding ding ding. This isn't your dad's credit card anymore. Amex figured out one thing: Gen Z doesn't just want airport lounges, they want experience-based perks. 4x points on restaurants, VIP access to concerts and music festivals, discounts on Netflix, Uber, and food delivery. Today, experience beats exclusivity, and Amex is cashing in on that shift. Millennials were debt-averse, but Gen Z, raised on meme stocks and crypto, they're bigger risk takers. A TransUnion study found that 84% of Gen Z aged 22-24 had a credit card by the end of 2023. That's 23% higher than millennials at the same age. And Amex, they saw the signal and moved. Unlike Visa and MasterCard, American Express runs a closed-loop system. They're the issuer, the processor, and the network. That means they control the full journey from swipe to reward. That gives Amex an edge. They know where you spend, so they reward you for it. Dining? You get for X points. Want to skip the wait list at that fancy NYC restaurant? They bought Reezy for that. In 2024, they acquired more platforms like Tock and RM to dominate the premium dining space. Why is this working? Because Amex rewards make it feel like you're living rich on a budget. Free TSA PreCheck, discounts on Uber Eats, festival lounges, and celebrity meet and greets. This strategy is sticky. It keeps Gen Z coming back, even when the Platinum Card's annual fee is nearly $700. And get this, renewal rates are higher than ever. People are loyal because the perks deliver. But Amex isn't alone anymore. Chase, Capital One, and even Discover are now copying the playbook. Chase Sapphire Reserve offers similar perks, and in 2016, it took a major bite out of Amex's luxury pie. Capital One, they're acquiring Discover, building lounges, and going premium fast. The rewards war is on. And what about a recession? Tariffs? Inflation? American Express isn't worried yet. CEO Steve Squeri says their high FICO, low-risk customer base is built to weather storms. Even if the economy dips, these cardholders keep spending. Delinquencies are rising across the industry, but not at Amex. Their Gen Z and millennial customers? They're outperforming the market. American Express isn't just surviving, it's thriving by evolving. From legacy luxury to lifestyle loyalty, they've turned a metal card into a cultural movement. This is how you future-proof a 170-year-old brand. And this is your Breakthrough Biz Breakdown.
An autopsy at the heart of Neweg's downfall is a simple truth. They stopped caring about their customers. They didn't take responsibility. They didn't fix broken systems. They didn't act until they were publicly called out, and by then, trust was shattered. Leadership turnover is high. Most executives don't stay long enough to fix anything. Customer loyalty has nosedived. Repeat purchase rates have fallen. Average order values are shrinking. People still want Newegg to succeed, but they just don't trust them with important and expensive tech purchases anymore. Can Newegg come back? In their 2023 investor report, Newegg blamed their decline on conservative consumer spending and high costs. But the real problem is simpler. They forgot the number one rule in business: take care of your customers. Sure, they've cut salaries and tightened budgets, but without rebuilding trust, it won't matter. They might save a few bucks now, but they're bleeding customers, and once loyalty is gone, it's almost impossible to win it back. The saddest part, people miss the old Newegg, the Newegg that gamers and builders trusted, the Newegg that was built for the community. Alright, that's it for today's episode of Breakthrough Biz. Hope you got something valuable out of it. If you did, feel free to like, subscribe, or just stick around. Lots more to come.
But zoom out a bit, and the picture changes. Since going public in 2012, Newegg stock has fallen from $99 to less than $1. On employee review sites like Glassdoor, the company barely scrapes 2.3 stars. Former employees complain about bad management, layoffs, low pay, and constant stress. Even the positives are depressing. One review said, "The people are nice because everyone's miserable together." And financially, Newegg started making profits during the pandemic, over $30 million in 2020 and 2021, but it didn't last. By 2022, they were back to losing tens of millions of dollars, and today, they have a dangerously high debt load. According to some estimates, Newegg has a 35% chance of going bankrupt in the next 2 years. What went wrong? The signs of trouble were there for years. Customers started sharing horror stories about Newegg refusing returns, especially for faulty products. One customer sent back a broken motherboard and got accused of damaging it themselves when it arrived at Newegg perfectly fine. Story after story popped up. Bad RAM, busted motherboards, denied returns, and no help from customer service. At first, it seemed like just isolated incidents, but over time, pattern emerged. Newegg wasn't standing by its customers. The breaking point. In 2022, things finally exploded. A popular YouTube channel, Gamers Nexus, returned a brand new, unopened motherboard to Newegg. Newegg denied the return, blaming customer damage again. Problem is, the box was never even opened. Gamers Nexus exposed everything. Newegg was reselling previously returned and broken items as new. Their video went viral, getting over 1.5 million views and unleashing a flood of customer complaints. While other companies push robots and AI, Starbucks is doubling down on human touch. This year, the chain asked employees to scribble messages or doodles on single-use cups and brought back ceramic mugs for customers who want to hang out, a callback to when Starbucks cafes were cozy third spaces, not just pickup spots for mobile orders. And on Wednesday, CEO Brian Niccol, the former Chipotle CEO who's been driving these changes, told investors that the chain tried removing labor from stores, but has found that equipment and tech alone don't solve the customer experience problem. People do. Why the change? Starbucks was struggling with slipping sales before Niccol, its fourth CEO in 3 years, came on board, and in 2024, attempted to course correct with an affordable pairings menu and the Siren Craft system, a series of operational and tech updates designed to speed up beverage prep. It also began testing increased headcounts, a program Niccol has since rolled out to 3K of its 36,000 stores. Other new changes include pausing deployment of the Siren Craft system, a new dress code that calls for dark, solid clothes underneath Starbucks green aprons to create a sense of familiarity, per the brand. Expanding freshly baked offerings, which it tested in UK stores. Will this work? Niccol admitted that, yes, humans cost more, but he's banking on some growth to come with the investment. Interestingly, many of Starbucks' negative online reviews relate to the impact of mobile ordering on its cafes. For example, inventory issues, increased wait times, frustrated staff. The delicate balance between human staff and tech is one that's playing out across many fast food and fast casual chains. Sales increase when customers get in and out quickly, and companies including Starbucks have found technology can decrease wait times. But the real boon is often not replacing humans, but pivoting them to customer-centric tasks. BTW, Chipotle recently revealed it's trying a novel strategy, asking employees to smile and say thank you. In a world racing toward automation, Starbucks is making a bold bet, not on machines, but on meaningful moments. By reinvesting in people and the personal touches that once defined the brand, it's hoping to brew more than just coffee. It's aiming to bring back connection. Whether this human-first approach will spark a full turnaround remains to be seen. But one thing's clear in the battle between speed and soul, Starbucks is choosing the latter. If you enjoy business insights like this, subscribe to Breakthrough Biz, where we decode the strategies behind today's biggest brands. New shorts every week. See you in the next one.
Inheritance is tricky, it's personal, sensitive, and almost never discussed openly. But the great wealth transfer is coming with like you and me to ignore. Over the next decade, tens of trillions of dollars will flow from older generations into younger hands, reshaping markets and rewriting the rules of investing. I see the recent market volatility not as a reason to sit back, but as an opportunity, a rare chance to pick up great companies at cheaper prices and position myself for the long term. Whether you're lucky enough to expect an inheritance or not, you'll want to read on. After all, you don't have to inherit wealth to profit from where all that money is going. Part 1. Welcome to the Great Wealth Transfer Ep. The world is headed for a tectonic, once-in-history shift in global capital. Over the coming 2 decades, tens of trillions of dollars will be passed down from the silent generation and the baby boomer generation to their loved ones in the Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z crowds. It's the biggest wealth handover ever happening on a scale that could fundamentally alter how money is saved, invested, and spent. Estimates vary, but in the United States, roughly $84 trillion is expected to be passed down by 2045. For reference, that's nearly 4 times the value of all the goods and services produced by the economy in a given year, and the global figure could be even bigger. Forecasters see between $80 trillion and $100 trillion being passed down in just the next 15 years. Slightly different timelines, but the point is, it's a lot of money. Japan, home to one of the world's oldest populations, will see a staggering 550 trillion yen, 5 trillion change hands from elder to younger in just the next 5 years. And in Australia, wealth worth 3.5 trillion Australian dollars too. 4 trillion is expected to be transferred over the next 20 years. Meanwhile, property-rich older generations in the UK, Germany, France, and Italy are also preparing to hand down their vast estates, and those untold sums will undoubtedly rise into the trillions too. But look, what makes this also historic isn't just the size of the numbers involved, it's the conditions that got us here. Earlier generations tended to see their savings wiped away by war, inflation, and economic shocks. But baby boomers have lived through a uniquely golden time. They were born after World War II and came of age in an era of peace, prosperity, and globalization. Homeownership was generally affordable, stock markets generally soared, and asset prices generally compounded in every decade of their lives. This good fortune allowed these folks, and to a lesser extent, members of the older silent generation, to accumulate wealth at a scale that was unmatched by any other cohort.
Today, they're poised to bequeath to their loved ones a pile of wealth that's been more than just preserved. It's been multiplied many times over by decades of rising markets. And because boomers had smaller families than their parents and grandparents did, those inheritances will be divided among fewer heirs. In other words, lots of people will soon be making serious money decisions. And when they do, they're likely to be driven by broadly different financial goals, risk appetites, and investment strategies than the boomers were. As these younger generations begin reallocating their inherited wealth, there could be changes in everything from portfolio composition to housing demand and spending trends. Part 2. 3 big implications for markets. The great wealth transfer is already picking up speed, and it's poised to really rattle the old-school 60/40th stocks, bonds portfolio. That's because the new wave of investors isn't content to stick people with the time-tested mix of blue chips and bonds. The younger generations have been cozying up to crypto, chasing big themes, and backing the creator economy. They've got a stronger risk appetite and tend to move a lot faster than previous generations did, which could mean wilder sector-to-sector pivots and more market volatility. As these fortunes shift from boomers to their babies, it's not just ownership that's changing, it's the whole investing mindset. Here are 3 major shifts to watch. 1. The traditional 60/40th portfolio could be appended. Boomers built their unprecedented wealth in an era that rewarded patience, dividend reinvestment, and blue-chip stability. Many also own long-term stakes in private businesses, from tiny local shops to powerful professional firms, but their children see things differently. Their generations tend to be driven more by alignment, not just returns, building portfolios that reflect their personal values, social causes, and cultural convictions. We're already getting some early signals, surging demand for thematic ETFs, things like AI, clean energy, space exploration, a deeper participation in crypto and other digital assets, and a growing investment in the creator economy's personal brands, online businesses, and community-driven platforms. If this trend gathers pace, we could see a decisive shift away from traditional market strongholds like utilities and legacy banks and into emerging industries like Web3, green tech, and biotech. That could splinter standard asset allocations, with more investors demanding customizable, conviction-driven portfolios, not the old 60/40ths blueprint. On the big picture level, the shift could mean a move away from low-yield assets like bonds and balanced funds and toward higher volatility stuff. As investing becomes more fragmented and narrative-driven in new hands, some of the old stalwart sectors could face steady outflows and valuation pressure. Meanwhile, some newer industries could enjoy surges of capital, and all of that could potentially destabilize legacy market structures, too. Risk appetites may rise. To put it simply, there are different psychological responses to slowly earned wealth and suddenly inherited wealth. For heir investors, that lump of money can feel less like a nest egg and more like an opportunity, a springboard for experimentation and bold action. And that mindset could open the door to much greater risk-taking. We're already seeing signs of that. Heavier allocations to crypto, startups, and speculative tech. Rising interest in alternative markets like collectibles, carbon credits, and crowdfunding platforms. And shorter holding periods tied more to cultural trends than to long-term fundamentals. If this behavior scales up, the entire character of markets could shift. Sentiment-driven capital would gain influence, not just from meme stock speculative traders, but through fast, viral, emotionally charged TikTok-style investing. Portfolio decisions might increasingly reflect social momentum rather than, say, macroeconomic changes. Big institutional funds would no longer be the only heavyweight in the market, either, with behaviorally reactive flows potentially becoming a powerful market force, driving faster sector rotations, more sudden rallies and corrections, and higher levels of volatility. This investing crowd might be more agile, but they're also more unpredictable. And that could have markets swinging harder in both directions, with bigger wins and sharper losses playing out at a higher frequency. 3. Volatility could be the new norm. If portfolios continue moving toward of the moment, social media-influenced investment decisions, and if shorter time horizons become the norm, volatility could rise across the board. Already, we've had glimpses, the seemingly endless GameStop saga, the flash-in-the-pan NFT boom, and any number of viral crypto rallies. Now, as wealth flows into portfolios driven by cultural narratives, mission alignment, or influencer sentiment, the markets could see faster boom and bust cycles across things like AI, crypto, or biotech. Bigger inflows and outflows based on headlines or hype, not fundamentals. Traditional valuation models under strain as pricing detaches from earnings and latches onto story or social engagement. Fintech, creator platforms, Web3, and real estate tech may thrive if they continue to capture the imagination of Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z investors. Meanwhile, traditional players, bond-heavy funds, legacy wealth advisors, phone-based platforms may face declining inflows unless they adapt to this faster, more personalized investment culture. None of this is set in stone, mind you. But if these trends gather steam, the implications will be huge. Long-term investors may need to navigate noisier, more reactive markets. Active traders could find more short-term opportunities, but also more traps. And platforms and policymakers may be forced to adapt to a landscape where speed, mood, and digital community matter more than steady compounding or price-to-earnings P/E ratios. The old signals we used to rely on might not work as well anymore, so we'll need new ways to figure out what's really going on. Part 3. How to invest. You can position yourself for the great wealth transfer by targeting industries like fintech, crypto tech, real estate tech, private equity, and death care. A mix of ETFs and individual standout stocks, including some of the ones I'll list here, could help you capitalize on the big trends and back clear long-term winners. I've structured this investment mix around how entire industries are likely to be impacted by generational change. Within that framework, I also diversified across behavior types. Some investments appeal to DIY retail traders, others to passive institutional investors, and some ride the influence of social media-driven ideas. The approach blends ETFs and single stocks. ETFs will give you broad exposure to a slow-moving theme without betting it all on one horse. Individual stocks, meanwhile, will allow you to place a bigger stake on standout companies. That balance can keep you exposed to overall growth themes while managing your risk. Just a quick note, you don't need to buy or short everything listed here. Instead, pick the assets where you have the highest conviction, the ones that resonate most with your outlook and risk appetite. Companies like Robinhood and Safi have built entire models around mobile-first, user-friendly trading experiences that fit with their digital sensibilities. And then there's Coinbase, which has positioned itself as the gateway into the crypto economy with trusted custody and trading services for retail and institutional players. A few legacy finance firms like Charles Schwab also look well positioned here. Studies suggest that around 86% of heirs fire their parents' financial advisors, so companies that actually empower self-directed investing could be major winners. Schwab does this well with low costs, strong digital tools, and a trusted brand. In this space, I lean toward picking individual stocks, mostly because some clear leaders have already emerged and are likely to dominate. Crypto infrastructure is another massive opportunity that comes alongside this trend. As Bitcoin, Ethereum, and decentralized finance DeFi become part of the mainstream conversation, businesses providing the infrastructure, think exchanges, custodians, and corporate treasuries, could see serious growth. Coinbase again will be critical here, acting as both a retail and institutional investing on-ramp. Galaxy Digital could also thrive. It offers exposure to crypto trading, asset management, and venture capital for a broad sweep across the ecosystem. There are also ETFs that invest across the whole crypto infrastructure value chain. Funds like Amplify Transformational Data Sharing ETF ticker BLOCK. Expense ratio 0.76%, VanEck Digital Transformation ETF DAP. 0.51%, and Fidelity Crypto Industry and Digital Payments ETF FDIG. 0.4% create a diversified exposure to the broader infrastructure network, including exchanges, miners, and blockchain technology firms. These ETFs can be a good alternative if you want to capture the fundamental growth of the industry while smoothing out some of the single stock volatility. Real estate-linked stocks could also be coming into their own, with billions of dollars in property being transferred from one generation to the next. Platforms that streamline home buying, home selling, and real estate